A Singer's Romance by Willa Cather. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The rain fell in torrents, and the great stream of people which poured out of the Metropolitan Opera House stagnated about the doors and seemed effectually checked by the black line of bobbing umbrellas on the sidewalk. The entrance was fairly blockaded, and the people who were waiting for carriages formed a solid phalanx, which the more unfortunate opera-goers, who had to depend on street-cars no matter what the condition of the weather, tried to break through in vain. There was much shouting of numbers and hurrying of drivers, from whose oilcloth-covered hats the water trickled in tiny streams, quite as though the brims had been curved just to accommodate it. The wind made the management of the hundreds of umbrellas difficult, and they rose and fell and swayed about like toy balloons tugging at their moorings. At the stage entrance there was less congestion, but the confusion was not proportionally small, and Frau Selma Schumann was in no very amiable mood when she was at last told that her carriage awaited her. As she stepped out of the door, the wind caught the black lace mantilla wound about her head, and lifted it high in the air in such a ludicrous fashion that the substantial soprano cut a figure much like a malicious Beardsley poster. In her frantic endeavor to replace her sportive headgear, she dropped the little velvet bag in which she carried her jewel-case. A young man stationed by the door darted forward and snatched it up from the sidewalk, uncovered his head, and returned the bag to her with a low bow. He was a tall man, slender and graceful, and he looked as dark as a Spaniard in the bright light that fell upon him from the doorway. His curling black hair would have been rather long even for a tenor, and he wore a dark mustache. His face had that oval contour, slightly effeminate, which belongs to the Latin races. He wore a long black ulster, and held in his hand a wide-brimmed black felt hat. In his buttonhole was a single red carnation. Frau Schumann took the bag with a radiant smile, quite forgetting her ill-humor. "I thank you, sir," she said graciously. But the young man remained standing with bared head, never raising his eyes. "Merci, monsieur," she ventured again, rather timidly, but his only recognition was to bow even lower than before, and Madame hastened to her carriage to hide her confusion from her maid, who followed close behind. Once in the carriage, Madame permitted herself to smile and to sigh a little in the darkness, and to wonder whether the disagreeable American prima donna, who manufactured gossip about every member of the company, had seen the little episode of the jewel bag. She almost hoped she had. This signorino's reserve puzzled her more than his persistence. This was the third time she had given him an opportunity to speak, to make himself known, and the third time her timid advance had been met by silence and downcast eyes. She was unable to comprehend it. She had been singing in New York now 8 weeks, and since the first week this dark man, clad in black, had followed her like a shadow. When she and Annette walked in the park, they always encountered him on one of the benches. When she went shopping, he sauntered after them on the other side of the street. She continually encountered him in the corridors of her hotel. When she entered the theater, he was always stationed near the stage door, and when she came out again, he was still at his post. One evening, just to assure herself, she had gone to the opera house when she was not in the cast, and as she had hoped, the dark signor was absent. He had grown so familiar to her that she knew the outline of his head and shoulders a square away, and in the densest crowd her eyes instantly singled him out. She looked for him so constantly that she knew she would miss him if he should not appear. Yet he made no attempt whatever to address her. Once, when he was standing near her in the hotel corridor, she made pointless and incoherent inquiries about directions from the bellboy, in the hope that the young man would volunteer information, which he did not. On another occasion, when she found him smoking a cigarette at the door of the Holland as she went out into a drizzling rain, she had feigned impossible difficulties in raising her umbrella. He did indeed raise it for her, and, bowing, passed quickly down the street. Madame had begun to feel like a very bold and forward woman, and to blush guiltily under the surveillance of her maid. By every doorstep, at every corner, wherever she turned, whenever she looked out of a window, she encountered always the dark Signorino, with his picturesque face and Spanish eyes, his broad-brimmed black felt hat set at an angle on his glistening black curls, and the inevitable red carnation in his buttonhole. When they arrived at the hotel, Antoinette went to the office to ask for Madame's mail, and returned to Madame's rooms with a letter which bore the familiar postmark of Monte Carlo. This threw Madame into an honest German rage, refreshing to witness, and she threw herself into a chair and wept audibly. The letter was from her husband, who spent most of his time and her money at the casino, and who continually sent urgent letters for reinforcement. "It is too much, 'Toinette, too much," she sobbed. "He says he must have money to pay his doctor. Why, I have sent him money enough to pay the doctor bills of the royal family. Here am I singing 3 and 4 nights a week. No, I will not do it." But she ended by sitting down at her desk and writing out a check, with which she enclosed very pointed advice, and directed it to the suave old gentleman at Monte Carlo. Then she permitted 'Toinette to shake out her hair, and became lost in the contemplation of her own image in the mirror. She had to admit that she had grown a trifle stout, that there were many fine lines about her mouth and eyes, and little wrinkles on her forehead that had defied the arts of massage. Her blonde hair had lost its luster, and was somewhat deadened by the heat of the curling iron. She had to hold her chin very high indeed, in order not to have 2, and there were little puffy places under her eyes that told of her love for pastry and champagne. Above her own face in the glass she saw the reflection of her maid's, pretty slender 'Toinette, with her satin-smooth skin and rosy cheeks and little pink ears, her arched brows and long black lashes and her coil of shining black hair. 'Toinette's youth and freshness irritated her to-night. She could not help wondering. But then this man was probably a man of intelligence, quite proof against the charm of mere prettiness. He was probably, she reflected, an artist like herself, a man who revered her art, and art certainly does not come at 16. Secretly she wondered what 'Toinette thought of this dark Signorino, whom she must have noticed by this time. She had great respect for 'Toinette's opinion. 'Toinette was by no means an ordinary lady's maid, and Madame had grown to regard her as a companion and confidant. She was the child of a French opera singer who had been one of Madame's earliest professional friends, and who had come to an evil end and died in a hospital, leaving her young daughter wholly without protection. As the girl had no vocal possibilities, Madame Schumann had generously rescued her from the awful fate of the chorus by taking her into her service. "You have been contented here, 'Toinette? You like America? You will be a little sorry to leave?" asked Madame as she said good night. "Oh, yes, madame, I should be sorry," returned 'Toinette. "And so shall I," said madame, softly smiling to herself. 'Toinette lingered a moment at the door. "Madame will have nothing to eat, no refreshment of any kind?" "No, nothing to-night, 'Toinette." "Not even the very smallest glass of champagne?" "No, no, nothing," said madame impatiently. 'Toinette turned out the light and left her in bed, where she lay awake for a long time, indulging in luxurious dreams. In the morning she awoke long before it was time for 'Toinette to bring her coffee, and lay still with her eyes closed, while the early rumble of the city was audible through the open window. Selma Schumann was a singer without a romance. No one felt the incongruity of this more than she did. Yet she had lived to the age of 42 without ever having known an affaire de coeur. After her debut in grand opera, she had married her former singing teacher, who at once decided that he had already done quite enough for his wife and the world in the placing and training of that wonderful voice, and lived in cheerful idleness, gambling her earnings with the utmost complacency. And when her reproaches grew too cutting, he would respectfully remind her that he had enlarged her upper register 4 tones, and in so doing had fulfilled the whole duty of man. Madame had always been industrious and an indefatigable student. She could sing a large repertoire at the shortest notice, and her good nature made her invaluable to managers. She lacked certainly that poignant individuality which alone secures great eminence in the world of art, and no one ever went to the opera solely because her name was on the bill. She was known as a thoroughly competent artist, and as all singers know, that means a thankless life of underpaid drudgery. Her father had been a professor of etymology in a German university, and she had inherited something of his taste for grubbing, and had been measurably happy in her work. She practiced incessantly, and skimped herself, and saved money, and dutifully supported her husband, and surely such virtue should bring its own reward. Yet when she saw other women in the company appear in a new tiara of diamonds, or saw them snatch notes from the hands of messenger boys, or take a carriage full of flowers back to the hotel with them, she had felt ill-used, and had wondered what that other side of life was like. In short, from the wastes of this humdrum existence, which seems so gay to the uninitiated, she had wished for a romance. Under all her laborious habits and thrift and economy, there was left enough of the unsatisfied spirit of youth for that. Since the shadow of the dark Signorino had fallen across her path, the routine of her life, hitherto as fixed as that of the planets or of a German housewife, had become less rigid and more variable. She had decided that she owed it to her health to walk frequently in the park, and to sleep later in the morning. She had spent entire afternoons in dreamful idleness, whereas she should have been struggling with the new rôles she was to sing in London. She had begun to pay the most scrupulous attention to her toilettes, which she had begun to neglect in the merciless routine of her work. She was visited by many massageuses, for she discovered that her figure and skin had been allowed to take care of themselves, and had done it ill. She thought with bitter regret that a little less economy and a little more care might have prevented a wrinkle. One great sacrifice she made. She stopped drinking champagne. The sole one of the luxuries of life she had permitted herself was that of the table. She had all her countrywomen's love for good living, and she had indulged herself freely. She had known for a long time that champagne and sweets were bad for her complexion, and that they made her stout, but she had told herself that it was little enough pleasure she had at best. But since the appearance of the dark Signorino, all this had been changed, and it was by no means an easy sacrifice. Madame waited a long time for her coffee, but 'Toinette did not appear. Then she rose and went into her reception-room, but no one was there. In the little music-room next door she heard a low murmur of voices. She parted the curtains a little, and saw 'Toinette with both her hands clasped in the hands of the dark Signorino. "But, Madame," 'Toinette was saying, "she is so lonely. I cannot find the heart to tell her that I must leave her." "Ah," murmured the Signorino, and his voice was as caressing as Madame had imagined it in her dreams. "She had been like a mother to you, the Madame. She will be glad of your happiness." When Selma Schumann reached her own room again, she threw herself on her bed and wept furiously. Then she dried her eyes and railed at fortune in deep German polysyllables, and gesturing like an enraged Valkyr. Then she ordered her breakfast, and a quart of champagne. End of A Singer's Romance by Willa Cather, read by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
My Friend Sparling, from the Tuapeka Times, 16th of February 1889. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Friend Sparling, a troubled conscience and a haunting presence. Anonymous. I am a manufacturer of and a dealer in gravestones and monuments. There are 3 men who habitually associate death with business: the doctor, the undertaker, and the tombstone maker. I have the finer feelings and sentiments of the average man, yet my occupation has led me to regard the great and solemn change chiefly from a business point of view. That men should die has seemed to me as a matter of course, and as a necessary means for the support of myself and family. Still, death may produce a great shock in me, as was the case with that of my friend Sparling. We had been friends from boyhood. He lived near me. My way to and from business led past his house. I met him almost daily. Mutual assistance over some of the hard places of life, a similarity of tastes, and frequent interchange of thought and opinion had endeared each of us to the other. For a week I had been busy with preparations for a long business tour. It was to last 3 months. The day before my departure I had met Sparling and had said to him, "I am going on another tour, lest we should not meet tomorrow. Let us say good-bye now." We separated with a hearty handshake and the friendliest of farewells. I was to take the evening train of the next day. My ticket for Yankeetank was in my pocket, my trunk packed, the parting with those at home was over, and the hack was taking me to the station. The afternoon paper was in my hand. I opened it, and the following paragraph caught my eye. Sudden death. As we go to press, the painful news reaches us of the death of our esteemed citizen Ezra Sparling, which occurred at his residence about 3 o'clock this afternoon. The occurrence will be as startling as painful to his host of friends and acquaintances, as the deceased has apparently been in the best of health. The cause was probably heart disease. Particulars are necessarily deferred till our next issue. The paper dropped from my hand. The shock made me faint for a moment. Sparling dead? I could not comprehend it. The hack had just turned into the street on which was his house. I looked at my watch. There was not one moment to spare. Shall I tell the truth? that this certainly gave me great relief just then. I, of all men, should be with the afflicted family in that dark hour, and here was an excellent excuse for the non-performance of the sad duty. I shrank, as all do, from the disagreeable task. The hack went swiftly to the house. The driver knew he had no time to lose. I saw in the twilight that the blinds were closed. 2 or 3 neighbours were on the front steps. I had a glimpse of a woman doing something at the door. Putting crape on the knob, I said to myself, and the scene disappeared like some fleeting picture conjured up by the memory. So my journey was commenced with a heavy heart. I looked about anxiously for somebody who could tell me more about my friend's death. Nobody could. The 2 or 3 with whom I was able to exchange a few words about it before the express came and went knew what I did, and no more. They had seen the brief newspaper announcement, and that was all. I lay awake 2 hours that night after my berth in the sleeper was made up, thinking of poor Sparling, of his bereaved family, and what I ought to do in the premises. It was an unusual occasion with me. Nobody, not even a relative, had ever departed and left the gap in my life that this man would leave. Naturally, I began to condemn myself for hastening away as I had done, after learning of Ezra's death. To be sure, my plans were all previously made, and the 3 days' delay that would be necessary in offering my consolations to the family and attending the funeral would be inconvenient. That was all, merely a little derangement of my plans, not even involving any business loss. I became angry and dissatisfied with myself as these reflections proceeded, and tried to excuse my conduct by the plea that the news had come upon me so suddenly that I had no time for the calm reflection necessary to a change of plan. My conscience was a stern monitor, and would not excuse me so easily. "He would never have acted thus towards you," was its comment upon my apologies. I tossed about uneasily, proposed in my mind that I would get off at Dandenong and return home, resolved the next moment that I would do nothing of the kind, but would send a long telegram to the widow explaining the necessity of my absence and tendering my sympathy, decided next that this would be an absurd thing to do, and at last fell to sleep with nothing settled. When I awoke, I was 300 miles from home. I tried to put away all thoughts of Sparling and fix my mind on business. It would not do. The man who attempts to fight a battle with his conscience is always in the wrong, always sure of defeat. Moreover, that kind of a contest will exclude everything else from his mind till it is settled. When the train reached its destination, I was conquered. Letting my baggage go on, I left the car, and in a fever of impatience walked to the station until I could take a return train. From the probabilities of such occasions, I had settled it in my mind that Sparling would be buried on the afternoon of the 3rd day from that of his death. Timetables were studied, conductors interrogated, and it was made certain that I ought in due course to reach home at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day. That would be a very close thing, I reflected. There would be probably only time for me to take a carriage and join the procession to the cemetery. Much distressed in mind, I resolved to do this if circumstances admitted of nothing more. But even this poor privilege was denied me. There were maddening delays and detentions. It was not until midnight of the 3rd day that I left the train at the home station. My state of mind admits of no description. I feared to learn the truth. I would not inquire if the funeral had yet taken place. There were no carriages there at that hour, and I walked alone through the deserted streets. There was a full moon, and the gas lamps were not lighted, but the time was July, and the foliage often veiled the moonbeams. The force of habit led me through the street where Sparling had lived. I would not think of calling at that untimely hour. I must learn the particulars of the funeral at home. But in my remorseful condition of mind it seemed to me the correct thing to do to walk slowly past the house of the mourning and abase my soul before it. As I neared the gate, I saw a tall figure leaning on it. The form and the attitude were so familiar to me as to strike me through with terror. I halted abruptly. The face was slowly turned toward me. It looked white in the vague moonlight, pale and very sorrowful. It was Sparling's. I grew cold from head to foot. With what little strength was left me, I tried to cross the street. A timorous glance back over my shoulder showed me that it was following me. Swiftly, straight, it came after me. I could have prayed for wings to fly with me away from the terror of that place. What name could I give that thing? Overtook me. The pale countenance still looked reproachful, rebukeful. "For God's sake, Ezra," I cried, "don't come back and haunt me. I was wrong, but you know I have tried." A smile broke over the sad face, so like his smile. In the sudden revulsion of my feelings, I fainted. Somebody fanned me with a hat. I opened my eyes. It was leaning over me. "Now, what's the matter, Joe?" a familiar voice cheerfully inquired. "I thought you were off 3 days ago. And what do you mean by dodging away from me in this fashion?" I sat up. "Ezra," I said, grasping his hands in solemn joy, "you have come back to me as one from the grave." "Oh, you heard the false alarm, did you? Nothing but a ridiculous newspaper mistake, founded on the death of poor old Bunting next door, who's been dying for 2 or 3 years. I couldn't sleep this hot night, so I came out here to get some air. Now you're back and find me alive. Hadn't you better put off your trip till the weather cools?" End of My Friend Sparling. Recording by Felicity Campbell, book1forme.com, Whanganui, New Zealand.
The Three Strangers by Thomas Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Among the few features of agricultural England which retain an appearance but little modified by the lapse of centuries may be reckoned the high grassy and furzy downs, combes, or ewe leases, as they are indifferently called, that fill a large area of certain counties in the south and southwest. If any mark of human occupation is met with hereon, it usually takes the form of the solitary cottage of some shepherd. 50 years ago, such a lonely cottage stood on such a down, and may possibly be standing there now. In spite of its loneliness, however, the spot, by actual measurement, was not more than 5 miles from a county town. Yet that affected it little. 5 miles of irregular upland during the long inimical seasons, with their sleets, snows, rains, and mists, afford withdrawing space enough to isolate a Timon or a Nebuchadnezzar. Much less in fair weather to please that less repellent tribe, the poets, philosophers, artists, and others who conceive and meditate of pleasant things. Some old earthen camp or barrow, some clump of trees, at least some starved fragment of ancient hedge, is usually taken advantage of in the erection of these forlorn dwellings, but in the present case such a kind of shelter had been disregarded. Higher Crowstairs, as the house was called, stood quite detached and undefended. The only reason for its precise situation seemed to be the crossing of 2 footpaths at right angles hard by, which may have crossed there and thus for a good 500 years. Hence the house was exposed to the elements on all sides. But though the wind up here blew unmistakably when it did blow, and the rain hit hard whenever it fell, the various weathers of the winter season were not quite so formidable on the coombe as they were imagined to be by dwellers on low ground. The raw rimes were not so pernicious as in the hollows, and the frosts were scarcely so severe. When the shepherd and his family, who tenanted the house, were pitied for their sufferings from the exposure, they said that, upon the whole, they were less inconvenienced by wuzzes and flames, horses and phlegms, than when they had lived by the stream of a snug neighboring valley. The night of March 28, 1820 , was precisely one of the nights that were wont to call forth these expressions of commiseration. The level rain-storm smote walls, slopes, and hedges like the cloth-yard shafts of Senlac and Crécy. Such sheep and outdoor animals as had no shelter stood with their buttocks to the winds, while the tails of little birds, trying to roost on some scraggy thorn, were blown inside out like umbrellas. The gable end of the cottage was stained with wet, and the eaves-droppings flapped against the wall. Yet never was commiseration for the shepherd more misplaced, for that cheerful rustic was entertaining a large party in glorification of the christening of his second girl. The guests had arrived before the rain began to fall, and they were all now assembled in the chief or living-room of the dwelling. A glance into the apartment at 8 o'clock on this eventful evening would have resulted in the opinion that it was as cosy and comfortable a nook as could be wished for in boisterous weather. The calling of its inhabitant was proclaimed by a number of highly polished sheep crooks without stems that were hung ornamentally over the fireplace, the curl of each shining crook varying from the antiquated type engraved in the patriarchal pictures of old family Bibles to the most approved fashion of the last local sheep fair. The room was lighted by half a dozen candles, having wicks only a trifle smaller than the grease which enveloped them, in candlesticks that were never used but at high days, holy days, and family feasts. The lights were scattered about the room, 2 of them standing on the chimney-piece. This position of candles was in itself significant. Candles on the chimney-piece always meant a party. On the hearth, in front of a back-brand, to give substance, blazed a fire of thorns that crackled like the laughter of the fool. 19 persons were gathered here. Of these, 5 women, wearing gowns of various bright hues, sat in chairs along the wall. Girls, shy and not shy, filled the window-bench. 4 men, including Charlie Jake, the hedge carpenter, Elijah New, the parish clerk, and John Pitcher, a neighboring dairyman, the shepherd's father-in-law, lolled in the settle. A young man and maid who were blushing over tentative pourparlers on a life companionship sat beneath the corner cupboard, and an elderly engaged man of 50 or upward moved restlessly about from spots where his betrothed was not to the spot where she was. Enjoyment was pretty general, and so much the more prevailed in being unhampered by conventional restrictions. Absolute confidence in each other's good opinion begat perfect ease, while the finishing stroke of manner, amounting to a truly princely serenity, was lent to the majority by the absence of any expression or trait denoting that they wished to get on in the world, enlarge their minds, or do any eclipsing thing whatever, which nowadays so generally nips the bloom and bonhomie of all except the 2 extremes of the social scale. Shepherd Fennel had married well, his wife being a dairyman's daughter from a vale at a distance, who brought 50 guineas in her pocket, and kept them there till they should be required for ministering to the needs of a coming family. This frugal woman had been somewhat exercised as to the character that should be given to the gathering. A sit-still party had its advantages, but an undisturbed position of ease in chairs and settles was apt to lead on the men to such an unconscionable deal of toping that they would sometimes fairly drink the house dry. A dancing party was the alternative. But this, while avoiding the foregoing objection in the score of good drink, had a counterbalancing at disadvantage in the matter of good victuals, the ravenous appetites engendered by the exercise causing immense havoc in the buttery. Shepherdess Fennel fell back upon the intermediate plan of mingling short dances with short periods of talk and singing, so as to hinder any ungovernable rage in either. But this scheme was entirely confined to her own gentle mind. The shepherd himself was in the mood to exhibit the most reckless phases of hospitality. The fiddler was a boy of those parts, about 12 years of age, who had a wonderful dexterity in jigs and reels, though his fingers were so small and short as to necessitate a constant shifting for the high notes, from which he scrambled back to the first position with sounds not of unmixed purity of tone. At 7 the shrill tweedledee of this youngster had begun, accompanied by a booming ground bass from Elijah New, the parish clerk, who had thoughtfully brought with him his favorite musical instrument, the serpent. Dancing was instantaneous, Mrs. Fennel privately enjoining the players on no account to let the dance exceed the length of a quarter of an hour. But Elijah and the boy, in the excitement of their position, quite forgot the injunction. Moreover, Oliver Giles, a man of 17, one of the dancers, who was enamored of his partner, a fair girl of 33 rolling years, had recklessly handed a new crown-piece to the musicians, as a bribe to keep going as long as they had muscle and wind. Mrs. Fennel, seeing the steam begin to generate on the countenances of her guests, crossed over and touched the fiddler's elbow, and put her hand on the serpent's mouth. But they took no notice, and fearing she might lose her character of genial hostess if she were to interfere too markedly, she retired and sat down helpless. And so the dance whizzed on with cumulative fury, the performers moving in their planet-like courses, direct and retrograde, from apogee to perigee, till the hand of the well-kicked clock at the bottom of the room had travelled over the circumference of an hour. While these cheerful events were in course of enactment within Fennel's pastoral dwelling, an incident having considerable bearing on the party had occurred in the gloomy night without. Mrs. Fennel's concern about the growing fierceness of the dance corresponded in point of time with the ascent of a human figure to the solitary hill of Higher Crowstairs from the direction of the distant town. This personage strode on through the rain without a pause, following the little worn path which, further on in its course, skirted the shepherd's cottage. It was nearly the time of full moon, and on this account, though the sky was lined with a uniform sheet of dripping cloud, ordinary objects out of doors were readily visible. The sad wan light revealed the lonely pedestrian to be a man of supple frame. His gait suggested that he had somewhat passed the period of perfect and instinctive agility, though not so far as to be otherwise than rapid of motion when occasion required. At a rough guess he might have been about 40 years of age. He appeared tall, but a recruiting sergeant or other person accustomed to the judging of men's heights by the eye would have discerned that this was chiefly owing to his gauntness, and that he was not more than 5 feet 8 or 9. Notwithstanding the regularity of his tread, there was caution in it, as in that of one who mentally feels his way. And despite the fact that it was not a black coat nor a dark garment of any sort that he wore, there was something about him which suggested that he naturally belonged to the black-coated tribes of men. His clothes were of fustian, and his boots hobnailed, yet in his progress he showed not the mud-accustomed bearing of hobnailed and fustianed peasantry. By the time that he had arrived abreast of the shepherd's premises, the rain came down, or rather came along, with yet more determined violence. The outskirts of the little settlement partially broke the force of wind and rain, and this induced him to stand still. The most salient of the shepherd's domestic erections was an empty sty at the forward corner of his hedgeless garden, for in these latitudes the principle of masking the homelier features of your establishment by a conventional frontage was unknown. The traveller's eye was attracted to this small building by the pallid shine of the wet slates that covered it. He turned aside, and finding it empty, stood under the pent roof for shelter. While he stood, the boom of the serpent within the adjacent house, and the lesser strains of the fiddler, reached the spot as an accompaniment to the surging hiss of the flying rain on the sod, its louder beating on the cabbage leaves of the garden, on the 8 or 10 beehives just discernible by the path, and its dripping from the eaves into a row of buckets and pans that had been placed under the walls of the cottage. For at Higher Crowstairs, as at all such elevated domiciles, the grand difficulty of housekeeping was an insufficiency of water, and a casual rainfall was utilized by turning out, as catchers, every utensil that the house contained. Some queer stories might be told of the contrivances for economy in suds and dishwaters that are absolutely necessitated in upland habitations during the droughts of summer. But at this season there were no such exigencies. A mere acceptance of what the skies bestowed was sufficient for an abundant store. At last the notes of the serpent ceased, and the house was silent. This cessation of activity aroused the solitary pedestrian from the reverie into which he had elapsed, and emerging from the shed with an apparently new intention, he walked up the path to the house door. Arrived here, his first act was to kneel down on a large stone beside the row of vessels, and to drink a copious draught from one of them. Having quenched his thirst, he rose and lifted his hand to knock, but paused with his eye upon the panel. Since the dark surface of the wood revealed absolutely nothing, it was evident that he must be mentally looking through the door, as if he wished to measure thereby all the possibilities that a house of this sort might include, and how they might bear upon the question of his entry. In his indecision he turned and surveyed the scene around. Not a soul was anywhere visible. The garden path stretched downward from his feet, gleaming like the track of a snail. The roof of the little well, mostly dry, the well cover, the top rail of the garden gate, were varnished with the same dull liquid glaze, while far away in the vale a faint whiteness of more than usual extent showed that the rivers were high in the meads. Beyond all this winked a few bleared lamplights through the beating drops, lights that denoted the situation of the county town from which he had appeared to come. The absence of all notes of life in that direction seemed to clinch his intentions, and he knocked at the door. Within, a desultory chat had taken the place of movement and musical sound. The hedge carpenter was suggesting a song to the company, which nobody just then was inclined to undertake, so that the knock afforded a not unwelcome diversion. "Walk in," said the shepherd promptly. The latch clicked upward, and out of the night our pedestrian appeared upon the door-mat. The shepherd arose, snuffed 2 of the nearest candles, and turned to look at him. Their light disclosed that the stranger was dark in complexion, and not unprepossessing as to feature. His hat, which for a moment he did not remove, hung low over his eyes, without concealing that they were large, open, and determined, moving with a flash rather than a glance round the room. He seemed pleased with his survey, and, baring his shaggy head, said in a rich, deep voice, "The rain is so heavy, friends, that I ask leave to come in and rest awhile." "To be sure, stranger," said the shepherd, "and faith you've been lucky in choosing your time, for we are having a bit of a fling for a glad cause. though to be sure a man could hardly wish that glad cause to happen more than once a year." "Nor less," spoke up a woman, "for 'tis best to get your family over and done with as soon as you can, so as to be all the earlier out of the fag o' it." "And what may be this glad cause?" asked the stranger. "A birth and christening," said the shepherd. The stranger hoped his host might not be made unhappy either by too many or too few of such episodes, and being invited by a gesture to a pull at the mug, he readily acquiesced. His manner, which before entering had been so dubious, was now altogether that of a careless and candid man. "Late to be traipsing athwart the combe, eh?" said the engaged man of 50. "Late it is, master, as you say. I'll take a seat in the chimney corner if you have nothing to urge against it, ma'am, for I am a little moist on the side that was next the rain." Mrs. Shepherd Fennel assented, and made room for the self-invited comer, who, having got completely inside the chimney corner, stretched out his legs and arms with the expansiveness of a person quite at home. "Yet I am rather cracked in the vamp," he said freely, seeing that the eyes of the shepherd's wife fell upon his boots, "and I am not well fitted either. I have had some rough times lately, and have been forced to pick up what I can get in the way of wearing, but I must find a suit better fit for working days when I reach home." "One of hereabouts?" she inquired. "Not quite that. Further up the country." "I thought so, and so be I. And by your tongue you come from my neighbourhood." "But you would hardly have heard of me," he said quickly. "My time would be long before yours, ma'am, you see." The testimony to the youthfulness of his hostess had the effect of stopping her cross-examination. "There is only one thing more wanted to make me happy," continued the newcomer, "and that is a little baccy, which I am sorry to say I am out of." "I'll fill your pipe," said the shepherd. "I must ask you to lend me a pipe likewise." "A smoker and no pipe about 'ee?" "I have dropped it somewhere on the road." The shepherd filled and handed him a new clay pipe, saying as he did so, "Hand me your baccy box, I'll fill that too, now I am about it." The man went through the movement of searching his pockets. "Lost that too?" said his entertainer, with some surprise. "I'm afraid so," said the man, with some confusion. "Give it to me in a screw of paper." Lighting his pipe at the candle with a suction that drew the whole flame into the bowl, he resettled himself in the corner, and bent his looks upon the faint steam from his damp legs, as if he wished to say no more. Meanwhile the general body of guests had been taking little notice of this visitor, by reason of an absorbing discussion in which they were engaged with the band about a tune for the next dance. The matter being settled, they were about to stand up when an interruption came in the shape of another knock at the door. At sound of the same, the man in the chimney corner took up the poker and began stirring the brands, as if doing it thoroughly were the one aim of his existence. And a second time the shepherd said, "Walk in." In a moment another man stood upon the straw-woven door-mat. He, too, was a stranger. This individual was one of a type radically different from the first. There was more of the commonplace in his manner, and a certain jovial cosmopolitanism sat upon his features. He was several years older than the first arrival, his hair being slightly frosted, his eyebrows bristly, and his whiskers cut back from his cheeks. His face was rather full and flabby, and yet it was not altogether a face without power. A few grog blossoms marked the neighbourhood of his nose. He flung back his long drab greatcoat, revealing that beneath it he wore a suit of cinder-grey shade throughout, large heavy seals of some metal or other that would take a polish, dangling from his fob as his only personal ornament. Shaking the water-drops from his low-crowned glazed hat, he said, "I must ask for a few minutes' shelter, comrades, or I shall be wetted to my skin before I get to Casterbridge." "Make yourself at home, master," said the shepherd, perhaps a trifle less heartily than on the first occasion. Not that Fennel had the least tinge of niggardliness in his composition, but the room was far from large, spare chairs were not numerous, and damp companions were not altogether desirable at close quarters for the women and girls in their bright-coloured gowns. However, the second comer, after taking off his greatcoat, and hanging his hat on a nail in one of the ceiling beams, as if he had been specially invited to put it there, advanced and sat down at the table. This had been pushed so closely into the chimney-corner, to give all available room to the dancers, that its inner edge grazed the elbow of the man who had ensconced himself by the fire, and thus the two strangers were brought into close companionship. They nodded to each other, by way of breaking the ice of unacquaintance, and the first stranger handed his neighbour the family mug, a huge vessel of brown ware, having its upper edge worn away like a threshold by the rub of whole generations of thirsty lips that had gone the way of all flesh, and bearing the following inscription burnt upon its rotund side in yellow letters: "There is no fun until I come." The other man, nothing loath, raised the mug to his lips and drank on and on and on, till a curious blueness overspread the countenance of the shepherd's wife, who had regarded with no little surprise the first stranger's free offer to the second of what did not belong to him to dispense. "I knew it," said the toper to the shepherd with much satisfaction. "When I walked up your garden before coming in, and saw the hives all of a row, I said to myself, where there's bees there's honey, and where there's honey there's mead. But mead of such a truly comfortable sort as this I really didn't expect to meet in my older days." He took yet another pull at the mug till it assumed an ominous elevation. "Glad you enjoy it," said the shepherd warmly. "It is goodish mead," assented Mrs. Fennel, with an absence of enthusiasm which seemed to say that it was possible to buy praise for one's cellar at too heavy a price. "It is trouble enough to make, and really I hardly think we shall make any more, for honey sells well, and we ourselves can make shift with a drop of small mead and metheglin for common use from the comb washings." "Oh, but you never have the heart!" reproachfully cried the stranger in cinder gray, after taking up the mug a third time and setting it down empty. "I love mead when 'tis old like this, as I love to go to church o' Sundays, or to relieve the needy any day of the week." "Ha, ha, ha!" said the man in the chimney-corner, who, in spite of the taciturnity induced by the pipe of tobacco, could not or would not refrain from this slight testimony to his comrade's humour. Now the old mead of those days brewed of the purest first year or maiden honey, 4 pounds to the gallon, with its due complement of white of eggs, cinnamon, ginger, cloves, mace, rosemary, yeast, and processes of working, bottling, and cellaring, tasted remarkably strong. But it did not taste so strong as it actually was. Hence, presently, the stranger in cinder gray at the table, moved by its creeping influence, unbuttoned his waistcoat, threw himself back in his chair, spread his legs, and made his presence felt in various ways. "Well, well, as I say," he resumed, "I am going to Casterbridge, and to Casterbridge I must go. I should have been almost there by this time, but the rain drove me into your dwelling, and I'm not sorry for it." "You don't live in Casterbridge?" said the shepherd. "Not as yet, though I shortly mean to move there." "Going to set up in trade, perhaps?" "No, no," said the shepherd's wife. "It is easy to see that the gentleman is rich, and don't want to work at anything." The cinder-gray stranger paused, as if to consider whether he would accept that definition of himself. He presently rejected it by answering, "Rich is not quite the word for me, dame. I do work, and I must work. And even if I only get to Casterbridge by midnight, I must begin work there at 8 to-morrow morning. Yes, het or wet, blow or snow, famine or sword, me day's work to-morrow must be done." "Poor man! Then in spite of seeming you be worse off than we," replied the shepherd's wife. "'Tis the nature of me trade, men and maidens, 'tis the nature of my trade more than my poverty. But really and truly I must up and off, or I shan't get a lodging in the town." However, the speaker did not move, and directly added, There's time for one more draught of friendship before I go, and I'd perform it at once if the mug were not dry." "Here's a mug of small," said Mrs. Fennel. "Small we call it, though to be sure 'tis only the first wash of the combs." "No," said the stranger disdainfully, "I won't spoil your first kindness by partaking of your second." "Certainly not," broke in Fennel. "We don't increase and multiply every day, and I'll fill the mug again." He went away to the dark place under the stairs where the barrel stood. The shepherdess followed him. "Why should you do this?" she said reproachfully, as soon as they were alone. "He's emptied it once, though it held enough for 10 people, and now he's not contented with the small, but must needs call for more of the strong, and a stranger unbeknown to any of us. For my part, I don't like the look of the man at all." "But he's in the house, my honey, and 'tis a wet night and a christening. Days it wants a cup of mead, more or less. There'll be plenty more next bee burning." "Very well, this time, then," she answered, looking wistfully at the barrel. "But what is this man's calling, and where is he one of, that he should come in and join us like this?" "I don't know. I'll ask him again." The catastrophe of having the mug drained dry at one pull by the stranger in cinder gray was effectually guarded against this time by Mrs. Fennel. She poured out his allowance in a small cup, keeping the large one at a discreet distance from him. When he had tossed off his portion, the shepherd renewed his inquiry about the stranger's occupation. The latter did not immediately reply, and the man in the chimney-corner with sudden demonstrativeness said, "Anybody may know my trade. I'm a wheelwright." "A very good trade for these parts," said the shepherd. "And anybody may know mine, if they've the sense to find it out," said the stranger in cinder gray. "You might generally tell what a man is by his claws," observed the hedge carpenter, looking at his own hands. "My fingers be as full of thorns as an old pin-cushion is of pins." The hands of the man in the chimney-corner instinctively sought the shade, and he gazed into the fire as he resumed his pipe. The man at the table took up the hedge carpenter's remark and added smartly, "True, but the oddity of my trade is that, instead of setting a mark upon me, it sets a mark upon my customers." No observation being offered by anybody in elucidation of this enigma, the shepherd's wife once more called for a song. The same obstacles presented themselves as at the former time. One had no voice, another had forgotten the first verse. The stranger at the table, whose soul had now risen to a good working temperature, relieved the difficulty by exclaiming that, to start the company, he would sing himself. Thrusting one thumb into the armhole of his waistcoat, he waved the other hand in the air, and with an extemporizing gaze at the shining sheep-crooks above the mantelpiece began, "Oh, my trade it is the rarest one, simple shepherds all. My trade is a sight to see, for my customers are tie, and I take them up on high, and waft them to a far country." The room was silent when he had finished the verse, with one exception, that of the man in the chimney-corner, who at the singer's word "chorus" joined him in a deep bass voice of musical relish, "and waft them to a far country." Oliver Giles, John Pitcher, the dairyman, the parish clerk, the engaged man of 50, the row of young women against the wall seemed lost in thought not of the gayest kind. The shepherd looked meditatively on the ground, the shepherdess gazed keenly at the singer, and with some suspicion. She was doubting whether this stranger were merely singing an old song from recollection, or was composing one there and then for the occasion. All were as perplexed at the obscure revelation as the guests at Belshazzar's feast, except the man in the chimney-corner, who quietly said, "The second verse, stranger," and smoked on. The singer thoroughly moistened himself from his lips inward, and went on with the next stanza as requested. "My tools are but common ones, simple shepherds all. My tools are no sight to see, a little hempen string and a post whereon to swing, are implements enough for me." Shepherd Fennel glanced round. There was no longer any doubt that the stranger was answering his question rhythmically. The guests, one and all, started back with suppressed exclamations. The young woman engaged to the man of 50 fainted half-way, and would have proceeded, but finding him wanting in alacrity for catching her, she sat down trembling. "Oh, he's the—" whispered the people in the background, mentioning the name of an ominous public officer. "He's come to do it. 'Tis to be at Casterbridge jail to-morrow. The man for sheep-stealing. The poor clockmaker we heard of, who used to live away at Shottsford and had no work to do. Timothy Summers, whose family were a-starving, and so he went out of Shottsford by the high road and took a sheep in open daylight, defying the farmer and the farmer's wife and the farmer's lad and every man-jack among 'em. He," and they nodded toward the stranger of the deadly trade, "is come from up the country to do it, because there's not enough to do in his own county town. And he's got the place here now our own county man's dead. He's going to live in the same cottage under the prison wall." The stranger in cinder gray took no notice of this whispered string of observations, but again wetted his lips. Seeing that his friend in the chimney-corner was the only one who reciprocated his joviality in any way, he held out his cup toward that appreciative comrade, who also held out his own. They clinked together, the eyes of the rest of the room hanging upon the singer's actions. He parted his lips for the third verse, but at that moment another knock was audible upon the door. This time the knock was faint and hesitating. The company seemed scared. The shepherd looked with consternation toward the entrance, and it was with some effort that he resisted his alarmed wife's deprecatory glance, and uttered for the third time the welcoming words, "Walk in." The door was gently opened, and another man stood upon the mat. He, like those who had preceded him, was a stranger. This time it was a short, small personage of fair complexion, and dressed in a decent suit of dark clothes. "Can you tell me the way to—" he began, when, gazing round the room to observe the nature of the company among whom he had fallen, his eyes lighted on the stranger in cinder gray. It was just at the instant when the latter, who had thrown his mind into his song with such a will that he scarcely heeded the interruption, silenced all whispers and inquiries by bursting into his third verse. "To-morrow is my working day, simple shepherds all. To-morrow is a working day for me, for the farmer's sheep is slain, and the lad who did it ta'en, and on his soul may God have mercy." The stranger in the chimney-corner, waving cups with the singer so heartily that his mead splashed over on the hearth, repeated in his bass voice as before, "And on his soul may God have mercy." All this time the third stranger had been standing in the doorway. Finding now that he did not come forward or go on speaking, the guests particularly regarded him. They noticed, to their surprise, that he stood before them the picture of abject terror, his knees trembling, his hand shaking so violently that the door-latch by which he supported himself rattled audibly. His white lips were parted, and his eyes fixed on the merry officer of justice in the middle of the room. A moment more, and he had turned, closed the door, and fled. "What a man can it be?" said the shepherd. The rest, between the awfulness of their late discovery and the odd conduct of this third visitor, looked as if they knew not what to think, and said nothing. Instinctively they withdrew further and further from the grim gentleman in their midst, whom some of them seemed to take for the Prince of Darkness himself, till they formed a remote circle, an empty space of floor being left between them and him. Circulus cuius centrum diabolis. The room was so silent, though there were more than 20 people in it, that nothing could be heard but the patter of the rain against the window-shutters, accompanied by the occasional hiss of a stray drop that fell down the chimney into the fire, and the steady puffing of the man in the corner, who had now resumed his pipe of long clay. The stillness was unexpectedly broken. The distant sound of a gun reverberated through the air, apparently from the direction of the county town. "Be jiggered!" cried the stranger who had sung the song, jumping up. "What does that mean?" asked several. "A prisoner escaped from the jail, that's what it means." All listened. The sound was repeated, and none of them spoke but the man in the chimney corner, who said quietly, "I've often been told that in this county they fire a gun at such times, but I never heard it till now." "I wonder if it is my man," murmured the personage in cinder gray. "Surely it is," said the shepherd involuntarily. "And surely we've seed him, that little man who looked in at the door by now, and quivered like a leaf when he seed ye and heard your song." "His teeth chattered and the breath went out of his body," said the dairyman. "And his heart seemed to sink within him like a stone," said Oliver Giles. "And he bolted as if he'd been shot at," said the hedge carpenter. "True, his teeth chattered and his heart seemed to sink, and he bolted as if he'd been shot at," slowly summed up the man in the chimney corner. "I didn't notice it," remarked the hangman. "We were all a-wondering what made him run off in such a fright," faltered one of the women against the wall, "and now 'tis explained." The firing of the alarm gun went on at intervals, low and sullenly, and their suspicions became a certainty. The sinister gentleman in cinder gray roused himself. "Is there a constable here?" he asked in thick tones. "If so, let him step forward." The engaged man of 50 stepped quavering out from the wall, his betrothed beginning to sob on the back of the chair. "You are a sworn constable?" "I be, sir." "Then pursue the criminal at once, with assistance, and bring him back here. He can't have gone far." "I will, sir, I will, when I've got my staff. I'll go home and get it, and come sharp here and start in a body." "Staff? Never mind your staff. The man'll be gone." "But I can't do nothing without me staff, can I, William and John and Childish?" "No, for there's the king's royal crown a-painted on it in yaller and gold, and the lion and the unicorn, so as when I raise it up and hit me prisoner, 'tis made a lawful blow thereby. I wouldn't tempt to take up a man without me staff, no, not I. If I hadn't a law to gie me courage, why, instead of my taking up him, he might take up me." "Now I'm the king's man myself, and can give you authority enough for this," said the formidable officer in grey. "Now then, all of ye, be ready. Have you any lanterns?" "Yes, have you any lanterns? I demand it," said the constable. "And the rest of you able-bodied men, yes, the rest of ye," said the constable. "Have you some good stout staves and pitchforks?" "Staves and pitchforks in the name of the law, and take 'em in their hands and go in quest, and do as we in authority tell ye." Thus aroused, the men prepared to give chase. The evidence was, indeed, though circumstantial, so convincing that but little argument was needed to show the shepherd's guests that after what they had seen it would look very much like connivance if they did not instantly pursue the unhappy third stranger, who could not as yet have gone more than a few hundred yards over such uneven country. A shepherd is always well provided with lanterns, and lighting these hastily, and with hurdle staves in their hands, they poured out of the door, taking a direction along the crest of the hill, away from the town, the rain having fortunately a little abated. Disturbed by the noise, or possibly by unpleasant dreams of her baptism, the child who had been christened began to cry heartbrokenly in the room overhead. These notes of grief came down through the chinks of the floor to the ears of the women below, who jumped up one by one, and seemed glad of the excuse to ascend and comfort the baby, for the incidents of the last half hour greatly oppressed them. Thus in the space of 2 or 3 minutes the room on the ground floor was deserted quite. But it was not for long. Hardly had the sound of footsteps died away when a man returned round the corner of the house from the direction the pursuers had taken. Peeping in at the door and seeing nobody there, he entered leisurely. It was the stranger of the chimney corner, who had gone out with the rest. The motive of his return was shown by his helping himself to a cut piece of skimmer cake that lay on a ledge beside where he had sat, and which he had apparently forgotten to take with him. He also poured out half a cup more mead from the quantity that remained, ravenously eating and drinking these as he stood. He had not finished when another figure came in just as quietly, his friend in cinder gray. "Oh, you here," said the latter, smiling. "I thought you had gone to help in the capture. and this speaker also revealed the object of his return by looking solicitously round for the fascinating mug of old mead. "And I thought you had gone," said the other, continuing his skimmer cake with some effort.
"Well, on second thoughts, I felt there were enough without me," said the first confidentially, "and such a night as it is, too. Besides, 'tis the business of the government to take care of its criminals, not mine."
True, so it is, and I felt as you did that there were enough without me."
"I don't want to break me limbs running over the humps and hollows of this wild country."
"Nor I neither, between you and me."
"These shepherd people are used to it. Simple-minded souls, you know, stirred up to anything in a moment. They'll have him ready for me before the morning, and no trouble to me at all."
"They'll have him, and we shall have saved ourselves all labour in the matter."
True. Well, my way is to Casterbridge, and 'tis as much as my legs will do to take me that far. Going the same way?"
No, I'm sorry to say I have to get home over there." He nodded indefinitely to the right, "and I feel as you do that it is quite enough for my legs to do before bedtime." The other had by this time finished the mead in the mug, after which, shaking hands heartily at the door, and wishing each other well, they went their several ways. In the meantime the company of pursuers had reached the end of the Hogsback elevation which dominated this part of the down. They had decided on no particular plan of action, and finding that the man of the baleful trade was no longer in their company, they seemed quite unable to form any such plan now. They descended in all directions down the hill, and straightway several of the party fell into the snare set by nature for all misguided midnight ramblers over this part of the Cretaceous formation. The lancets, or flint slopes, which belted the escarpment at intervals of a dozen yards, took the less cautious ones unawares, and losing their footing on the rubbly steep, they slid sharply downward, the lanterns rolling from their hands to the bottom, and there lying on their sides till the horn was scorched through. When they had again gathered themselves together, the shepherd, as the man who knew the country best, took the lead, and guided them round these treacherous inclines. The lanterns, which seemed rather to dazzle their eyes and warn the fugitive than to assist them in the exploration, were extinguished. Due silence was observed, and in this more rational order they plunged into the vale. It was a grassy, briery, moist defile, affording some shelter to any person who had sought it, but the party perambulated it in vain, and ascended on the other side. Here they wandered apart, and after an interval closed together again to report progress. At the second time of closing in they found themselves near a lonely ash, the single tree on this part of the coombe, probably sown there by a passing bird some 50 years before. And here, standing a little to one side of the trunk, as motionless as the trunk itself, appeared the man they were in quest of, his outline being well defined against the sky beyond. The band noiselessly drew up and faced him. "Your money or your life," said the constable sternly to the still figure.
"No, no," whispered John Pitcher. "'Tisn't our side ought to say that. That's the doctrine of vagabonds like him, and we be on the side of the law." "Well, well," replied the constable impatiently, "I must say something, mustn't I? And if you had all the weight of this undertaking upon your mind, perhaps you'd say the wrong thing too. Prisoner at the bar, surrender in the name of the Father, the Crown, I mean."
The man under the tree seemed now to notice them for the first time, and giving them no opportunity whatever for exhibiting their courage, he strolled slowly toward them. He was indeed the little man, the third stranger. But his trepidation had in a great measure gone. "Well, travellers," he said, "did I hear you speak to me?"
"You did. You got to come and be our prisoner at once," said the constable. "We arrest ye on the charge of not biding in Casterbridge jail in a decent proper manner to be hung to-morrow morning. Neighbours, do your duty and seize the culprit." On hearing the charge the man seemed enlightened, and saying not another word, resigned himself with preternatural civility to the search party, who with their staves in their hands surrounded him on all sides, and marched him back toward the shepherd's cottage. It was 11 o'clock by the time they arrived. The light shining from the open door
A sound of men's voices within proclaimed to them as they approached the house that some new events had arisen in their absence. On entering they discovered the shepherd's living-room to be invaded by 2 officers from Casterbridge jail, and a well-known magistrate who lived at the nearest country seat, intelligence of the escape having become generally circulated.
"Gentlemen," said the constable, "I have brought back your man, not without risk and danger, but every one must do his duty. He is inside this circle of able-bodied persons who have lent me useful aid considering their ignorance of crown work. Men, bring forward your prisoner."
And the third stranger was led to the light.
"Who is this?" said one of the officials. "The man," said the constable.
"Certainly not," said the turnkey, and the first corroborated his statement.
"But how can it be otherwise?" asked the constable. "Or why was he so terrified at sight of the singing instrument of the law who sat there?"
Here he related the strange behaviour of the third stranger on entering the house during the hangman's song.
"Can't understand it," said the officer coolly. "All I know is that it is not the condemned man. He's quite a different character from this one, a gauntish fellow with dark hair and eyes, rather good-looking, and with a musical bass voice that if you heard it once you'd never mistake as long as you lived." "Why, souls, 'twas the man in the chimney-corner!"
"Eh, what?" said the magistrate, coming forward after inquiring particulars from the shepherd in the background. "Haven't you got the man after all?"
"Well, sir," said the constable, "he's the man we were in search of, that's true, and yet he's not the man we were in search of. For the man we were in search of was not the man we wanted, sir, if you understand my everyday way, for 'twas the man in the chimney-corner."
"A pretty kettle of fish altogether," said the magistrate. "You had better start for the other man at once." The prisoner now spoke for the first time. The mention of the man in the chimney-corner seemed to have moved him as nothing else could do. "Sir," said he, stepping forward to the magistrate, "take no more trouble about me. The time is come when I may as well speak. I have done nothing. My crime is that the condemned man is my brother. Early this afternoon I left home at Shottsford to travel all the way to Casterbridge jail to bid him farewell. I was benighted, and called here to rest and ask the way. When I opened the door, I saw before me the very man, my brother, that I thought to see in the condemned cell at Casterbridge. He was in this chimney-corner, and jammed close to him, so that he could not have got out if he had tried, was the executioner who'd come to take his life, singing a song about it, and not knowing that it was his victim who was close by, joining in to save appearances. My brother looked a glance of agony at me, and I know he meant, 'Don't reveal what you see, my life depends on it.' I was so terror-struck that I could hardly stand, and not knowing what I did, I turned and hurried away." The narrator's manner and tone had the stamp of truth, and his story made a great impression on all around. "And do you know where your brother is at the present time?" asked the magistrate. "I do not. I have never seen him since I closed this door." "I can testify to that, for we've been between ye ever since," said the constable. "Where does he think to fly to? What is his occupation?" "He's a watch and clock maker, sir." "He said he was a wheelwright, a wicked rogue," said the constable. "The wheels of clocks and watches he meant, no doubt," said Shepherd Fennel. "I thought his hands were palish for his trade." "Well, it appears to me that nothing can be gained by retaining this poor man in custody," said the magistrate. "Your business lies with the other, unquestionably." And so the little man was released off-hand. But he looked nothing the less sad on that account, it being beyond the power of magistrate or constable to raise out the written troubles in his brain, for they concerned another whom he regarded with more solicitude than himself. When this was done, and the man had gone his way, the night was found to be so far advanced that it was deemed useless to renew the search before the next morning. Next day, accordingly, the quest for the clever sheep-stealer became general and keen, to all appearance at least. But the intended punishment was cruelly disproportioned to the transgression, and the sympathy of a great many country folk in that district was strongly on the side of the fugitive. Moreover, his marvellous coolness and daring in hob and nobbing with the hangman, under the unprecedented circumstances of the shepherd's party, won their admiration, so that it may be questioned if all those who ostensibly made themselves so busy in exploring woods and fields and lanes were quite so thorough when it came to the private examination of their own lofts and outhouses. Stories were afloat of a mysterious figure being occasionally seen in some old overgrown trackway or other, remote from turnpike roads, but when a search was instituted in any of these suspected quarters, nobody was found. Thus the days and weeks passed without tidings. In brief, the bass-voiced man of the chimney-corner was never recaptured. Some said that he went across the sea, others that he did not, but buried himself in the depths of a populous city. At any rate, the gentleman in cinder gray never did his morning's work at Casterbridge, nor met anywhere at all for business purposes the genial comrade with whom he had passed an hour of relaxation in the lonely house on the coombe. The grass has long been green on the graves of Shepherd Fennel and his frugal wife. The guests who made up the christening party have mainly followed their entertainers to the tomb. The baby in whose honour they all had met is a matron in the sere and yellow leaf, but the arrival of the three strangers at the shepherd's that night, and the details connected therewith, is a story as well known as ever in the country about Higher Crowstairs. End of The Three Strangers by Thomas Hardy, read by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Prometheus, Friend of Man, from Myths and Legends of All Nations, by various authors. Translated and edited by Logan Marshall. Read by Adam Tomkins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Many, many centuries ago there lived two brothers, Prometheus, or Forethought, and Epimetheus, or Afterthought. They were the sons of those Titans who had fought against Jupiter and been sent in chains to the great prison house of the lower world, but for some reason had escaped punishment. Prometheus, however, did not care for the idle life among the gods on Mount Olympus. Instead, he preferred to spend his time on the earth helping man find easier and better ways of living. For the children of Earth were not happy as they had been in the golden days when Saturn ruled. Indeed, they were very poor and wretched and cold, without fire, without food, and no shelter but miserable caves. With fire, they could at least warm their bodies and cook their food, Prometheus thought, and later they could make tools and build houses for themselves and enjoy some of the comforts of the gods. So Prometheus went to Jupiter and asked that he might be permitted to carry fire to the earth. But Jupiter shook his head in wrath. "Fire indeed!" he exclaimed. "If man had fire, they would soon be as strong and as wise as those who dwell on Olympus. Never will I give my consent." Prometheus made no reply, but he didn't give up on his idea of helping men. Some other way must be found, he thought. Then one day, as he was walking among some reeds, he broke one off, and seeing that its hollow stalk was filled with a dry, soft pith, exclaimed, "At last! In this I can carry fire, and the children of men shall have the great gift in spite of Jupiter." Immediately, taking a long stalk in his hands, he set out for the dwelling of the sun in the far east. He reached there in the early morning, just as Apollo's chariot was about to begin its journey across the sky. Lighting his reed, he hurried back, carefully guarding the precious spark that was hidden in the hollow stalk. Then he showed men how to build fires for themselves, and it was not long before they began to do all the wonderful things of which Prometheus had dreamed. They learned to cook and to domesticate animals, and to till the fields, and to mine precious metals and melt them into tools and weapons. And they came out of their dark and gloomy caves, and built for themselves beautiful houses of wood and stone. And instead of being sad and unhappy, they began to laugh and sing, "Behold, the age of gold has come again," they said. But Jupiter was not so happy. He saw that men were gaining daily greater power, and their very prosperity made him angry. "That young Titan," he cried out, when he heard what Prometheus had done, "I will punish him." But before punishing Prometheus, he decided to vex the children of men. So he gave a lump of clay to his blacksmith Vulcan, and told him to mold it into the form of a woman. When the work was done, he carried it to Olympus. Jupiter called the other gods together, bidding them to give her each a gift. One bestowed upon her beauty, another kindness, and another skill, another curiosity, and so on. Jupiter himself gave her the gift of life, and they named her Pandora, which means all-gifted. Then Mercury, the messenger of the gods, took Pandora and led her down the mountainside to the place where Prometheus and his brother were living. "Epimetheus, here is a beautiful woman that Jupiter has sent to be your wife," he said. Epimetheus was delighted, and soon loved Pandora very deeply, because of her beauty and her goodness. Now Pandora had brought with her as a gift from Jupiter a golden casket. Athena had warned her never to open the box, but she could not help wondering what it contained. Perhaps it held beautiful jewels. Why should they go to waste? At last she could not contain her curiosity any longer. She opened the box just a little to take a peep inside. Immediately there was a buzzing and whirring sound, and before she could snap down the lid, 10,000 ugly little creatures had jumped out. They were diseases and troubles, and very glad they were to be free. All over the earth they flew, entering into every household, and carrying sorrow and distress wherever they went. How Jupiter must have laughed when he saw the result of Pandora's curiosity. Soon after this, the god decided that it was time to punish Prometheus. He called Strength and Force and bade them seize the Titan and carry him to the highest peak of the Caucasus Mountains. Then he sent Vulcan to bind him with iron chains, making arms and feet fast to the rocks. Vulcan was sorry for Prometheus, but dared not disobey. So the friend of man lay, miserably bound, naked to the winds, while the storms beat about him, and an eagle tore at his leather with its cruel talons. Prometheus did not utter a groan in spite of all his suffering. Year after year he lay in agony, and yet would not complain, beg for mercy, or repent of what he had done. Men were sorry for him, but could do nothing. Then one day a beautiful white cow passed over the mountain, and stopped to look at Prometheus with sad eyes. "I know you," Prometheus said. "You are Io, once a fair and happy maiden dwelling in Argos, doomed by Jupiter and his jealous queen to wander over the earth in this guise. Go southward, and then west until you come to the great river Nile. There you shall again become a maiden, fairer than ever before, and shall marry the king of that country, and from your race shall spring the hero who will break my chains and set me free." Centuries passed, and then a great hero, Hercules, came to the Caucasus Mountains. He climbed the rugged peak, slew the fierce eagle, and with mighty blows broke the chains that bound the friend of man. End of Prometheus, Friend of Man, from Myths and Legends of All Nations, by various authors. Read by Adam Tomkins.
The Upturned Face by Stephen Crane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "What will we do now?" said the adjutant, troubled and excited. "Bury him," said Timothy Lean. The two officers looked down close to their toes where lay the body of their comrade. The face was chalk blue. Gleaming eyes stared at the sky. Over the two upright figures was a windy sound of bullets, and on the top of the hill Lean's prostrate company of Spitzbergen infantry was firing measured volleys. "Don't you think it would be better?" began the adjutant. "We might leave him until tomorrow." "No," said Lean. "I can't hold that post an hour longer. I've got to fall back, and we've got to bury old Bill." "Of course," said the adjutant at once. "Your men got entrenching tools?" Lean shouted back to his little line, and 2 men came slowly, one with a pick, one with a shovel. They started in the direction of the Rostina sharpshooters. Bullets cracked near their ears. "Dig here," said Lean gruffly. The men, thus caused to lower their glances to the turf, became hurried and frightened merely because they could not look to see whence the bullets came. The dull beat of the pick striking the earth sounded amid the swift snap of close bullets. Presently the other private began to shovel. "I suppose," said the adjutant slowly, "we'd better search his clothes for things." Lean nodded. Together, in curious abstraction, they looked at the body. Then Lean stirred his shoulders suddenly, arousing himself. "Yes," he said, "we'd better see what he's got." He dropped to his knees and his hands approached the body of the dead officer. But his hands wavered over the buttons of the tunic. The first button was brick red with drying blood, and he did not seem to dare touch it. "Go on," said the adjutant hoarsely. Lean stretched his wooden hand, and his fingers fumbled the blood-stained buttons. At last he rose with ghastly face. He had gathered a watch, a whistle, a pipe, a tobacco pouch, a handkerchief, a little case of cards, and papers. He looked at the adjutant. There was a silence. The adjutant was feeling that he had been a coward to make Lean do all the grisly business. "Well," said Lean, "and that's all, I think. You have his sword and revolver?" "Yes," said the adjutant, his face working. And then he burst out in a sudden strange fury at the 2 privates. "Why don't you hurry up with that grave? What are you doing, anyhow? Hurry, do you hear? I never saw such stupid—" Even as he cried out in his passion, the 2 men were laboring for their lives. Ever overhead the bullets were spitting. The grave was finished. It was not a masterpiece, a poor little shallow thing. Lean and the adjutant again looked at each other in a curious, silent communication. Suddenly the adjutant croaked out a weird laugh. It was a terrible laugh, which had its origin in that part of the mind which is first moved by the singing of the nerves. "Well," he said humorously to Lean, "I suppose we had best tumble him in." "Yes," said Lean. The 2 privates stood waiting, bent over their implements. "I suppose," said Lean, "it would be better if we laid him in ourselves." "Yes," said the adjutant. Then, apparently remembering that he had made Lean search the body, he stooped with great fortitude and took hold of the dead officer's clothing. Lean joined him. Both were particular that their fingers should not feel the corpse. They tugged away. The corpse lifted, heaved, toppled, flopped into the grave, and the 2 officers, straightening, looked again at each other. They were always looking at each other. They sighed with relief. The adjutant said, "I suppose we should say something. Do you know the service, Tim?" "They don't read the service until the grave is filled in," said Lean, pressing his lips to an academic expression. "Don't they?" said the adjutant, shocked that he had made the mistake. "Oh, well," he cried suddenly, let us say something while he can hear us." "All right," said Lean. "Do you know the service?" "I can't remember a line of it," said the adjutant. Lean was extremely dubious. "I can repeat 2 lines, but—" "Well, do it," said the adjutant. "Go as far as you can. That's better than nothing, and the beasts have got our range exactly." Lean looked at his two men. "Attention!" he barked. The privates came to attention with a click, looking much aggrieved. The adjutant lowered his helmet to his knee. Lean, bareheaded, he stood over the grave. The Rostina sharpshooters fired briskly. "O Father, our friend has sunk in the deep waters of death, but his spirit has leaped toward thee as the bubble arises from the lips of the drowning. Perceive, we beseech, O Father, the little flying bubble, and—" Lean, although husky and ashamed, had suffered no hesitation up to this point, but he stopped with a hopeless feeling and looked at the corpse. The adjutant moved uneasily. "And from thy superb heights," he began, and then he too came to an end. "And from thy superb heights," said Lean. The adjutant suddenly remembered a phrase in the back part of the Spitzbergen burial service, and he exploited it with the triumphant manner of a man who has recalled everything and can go on. "O God, have mercy! O God, have mercy!" said Lean. "Mercy," repeated the adjutant in quick failure. "Mercy," said Lean. And then he was moved by some violence of feeling, for he turned suddenly upon his two men and tigerishly said, "Throw the dirt in." The fire of the Rostina sharpshooters was accurate and continuous. One of the aggrieved privates came forward with his shovel. He lifted his first shovel-load of earth, and for a moment of inexplicable hesitation it was held poised above this corpse, which from its chalk-blue face looked keenly out from the grave. Then the soldier emptied his shovel on the feet. Timothy Lean felt as if tons had been swiftly lifted from off his forehead. He had felt that perhaps the private might empty the shovel on the face. It had been emptied on the feet. There was a great point gained there. Ha, ha, the first shovelful had been emptied on the feet. How satisfactory! The adjutant began to babble. "Well, of course, a man we've messed with all these years. Impossible. You can't, leave your intimate friends rotting on the field. Go on, for God's sake, and shovel, you." The man with the shovel suddenly ducked, grabbed his left arm with his right hand, and looked at his officer for orders. Lean picked the shovel from the ground. "Go to the rear," he said to the wounded man. He also addressed the other private. "You get under cover, too. I'll finish this business." The wounded man scrambled hard still for the top of the ridge without devoting any glances to the direction whence the bullets came, and the other man followed at an equal pace, but he was different in that he looked back anxiously 3 times. This is merely the way, often, of the hit and unhit. Timothy Lean filled the shovel, hesitated, and then, in a movement which was like a gesture of abhorrence, he flung the dirt into the grave, and as it landed, it made a sound. Plop. Lean suddenly stopped and mopped his brow, a tired laborer. "Perhaps we have been wrong," said the adjutant. His glance wavered stupidly. "It might have been better if we hadn't buried him just at this time. Of course, if we advanced tomorrow, the body would have been—" "Damn you," said Lean, "shut your mouth." He was not the senior officer. He again filled the shovel and flung the earth. Always the earth made that sound. Plop. For a space, Lean worked frantically, like a man digging himself out of danger. Soon there was nothing to be seen but the chalk-blue face. Lean filled the shovel. "Good God," he cried to the adjutant. "Why didn't you turn him somehow when you put him in? This—" Then Lean began to stutter. The adjutant understood. He was pale to the lips. "Go on, man," he cried, beseechingly, almost in a shout. Lean swung back the shovel. It went forward in a pendulum curve. When the earth landed, it made a sound. Plop. End of The Upturned Face.
Clair de Lune by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Clair de Lune by Guy de Maupassant. Abbé Marignon's martial name suited him well. He was a tall, thin priest, fanatic, excitable, yet upright. All his beliefs were fixed, never varying. He believed sincerely that he knew his God, understood his plans, desires, and intentions. When he walked with long strides along the garden walk of his little country parsonage, he would sometimes ask himself the question, "Why has God done this?" And he would dwell on this continually, putting himself in the place of God, and he almost invariably found an answer. He would never have cried out in an outburst of pious humility, "Thy ways, O Lord, are past finding out." He said to himself, "I am the servant of God. It is right for me to know the reason of his deeds, or to guess it if I do not know it." Everything in nature seemed to him to have been created in accordance with an admirable and absolute logic. The whys and becauses always balanced. Dawn was given to make our awakening pleasant, the days to ripen the harvest, the rains to moisten it, the evenings for preparation for slumber, and the dark nights for sleep. The 4 seasons corresponded perfectly to the needs of agriculture, and no suspicion had ever come to the priest of the fact that nature has no intentions, that, on the contrary, everything which exists must conform to the hard demands of seasons, climates, and matter. But he hated woman, hated her unconsciously, and despised her by instinct. He often repeated the words of Christ, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" And he would add, "It seems as though God himself were dissatisfied with this work of his." She was the tempter who led the first man astray, and who since then had ever been busy with her work of damnation. The feeble creature, dangerous and mysteriously affecting one. And even more than their sinful bodies, he hated their loving hearts. He had often felt their tenderness directed toward himself, and though he knew that he was invulnerable, he grew angry at this need of love that is always vibrating in them. According to his belief, God had created woman for the sole purpose of tempting and testing man. One must not approach her without defensive precautions and fear of possible snares. She was indeed just like a snare, with her lips open and her arms stretched out to man. He had no indulgence except for nuns, whom their vows had rendered inoffensive. But he was stern with them, nevertheless, because he felt that at the bottom of their fettered and humble hearts the everlasting tenderness was burning brightly, that tenderness which was shown even to him, a priest. He felt this cursed tenderness even in their docility, in the low tones of their voices when speaking to him, in their lowered eyes and their resigned tears when he reproved them roughly. And he would shake his cassock on leaving the convent doors, and walk off, lengthening his stride as though flying from danger. He had a niece who lived with her mother in a little house near him. He was bent upon making a sister of charity of her. She was a pretty brainless madcap. When the abbé preached, she laughed, and when he was angry with her, she would give him a hug, drawing him to her heart, while he sought unconsciously to release himself from this embrace, which, nevertheless, filled him with a sweet pleasure, awakening in his depths the sensation of paternity which slumbers in every man. Often, when walking by her side along the country road, he would speak to her of God, of his God. She never listened to him, but looked about her at the sky, the grass and flowers, and one could see the joy of life sparkling in her eyes. Sometimes she would dart forward to catch some flying creature, crying out as she brought it back, "Look, uncle, how pretty it is! I want to hug it." And this desire to hug flies or lilac blossoms disquieted, angered, and roused the priest, who saw even in this the ineradicable tenderness that is always budding in women's hearts. Then there came a day when the sexton's wife, who kept house for Abbé Marignan, told him with caution that his niece had a lover. Almost suffocated by the fearful emotion this news roused in him, he stood there, his face covered with soap, for he was in the act of shaving. When he had sufficiently recovered to think and speak, he cried, "It is not true! You lie, Mélanie!" But the peasant woman put her hand on her heart, saying,
"May our Lord judge me if I lie, Monsieur le Curé. I tell you, she goes there every night when your sister has gone to bed. They meet by the riverside. You only have to go there and see, between 10 o'clock and midnight."
He ceased scraping his chin, and began to walk up and down impetuously, as he always did when he was in deep thought. When he began shaving again, he cut himself 3 times from his nose to his ear. All day long he was silent, full of anger and indignation. To his priestly hatred of this invincible love was added the exasperation of her spiritual father, of her guardian and pastor, deceived and tricked by a child, and the selfish emotion shown by parents when their daughter announces that she has chosen a husband without them and in spite of them. After dinner he tried to read a little, but could not, growing more and more angry. When 10 o'clock struck, he seized his cane, a formidable oak stick, which he was accustomed to carry in his nocturnal walks when visiting the sick, and he smiled at the enormous club which he twirled in a threatening manner in his strong country fist. Then he raised it suddenly, and, gritting his teeth, brought it down on a chair, the broken back of which fell over on the floor. He opened the door to go out, but stopped on the sill, surprised by the splendid moonlight of such brilliance as is seldom seen. And as he was gifted with an emotional nature, one such as had all those poetic dreamers, the fathers of the church, he felt suddenly distracted and moved by the grand and serene beauty of this pale night. In his little garden, all bathed in soft light, his fruit trees in a row cast on the ground the shadow of their slender branches, scarcely in full leaf, while the giant honeysuckle, clinging to the wall of his house, exhaled a delicious sweetness, filling the warm moonlit atmosphere with a kind of perfumed soul. He began to take long breaths, drinking in the air as drunkards drink wine, and he walked along slowly, delighted, marvelling, almost forgetting his niece. As soon as he was outside of the garden, he stopped to gaze upon the plain, all flooded with the caressing light, bathed in that tender, languishing charm of serene nights. At each moment was heard the short metallic note of the cricket, and the distant nightingales shook out their scattered notes, their light, vibrant music that sets one dreaming without thinking, a music made for kisses, for the seduction of moonlight. The abbé walked on again, his heart failing, though he knew not why. He seemed weakened, suddenly exhausted. He wanted to sit down, to rest there, to think, to admire God in his works. Down yonder, following the undulation of the little river, a great line of poplars wound in and out, a fine mist, a white haze through which the moonbeams passed, silvering it and making it gleam, hung around and above the mountains, covering all the tortuous course of the water with a kind of light and transparent cotton. The priest stopped once again, his soul filled with a growing and irresistible tenderness, and a doubt, a vague feeling of disquiet came over him. He was asking one of those questions that he sometimes put to himself. Why did God make this? Since the night is destined for sleep, unconsciousness, repose, forgetfulness of everything, why make it more charming than day, softer than dawn or evening? And why does this seductive planet, more poetic than the sun, seems destined, so discreet it is, to illuminate things too delicate and mysterious for the light of day, make the darkness so transparent? Why does not the greatest of feathered songsters sleep like the others? Why does it pour forth its voice in the mysterious night? Why this half veil cast over the world? Why these tremblings of the heart, this emotion of the spirit, this enervation of the body? Why this display of enchantment that human beings do not see, since they are lying in their beds? For whom is destined this sublime spectacle, this abundance of poetry cast from heaven to earth? And the abbé could not understand. But see, out there, on the edge of the meadow, under the arch of trees bathed in a shining mist, two figures are walking side by side. The man was the taller, and held his arm about his sweetheart's neck and kissed her brow every little while. They imparted life, all at once, to the placid landscape in which they were framed as by heavenly hand. The two seemed but a single being, the being for whom was destined this calm and silent night. And they came toward the priest as a living answer, the response his master sent to his questionings. He stood still, his heart beating, all upset, and it seemed to him that he saw before him some biblical scene, like the loves of Ruth and Boaz, the accomplishment of the will of the Lord, in some of those glorious stories of which the sacred books tell. The verses of the Song of Songs began to ring in his ears, the appeal of passion, all the poetry of this poem replete with tenderness. And he said unto himself, perhaps God has made such nights as these to idolize the love of men. He shrank back from this couple that still advanced, with arms intertwined. Yet it was his niece. But he asked himself now if he would not be disobeying God, and does not God permit love, since he surrounds it with such visible splendor? And he went back, musing, almost ashamed, as if he had intruded into a temple where he had no right to enter. End of Clair de Lune by Guy de Maupassant. Read to you by Ning.
The Valley of Childish Things and Other Emblems by Edith Wharton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cori Samuel. 1. Once upon a time, a number of children lived together in the Valley of Childish Things, playing all manner of delightful games and studying the same lesson books. But one day, a little girl, one of their number, decided that it was time to see something of the world about which the lesson books had taught her, and as none of the other children cared to leave their games, she set out alone to climb the pass which led out of the valley. It was a hard climb, but at length she reached a cold, bleak tableland beyond the mountains. Here she saw cities and men, and learned many useful arts, and in so doing grew to be a woman. But the tableland was bleak and cold, and when she had served her apprenticeship, she decided to return to her old companions in the Valley of Childish Things, and work with them instead of with strangers. It was a weary way back, and her feet were bruised by the stones, and her face was beaten by the weather. But halfway down the pass she met a man who kindly helped her over the roughest places. Like herself, he was lame and weather-beaten, but as soon as he spoke she recognized him as one of her old playmates. He too had been out in the world, and was going back to the valley, and on the way they talked together of the work they meant to do there. He had been a dull boy, and she had never taken much notice of him, but as she listened to his plans for building bridges and draining swamps and cutting roads through the jungle, she thought to herself, since he has grown into such a fine fellow, what splendid men and women my other playmates must have become. But what was her surprise to find, on reaching the valley, that her former companions, instead of growing into men and women, had all remained little children. Most of them were still playing the same old games, and the few who affected to be working were engaged in such strenuous occupations as building mud pies and sailing paper boats in basins. As for the lad who had been the favourite companion of her studies, he was playing marbles with all the youngest boys in the valley. At first, the children seemed glad to have her back, but soon she saw that her presence interfered with their games, and when she tried to tell them of the great things that were being done on the tableland beyond the mountains, they picked up their toys and went farther down the valley to play. Then she turned to her fellow traveller, who was the only grown man in the valley, but he was on his knees before a dear little girl with blue eyes and a coral necklace, for whom he was making a garden out of cockle shells and bits of glass and broken flowers stuck in sand. The little girl was clapping her hands and crowing. She was too young to speak articulately. And when she who had grown to be a woman laid her hand on the man's shoulder and asked him if he did not want to set to work with her building bridges, draining swamps and cutting roads through the jungle, he replied that at that particular moment he was too busy. And, as she turned away, he added in the kindest possible way, "Really, my dear, you ought to have taken better care of your complexion." 2. There was once a maiden lady who lived alone in a commodious brick house facing north and south. The lady was very fond of warmth and sunshine, but unfortunately her room was on the north side of the house, so that in winter she had no sun at all. This distressed her so much that after long deliberation she sent for an architect and asked him if it would be possible to turn the house around so that her room should face the south. The architect replied that anything could be done for money, but the estimated cost of turning the house around was so high that the lady, who enjoyed a handsome income, was obliged to reduce her way of living and sell her securities at a sacrifice to raise money enough for the purpose. At length, however, the house was turned around, and she felt almost consoled for her impoverishment by the first ray of sunlight which stole through her shutters the next morning. That very day she received a visit from an old friend who had been absent a year, and this friend, finding her seated at her window in a flood of sunlight, immediately exclaimed, "My dear, how sensible of you to have moved into a south room! I never could understand why you persisted so long in living on the north side of the house." And the following day the architect sent in his bill. 3. There was once a little girl who was so very intelligent that her parents feared that she would die. But an aged aunt, who had crossed the Atlantic in a sailing vessel, said, "My dears, let her marry the first man she falls in love with, and she will make such a fool of herself that it will probably save her life." 4. A thinly clad man, who was trudging afoot through a wintry and shelterless region, met another wrapped in a big black cloak. The cloak hung heavily on its wearer, and seemed to drag him back, but at least it kept off the cold. "That's a fine warm cloak you've got," said the first man through his chattering teeth. "Oh," said the other, "it's none of my choosing, I promise you. It's only my old happiness dyed black and made over into a sorrow. but in this weather a man must wear what he's got." "To think of some people's luck," muttered the first man, as the other passed on. "Now I never had enough happiness to make a sorrow out of." 5. There was once a man who married a sweet little wife, but when he set out with her from her father's house, he found that she had never been taught to walk. They had a long way to go, and there was nothing for him to do but to carry her, and as he carried her she grew heavier and heavier. Then they came to a wide, deep river, and he found that she had never been taught to swim. So he told her to hold fast to his shoulder, and started to swim with her across the river. And as he swam she grew frightened, and dragged him down in her struggles. And the river was deep and wide, and the current ran fast, and once or twice she nearly had him under. But he fought his way through, and landed her safely on the other side, and behold, he found himself in a strange country, beyond all imagining delightful. And as he looked about him and gave thanks, he said to himself, "Perhaps if I hadn't had to carry her over, I shouldn't have kept up long enough to get here myself." 6. A soul once cowered in a grey waste, and a mighty shape came by. Then the soul cried for help, saying, "Shall I be left to perish alone in this desert of unsatisfied desires?" "But you are mistaken," the shape replied. "This is the land of gratified longings, and moreover you are not alone, for the country is full of people, but whoever tarries here grows blind." 7. There was once a very successful architect who made a great name for himself. At length he built a magnificent temple, to which he devoted more time and thought than to any of the other buildings he had erected, and the world pronounced it his masterpiece. Shortly afterward he died, and when he came before the judgment angel, he was not asked how many sins he had committed, but how many houses he had built. He hung his head and said more than he could count. The judgment angel asked what they were like, and the architect said that he was afraid they were pretty bad. "And are you sorry?" asked the angel. "Very sorry," said the architect with honest contrition. "And how about that famous temple that you built just before you died?" the angel continued. "Are you satisfied with that?" "Oh no," the architect exclaimed. "I really think it has some good points about it. I did try my best, you know, but there's one dreadful mistake that I'd give my soul to go back and rectify." "Well," said the angel, "you can't go back and rectify it, but you can take your choice of the following alternatives. Either we can let the world go on thinking your temple a masterpiece, and you the greatest architect that ever lived, or we can send to earth a young fellow we've got here, who will discover your mistake at a glance, and point it out so clearly to posterity that you'll be the laughing-stock of all succeeding generations of architects. Which do you choose?" "Oh well," said the architect, "if it comes to that, you know, as long as it suits my clients as it is, I really don't see the use of making such a fuss." 8. A man once married a charming young person who agreed with him on every question. At first they were very happy, for the man thought his wife the most interesting companion he had ever met, and they spent their days telling each other what wonderful people they were. But by and by the man began to find his wife rather tiresome. Wherever he went, she insisted upon going. Whatever he did, she was sure to tell him that it would have been better to do the opposite. And moreover, it gradually dawned upon him that his friends had never thought so highly of her as he did. Having made this discovery, he naturally felt justified in regarding himself as the aggrieved party. She took the same view of her situation, and their life was one of incessant recrimination. Finally, after years spent in violent quarrels and short-lived reconciliations, the man grew weary and decided to divorce his wife. He engaged an able lawyer, who assured him that he would have no difficulty in obtaining a divorce, but, to his surprise, the judge refused to grant it. "But," said the man, and he began to recapitulate his injuries. "That's all very true," said the judge, "and nothing would be easier than for you to obtain a divorce if you had only married another person." "What do you mean by another person?" asked the man in astonishment. "Well," replied the judge, "it appears that you inadvertently married yourself. That is a union no court has the power to dissolve." "Oh," said the man, and he was secretly glad, for in his heart he was already longing to make it up again with his wife. 9. There was once a gentleman who greatly disliked to assume any responsibility. Being possessed of ample means and numerous poor relatives, he might have indulged a variety of tastes and even a few virtues, but since there is no occupation that does not bring a few cares in its train, this gentleman resolutely refrained from doing anything. He ceased to visit his old mother, who lived in the country, because it made him nervous to catch the train. He subscribed to no charities, because it was a bother to write the cheques. He received no visits, because he did not wish to be under the obligation of returning them. He invited no guests to stay with him, for fear of being bored before they left. He gave no presents, because it was so troublesome to choose them. Finally, he even gave up asking his friends to dine, because it was such a nuisance to tell the cook that they were coming. This gentleman took an honest pride in his complete detachment from the trivial importunities of life, and was never tired of ridiculing those who complained of the weight of their responsibilities, justly remarking that if they really wished to be their own masters, they had only to follow his example. One day, however, one of his servants carelessly left the front door open, and Death walked in unannounced, and begged the gentleman to come along as quickly as possible, as there were a good many more people to be called for that afternoon. "But I can't," cried the gentleman in dismay. "I really can't, you know. Why, I've asked some people to dine with me this evening." "That's a little too much," said Death, and the devil carried the gentleman off in a big black bag. 10. There was once a man who had seen the Parthenon, and he wished to build his god a temple like it. But he was not a skilful man, and try as he would, he could produce only a mud hut thatched with straw, and he sat down and wept because he could not build a temple for his god. But one who passed by said to him, "There are two plights worse than yours. One is to have no god, the other is to build a mud hut and mistake it for the Parthenon." End of The Valley of Childish Things and Other Emblems by Edith Wharton.
The Husband by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the course of the maneuvers, the N Cavalry Regiment halted for a night at the district town of K. Such an event as the visit of officers always has the most exciting and inspiring effect on the inhabitants of provincial towns. The shopkeepers dream of getting rid of their rusty sausages and best brand sardines that have been lying for 10 years on their shelves. The inns and restaurants keep open all night. The military commandant, his secretary, and the local garrison put on their best uniforms. The police flit to and fro like mad, while the effect on the ladies is beyond all description. The ladies of K, hearing the regiment approaching, forsook their pans of boiling jam and ran into the street. Forgetting their morning deshabille and general untidiness, they rushed breathless with excitement to meet the regiment, and listened greedily to the band playing the march. Looking at their pale, ecstatic faces, one might have thought those strains came from some heavenly choir, rather from a military brass band. "The regiment!" they cried joyfully. "The regiment is coming!" What could this unknown regiment that came by chance today and would depart at dawn tomorrow mean to them? Afterwards, when the officers were standing in the middle of the square, and with their hands behind them discussing the question of billets, all the ladies were gathered together at the examining magistrates, and vying with one another in their criticisms of the regiment. They already knew, goodness knows how, that the colonel was married but not living with his wife, that the senior officer's wife had a baby born dead every year, that the adjutant was hopelessly in love with some countess, and had even once attempted suicide. They knew everything. When a pockmarked soldier in a red shirt darted past the windows, they knew for certain that it was Lieutenant Rimzov's orderly, running about the town trying to get some English bitter ale on tick for his master. They had only caught a passing glimpse of the officers' backs, but had already decided that there was not one handsome or interesting man among them. Having talked to their heart's content, they sent for the military commandant and the committee of the club, and instructed them at all costs to make arrangements for a dance. Their wishes were carried out. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the military band was playing in the street before the club, while in the club itself the officers were dancing with the ladies of K. The ladies felt as though they were on wings. Intoxicated by the dancing, the music, and the clank of spurs, they threw themselves heart and soul into making the acquaintance of their new partners, and quite forgot their old civilian friends. Their fathers and husbands, forced temporarily into the background, crowded round the meagre refreshment table in the entrance hall. All these government cashiers, secretaries, clerks, and superintendents, stale, sickly-looking, clumsy figures, were perfectly well aware of their inferiority. They did not even enter the ballroom, but contented themselves with watching their wives and daughters in the distance, dancing with the accomplished and graceful officers. Among the husbands was Shalikov, the tax collector, a narrow, spiteful soul, given to drink, with a big, closely cropped head and thick, protruding lips. He had had a university education. There had been a time when he used to read progressive literature and sing student songs, but now, as he said of himself, he was a tax collector and nothing more. He stood leaning against the doorpost, his eyes fixed on his wife, Anna Pavlovna, a little brunette of 30, with a long nose and a pointed chin. Tightly laced, with her face carefully powdered, she danced without pausing for breath, danced till she was ready to drop exhausted. But though she was exhausted in body, her spirit was inexhaustible. One could see as she danced that her thoughts were with the past, that far-away past when she used to dance at the College for Young Ladies, dreaming of a life of luxury and gaiety, and never doubting that her husband was to be a prince, or, at worst, a baron. The tax collector watched, scowling with spite. It was not jealousy he was feeling, he was ill-humored. First, because the room was taken up with dancing, and there was nowhere he could play a game of cards. Secondly, because he could not endure the sound of wind instruments. And thirdly, because he fancied the officers treated the civilians somewhat too casually and disdainfully. But what above everything revolted him and moved him to indignation was the expression of happiness on his wife's face. "It makes me sick to look at her," he muttered. "Going on for 40 and nothing to boast of at any time, and she must powder her face and lace herself up, and frizzing her hair. Flirting and making faces and fancying she's doing the thing in style. Oh, you're a pretty figure, upon my soul." Anna Pavlovna was so lost in the dance that she did not once glance at her husband. "Of course not. Where do we poor country bumpkins come in?" sneered the tax collector. "We are at a discount now. We're clumsy seals, unpolished provincial bears, and she's the queen of the ball. She has kept enough of her looks to please even officers. They'd not object to making love to her, I dare say." During the mazurka, the tax collector's face twitched with spite. A black-haired officer with prominent eyes and Tartar cheekbones danced the mazurka with Anna Pavlovna. Assuming a stern expression, he worked his legs with gravity and feeling, and so crooked his knees that he looked like a jack-a-dandy pulled by strings, while Anna Pavlovna, pale and thrilled, bending her figure languidly and turning her eyes up, tried to look as though she scarcely touched the floor, and evidently felt herself that she was not on earth, not at the local club, but somewhere far, far away, in the clouds. Not only her face, but her whole figure was expressive of beatitude. The tax collector could endure it no longer. He felt a desire to jeer at that beatitude, to make Anna Pavlovna feel that she had forgotten herself, that life was by no means so delightful as she fancied now in her excitement. "You wait. I'll teach you to smile so blissfully," he muttered. "You are not a boarding-school miss. You are not a girl. An old fright ought to realize she is a fright." Petty feelings of envy, vexation, wounded vanity, of that small provincial misanthropy engendered in petty officials by vodka and a sedentary life, swarmed in his heart like mice. Waiting for the end of the mazurka, he went into the hall and walked up to his wife. Anna Pavlovna was sitting with her partner, and, flirting her fan and coquettishly dropping her eyelids, was describing how she used to dance in Petersburg. Her lips were pursed like a rosebud, and she pronounced, "At home in Petersburg." "Anyuta, let us go home," croaked the tax collector. Seeing her husband standing before her, Anna Pavlovna started, as though recalling the fact that she had a husband. Then she flushed all over. She felt ashamed that she had such a sickly-looking, ill-humored, ordinary husband. "Let us go home," repeated the tax collector. "Why? It's quite early." "I beg you to come home," said the tax collector deliberately, with a spiteful expression. "Why? Has anything happened?" Anna Pavlovna asked in a flutter. "Nothing has happened, but I wish you to go home at once. I wish it. That's enough. And without further talk, please." Anna Pavlovna was not afraid of her husband, but she felt ashamed on account of her partner, who was looking at her husband with surprise and amusement. She got up and moved a little apart with her husband. "What notion is this?" she began. "Why go home? Why, it's not even 11 o'clock. I wish it, and that's enough. Come along, and that's all about it." "Don't be silly. Go home alone if you want to." "All right. Then I shall make a scene." The tax collector saw the look of beatitude gradually vanish from his wife's face, saw how ashamed and miserable she was, and he felt a little happier. "Why do you want me at once?" asked his wife. "I don't want you, but I wish you to be at home. I wish it, that's all." At first Anna Pavlovna refused to hear of it. Then she began entreating her husband to let her stay just another half an hour. Then, without knowing why, she began to apologize, to protest, and all in a whisper, with a smile, that the spectators might not suspect that she was having a tiff with her husband. She began assuring him she would not stay long, only another 10 minutes, only 5 minutes. But the tax collector stuck obstinately to his point. "Stay if you like," he said, "but I'll make a scene if you do." As she talked to her husband, Anna Pavlovna looked thinner, older, plainer. Pale, biting her lips and almost crying, she went out to the entry and began putting on her things. "You're not going?" asked the ladies in surprise. "Anna Pavlovna, you're not going, dear?" "Her head aches," said the tax collector for his wife. Coming out of the club, the husband and wife walked all the way home in silence. The tax collector walked behind his wife, and watching her downcast, sorrowful, humiliated little figure, he recalled the look of beatitude which had so irritated him at the club, and the consciousness that the beatitude was gone filled his soul with triumph. He was pleased and satisfied, and at the same time he felt the lack of something. He would have liked to go back to the club and make everyone feel dreary and miserable, so that all might know how stale and worthless life is when you walk along the streets in the dark and hear the slush of the mud under your feet, and when you know that you will wake up next morning with nothing to look forward to but vodka and cards. Oh, how awful it is! And Anna Pavlovna could scarcely walk. She was still under the influence of the dancing, the music, the talk, the lights, and the noise. She asked herself as she walked along why God had thus afflicted her. She felt miserable, insulted, and choking with hate as she listened to her husband's heavy footsteps. She was silent, trying to think of the most offensive, biting, and venomous word she could hurl at her husband, and at the same time she was fully aware that no word could penetrate her tax collector's hide. What did he care for words? Her bitterest enemy could not have contrived for her a more helpless position. And meanwhile, the band was playing, and the darkness was full of the most rousing, intoxicating dance tunes. End of The Husband by Anton Chekhov.
Experiment by Maxwell Struthers Burt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When she had reached that point of detachment where she could regard the matter more or less objectively, Mrs. Ennis, recalling memories of an interrupted but lifelong friendship, realized that Burnaby's behavior, outrageous or justifiable or whatever you choose to call it, at all events aberrational, was exactly what might have been expected of him, given an occasion when his instincts for liking or disliking had been sufficiently aroused. And moreover, there was about him always, she remembered, this additional exceptional quality, the rare and fortunate knowledge that socially he was independent, was not, that is, subject to retaliation. He had led too roving a life to be moved by the threat of unpopularity. A grandfather had bequeathed him a small but unshakable inheritance. As much, therefore, as anyone can be in this world. He was a free agent, and the assurance of this makes a man very brave for either kindness or unkindness, and, of course, extremely dangerous for either good or evil. You will see after a while what I'm driving at. Meanwhile, without further comment, we can come directly to Mrs. Ennis, where she sat in her living room, and to the night on which the incident occurred. Mrs. Ennis, small and blonde, and in a white evening gown of satin and silver sequins that made her look like a lovely and fashionable mermaid, sat in her drawing room and stretched her feet out to the flames of a gentle wood fire. It was 7 o'clock of a late April night, and through an open window to her left came from the little park beyond the house a faint breeze that stirred lazily the curtains and brought to the jonquils, scattered about in numerous metal and crystal bowls, word of their brothers in the dusk without. The room was quiet, save for the hissing of the logs, remote, delicately lighted, filled with the subtle odor of books and flowers, reminiscent of the suave personalities of those who frequented it. On a diminutive piano in one corner, a large silver frame, holding the photograph of a man in French uniform, caught here and there on its surface highlights from the shaded wall lamp above. In the shelter of white bookcases, the backs of volumes in red and tawny and brown gave the effect of tapestry cunningly woven. Mrs. Ennis stared at the logs and smiled. It was an odd smile, reflective yet anticipatory, amused, absent-minded, barely disturbing the lines of her beautifully modeled red lips. Had any of Mrs. Ennis's enemies, and they were not few in number, seen it, they would have surmised mischief afoot. Had any of her friends, and there were even more of these than enemies, been present, they would have been on the alert for events of interest. It all depended, you see, upon whether you considered a taste for amateur psychology indulged in a wickedness or not. Mrs. Ennis herself would not have given her favorite amusement so stately a name. She was aware merely that she found herself possessed of a great curiosity concerning people, particularly those of forcible and widely different characteristics, and that she liked, whenever possible, to gather them together and then see what would happen. Usually something did happen, that is. With the innocence of a child playing with firecrackers. And it wasn't altogether innocent either. In her role of the god in the machine, she had been responsible for many things. Several comedies, perhaps a tragedy or two. Ordinarily, her parties were dull enough, complacent Washington parties, diplomats, long-haired senators from the West, short-bearded senators from the East, sleek young men and women, all of whom sat about discussing grave nonsense concerning a country with which they had utterly lost touch, if ever they had had any. But every now and then, out of the incalculable shufflings of fate, appeared a combination that seemed to offer more excitement. Tonight, such a combination was at hand. Mrs. Ennis was contented, in the manner of a blithe and beautiful spider. Burnaby, undoubtedly, was the principal source of this contentment, for he was a young man. He wasn't really young, but you always thought of him as young, of infinite potentialities. Burnaby, just back from some esoteric work in Romania, whither he had gone after the war, and in Washington for the night, and greatly pleased to accept an invitation for dinner. But essential as he was, Burnaby was only part of the tableau arranged. To meet him, Mrs. Ennis had asked her best, for the time being, friend, Mimi de Rochefort. Mary was her right name, and Mimi de Rochefort's best, for the time being, friend, Robert Pollen. Nowadays, Pollen came when Madame de Rochefort came. One expected his presence. He had been a habit in this respect for over 6 months. In fact, almost from the time Madame de Rochefort, she was so young that to call her Madame seemed absurdly quaint, married these 5 years to a Frenchman, had set foot once more upon her native land. In the meeting of Pollen and Burnaby and Mary Rochefort, Mrs. Ennis foresaw contingencies. Just what these contingencies were likely to be she did not know, but that an excellent chance for them existed she had no doubt, even if in the end they proved to be no more than the humor to be extracted from the reflection that a supposedly rational divinity had spent his time creating 3 people so utterly unalike. The gilt clock on the mantelpiece chimed 7:30. The jonquils on the piano shone in the polished mahogany like yellow water lilies in a pool. Into the silence of the room penetrated on noiseless feet a fresh-colored manservant. Despite such days as the present, Mrs. Ennis had a way, irritating to her acquaintances, of obtaining faithful attendance. Even servants seemed to be glad to wait upon her. Her husband, dead these 6 years, had been unfailingly precise in all matters save the one of drink. "Mr. Burnaby," announced the manservant. Burnaby strode close on his heels. Mrs. Ennis had arisen and was standing with her back to the fireplace. She had the impression that a current of air followed the entrance of the two men. She remembered now that she had always felt that way with Burnaby. She had always felt as if he were bringing news of pine forests and big, empty countries she had never seen but could dimly imagine. It was very exciting. Burnaby paused and looked about the room doubtfully. Then he chuckled and came forward. "I haven't seen anything like this for 3 years," he said. "Romanian palaces are furnished in the very latest bad taste." He took Mrs. Ennis's outstretched hand and peered down at her with narrowed eyelids. She received the further impression, an impression she had almost forgotten in the intervening years, of height and leanness, of dark eyes and dark, crisp hair, a vibrant impression, something like a chord of music struck sharply. Unconsciously, she let her hand rest in his for a moment. Then she drew it away hastily. He was smiling and talking to her. "Rhoda, you ought to begin to look a bit older. You're 36 if you're a day. How do you do it? You look like a wise and rather naughty little girl." "Hush!" said Mrs. Ennis. "I wear my hair parted on one side like a debutante to give me a head start on all the knowing and subtle and wicked people I have to put up with. While they're trying to break the ice with an ingenue, I'm sizing 'em up." Burnaby laughed. "Well, I'm not so subtle," he said. He sank down into a big chair across the fireplace from her. "I'm only awfully glad to be back, and I'm good and simple and amenable and willing to do nearly anything any good American tells me to do. I love Americans." "You won't for very long," Mrs. Ennis assured him dryly. "Particularly if you stay in Washington more than a day." She was wondering how even for a moment she had been able to forget Burnaby's vividness. "No," laughed Burnaby, "I suppose not. But while the mood is on me, don't disillusion me." Mrs. Ennis looked across at him with a smile. "You'll meet 2 very attractive people tonight, anyway," she said. "Oh, yes." He leaned forward. "I had forgotten. Who are they?" Mrs. Ennis spread her arms out along the chair. "There's Mary Rochefort," she answered, "and there's Robert Pollen, who's supposed to be the most alluring man alive." "Is it doing him any good?" "Well," Mrs. Ennis looked up with a laugh. "You don't like him? Or perhaps you do?" Mrs. Ennis knit her brows in thought. Her blue eyes dark with conjecture. "I don't know," she said at length. "Sometimes I think I do, and sometimes I think I don't. He's very good looking in a tall, blond, pliable way, and he can be very amusing when he wants to be. I don't know." "Why not?" Mrs. Ennis wrinkled her nose in the manner of one who is being pushed to explanation. "I'm not so sure," she confided, "that I admire professional philanderers as much as I did. Although, so long as they leave me alone." "Oh, he's that, is he?" Mrs. Ennis corrected herself hastily. "Oh, no," she protested. "I shouldn't talk that way, should I? Now you'll have an initial prejudice, and that isn't fair. Only," she hesitated, "I rather wish he would confine his talents to his own equals and not conjure young married women at their most vulnerable period." "Which is?" "Just when," said Mrs. Ennis, "they're not sure whether they want to fall in love again with their own husbands or not." And then she stopped abruptly. She was surprised that she had told Burnaby these things, even more surprised at the growing incisiveness of her voice. She was not accustomed to taking the amatory excursions of her friends too much to heart. She had a theory that it was none of her business, that perhaps some day she might want charity herself. But now she found herself perceptibly indignant. She wondered if it wasn't Burnaby's presence that was making her so. Sitting across from her, he made her think of directness and dependability and other traits she was accustomed to refer to as primitive virtues. She liked his black, heavily ribbed evening stockings. Somehow they were like him. It made her angry with herself and with Burnaby that she should feel this way, be so moved by primitive virtues. She detested Puritanism greatly and righteously, but so much so that she frequently mistook the most innocent fastidiousness for an unforgivable rigidity. If they once do, she concluded, once do fall in love with their husbands again, they're safe, for all time. She looked up and drew in her breath sharply. Burnaby was sitting forward in his chair, staring at her with the curious, far-sighted stare she remembered was characteristic of him when his interest was suddenly and thoroughly aroused. It was as if he were looking through the person to whom he was talking to some horizon beyond. It was a trifle uncanny, unless you were accustomed to the trick. "What's the matter?" she asked. She had the feeling that back of her someone she could not see was standing. Burnaby smiled. "Nothing," he said. He sank back into his chair. "That's an odd name, the name of this alluring fellow of yours, isn't it? What did you say it was? Pollen?" "Yes. Yeah. Robert Pollen. Why, do you know him?" "No." Burnaby shook his head. He leaned over and lit a cigarette. You don't mind, do you?" he asked. He raised his eyes. "So he's conjuring this Madame de Rochefort, is he?" he concluded. Mrs. Ennis flushed. "I never said anything of the kind," she protested. "It's none of our business, anyway." Burnaby smiled calmly. "I quite agree with you," he said. "I imagine that a Frenchwoman married for a while is much better able to conduct her life in this respect than even the most experienced of us." "She isn't French," said Mrs. Ennis. "She's American. She's only been married 5 years. She's just a child, 26." "Oh," ejaculated Burnaby, "one of those hard-faced children. I understand. Newport, Palm Beach, cocktails." His voice was cut across by Mrs. Ennis's indignant retort. "You don't in the least," she said. "She's not one of those hard-faced children. She's lovely, and I've come to the conclusion that she's pathetic. I'm beginning to rather hate this man Pollen. Back of it all are subtleties of personality difficult to fathom. You should know Blaise Rochefort. I imagine a woman going about things the wrong way could break her heart on him, like waves on a crystal rock. I think it's been a question of fire meeting crystal. And when it finds that the crystal is difficult to warm, turning back upon itself. I said waves, didn't I? Well, I don't care if my metaphors are mixed. It's tragic anyhow. And the principal tragedy is that Blaise Rochefort isn't really cold. At least I don't think he would be if properly approached. He is merely beautifully lucid and intelligent and exacting in a way no American understands. At least of all, a petted girl who has no family and who is very rich. He expects, you see, an equal lucidity from his wife. He's not to be won over by the fumbling and rather selfish and pretty little tricks that are all most of us know. But Mary, I think, would have learned if she had only held on. No, I'm afraid she's losing heart. Hard-faced child. Mrs. Ennis grew indignant again. "Be careful, my friend. Even you might find her dangerously pathetic." Burnaby's eyes were placidly amused. "Well, thanks," he observed. "You've told me all I wanted to know." Mrs. Ennis waved toward the piano. "There's Blaise Rochefort's photograph," she retorted in tones of good-humored exasperation. "Go over, look at it." "I will." Burnaby's black shoulders bent above the photograph. were for a moment the object of a pensive regard. Mrs. Ennis sighed. "Your presence makes me puritanical," she observed. "I've always felt that the best way for anyone to get over Pollens was to go through with them and forget them." Burnaby spoke without turning his head. "He's good looking." "Very. Real man. Decidedly very brave and very cultivated." "He waxes his mustache." "Yes, even brave men do that occasionally." "I should think," said Burnaby thoughtfully, putting the photograph down, "that he might be worth a woman's hanging on to." Mrs. Ennis got up, crossed over to the piano, and leaned an elbow upon it, resting her cheek in the palm of her upturned hand and smiling at Burnaby. "Don't let's be so serious," she said. "What business is it of ours?" She turned her head away and began to play with the petals of a nearby jonquil. "Spring is a restless time, isn't it?" It seemed to her that the most curious little silence followed this speech of hers, and yet she knew that in actual time it was nothing, and felt that it existed probably only in her own heart. She heard the clock on the mantelpiece across the room ticking. Far off, the rattle of a taxicab. The air coming through the open window bore the damp, stirring smell of early grass. "Madame de Rochefort and Mr. Pollen," announced the voice. Mrs. Ennis had once said that her young friend Mimi de Rochefort responded to night more brilliantly than any other woman she knew. The description was apt. Possibly by day there was a pallor too lifeless, a nose a trifle too short and arrogant, lips possibly too full, but by night these discrepancies blended into something very near perfection. And back of them as well was a delicate illumination as of lanterns hung in trees beneath stars. An illumination due to youth, and to very large dark eyes, and to dark soft hair and red lips. Nor with this beauty went any of the coolness or abrupt languor with which the modern young hide their eagerness. Mary Rochefort was quite simple beneath her habitual reserve, frank and appealing, and even humorous at times, as if startled out of her usual mood of reflective quiet by some bit of wit slowly apprehended, too good to be overlooked. Mrs. Ennis watched with a sidelong glance the effect of her entrance upon Burnaby. Madame de Rochefort, how absurd to call this white, tall, slim child Madame. She admired rather enviously the gown of shimmering dark blue, the impeccability of adolescence. Over the girl's white shoulder, too much displayed, Pollen peered at Burnaby with a vague, hostile smile of the guest not yet introduced to a guest of similar sex. "Late as usual," he announced. "Mimi kept me." His manner was subtly domestic. "You're really on the stroke of the clock," said Mrs. Ennis. "Madame de Rochefort, Mr. Burnaby, Mr. Pollen." She laughed abruptly, as if a thought had just occurred to her. "Mr. Burnaby," she explained to the girl, "is the last surviving specimen of the American male. He has all the ancient national virtues. Preserved, I suppose, because he spends most of his time in Alaska or wherever it is. I particularly wanted you to meet him." Burnaby flushed and laughed uncertainly. "I object," he began. The fresh-colored manservant entered with a tray of cocktails. Madame de Rochefort exclaimed delightedly. "I'm so glad," she said. "Nowadays one fatigues oneself before dinner by wondering whether there will be anything to drink or not. How absurd!" The careful choice of words, the precision of the young, worldly voice were in amusing contrast to the youthfulness of appearance. Standing before the fireplace in her blue gown, she resembled a tapering lily growing from the indigo shadows of a noon orchard. "Rhoda'll have cocktails when there aren't any left in the country," said Pollen. "Trust Rhoda." Mary Rochefort laughed. "I always do," she said, "with reservations." And she turned to Burnaby. "Where are you just back from?" she asked. "I understand you're always just back from someplace, or on the verge of going." "Usually on the verge," answered Burnaby. He looked at her deliberately, a smile in his dark eyes, and then he looked at Pollen. "Where were you? The war?" "Yes, by way of Romania in the end." The war. Mary Rochefort's lips became petulant. One noticed for the first time the possibility of considerable petulance back of the shining self-control. "How sick of it I grew! All of us living over there. I'd like to sleep for 1,000 years in a field filled with daffodils." "Well, they've plenty scattered about this room," observed Pollen. "Why don't you start now?" The fresh-colored manservant announced dinner. "Shall we go down?" said Mrs. Ennis. They left the little drawing-room, with its jonquils and warm shadows, and went along a short hall, and then down 3 steps and across a landing to the dining-room beyond. It, like the drawing-room, was small, white-paneled to the ceiling, with a few rich prints of Constable landscapes on the walls, and velvet dark sideboards and tables that caught the light of the candles. In the center was a table of snowy drapery and silver and red roses. Mrs. Ennis sank into her chair and looked about her with content. She loved small dinners, beautifully thought out, and even more she loved them when, as on this night, they were composed of people who interested her. She stole a glance at Burnaby. How clean and brown and alert he was! The white tablecloth accentuated his look of fitness and muscular control. What an amusing contrast he presented to the rather languid, gesturing Pollen, who sat opposite him. And yet Pollen was considerable of a man in his own way, very conquering in the affairs of life, immensely clever in his profession of architecture. Famous, Mrs. Ennis had heard. But Mrs. Ennis, despite her feminine approval of success, couldn't imagine herself being as much interested in him, dangerously interested, as she knew her friend Mary Rochefort to be. How odd, from all the world, to pick out a tall, blond, willowy man like Pollen. On the verge of middle age, too. Perhaps it was this very willowiness, this apparent placidity, that made him attractive. This child, Mary Rochefort, quite alone in the world, largely untrained, adrift, imperiously demanding from an imperious husband something to which she had not as yet found the key, might very naturally gravitate toward anyone presenting Pollen's appearance of security, his attitude of complacence in the face of feminine authority. But was he complacent? Mrs. Ennis had her doubts. He was very vain. Underneath his urbanity there might be an elastic hardness. There were, moreover, at times indications of a rather contemptuous attitude toward a world less highly trained than himself. She turned to Pollen, trying to recollect what for the last few moments he had been saying to her. He perceived her more scrutinizing attention and faced toward her. From under lowered eyelids he had been watching with a moody furtiveness Mary Rochefort and Burnaby, who were oblivious to the other two in the manner of people who are glad they have met. Mrs. Ennis found herself annoyed, her sense of good manners shocked. She had not suspected that Pollen could be guilty of such clumsiness. She questioned if matters had reached the point where such an attitude on his part would be justifiable under any circumstances. At all events, her doubts concerning his complacency had been answered. It occurred to Mrs. Ennis that her dinner party was composed of more inflammable material, presented more dramatic possibilities than even she had divined. She embraced Pollen with her smile. "What have you been doing with yourself?" she asked. He lifted long eyebrows and smiled faintly. "Working very hard," he said. "Building behemoths for billionaires?" "Yes." "And the rest of the time?" "Rather drearily going about." She surveyed him with wicked innocence. "Why don't you fall in love?" she suggested. His expression remained unmoved. "It is so difficult," he retorted, "to find the proper subject. A man of my experience frightens the inexperienced. The experienced frighten me." "You mean?" "That I've reached the age where the innocence no longer possible to me seems the only thing worth while." Mrs. Ennis wrinkled her nose daintily. "Nonsense," she observed, and helped herself to the dish the servant was holding out to her. "What you have said," she resumed, "is the last word of the sentimentalist. If I thought you really meant it, I would know at once that you were very cold and very cruel and rather silly." "Oh, thanks." "Oh, I'm talking more or less abstractly." "Well, possibly I am all of those things." "But you want me to be personal?" Pollen laughed. "Of course. Doesn't everybody want you to be personal?" For an instant, Mrs. Ennis looked again at Burnaby and Mary Rochefort, and the slightly rueful smile stirred in her eyes. It was amusing that she, who detested large dinners and adored general conversation, should at the moment be so engrossed in preventing the very type of conversation she preferred. She returned to Pollen. What a horrid man he really was. Unangled and amorphous, and underneath cold. He had a way of framing the women to whom he was talking and then stepping back out of the picture. One felt like a model in all manner of dress and undress. She laughed softly. "Don't," she begged, "be so mysterious about yourself. Tell me." She held him with eyes of ingratiating sapphire. "I've always been interested in finding out just what you are, anyway." Far back in Pollen's own eyes of golden brown, a little spark slowly burst into flame. It was exactly as if a gnome had lighted a lantern at the back of an unknown cave. Mrs. Ennis inwardly shuddered, but outwardly was gay. How interminably men talked when once they were launched upon that favorite topic, themselves. Pollen showed every indication of reaching a point of intellectual intoxication where his voice would become antiphonal. His objective self was taking turns in standing off and admiring his subjective self, and Mrs. Ennis wondered at her own kindness of heart. Why did she permit herself to suffer so for her friends? In the present instance, a friend who would probably, rather the contrary, by no means thank her for her pains. She wanted to talk to Burnaby. She was missing most of his visit. She wanted to talk to Burnaby so greatly that the thought made her cheeks burn faintly. She began to hate Pollen. Mary Rochefort's cool young voice broke the spell. "You told me," she said accusingly, "that this man, this Mr. Burnaby, has all the primitive virtues. He is the wickedest man I've ever met." "Good gracious," said Mrs. Ennis. "The very wickedest." And Pollen's mouth twisted under his mustache. "I wouldn't have suspected it," he observed, surveying Burnaby with ironic amusement. There was just a hint of hidden condescension in his voice. Burnaby's eyes drifted past him with a look of quiet speculation in their depths before he smiled at Mrs. Ennis. "Rumania has changed you," she exclaimed. He chuckled. "Not in the least. I was simply trying to prove to Madame de Rochefort that hot-bloodedness, coolly conceived, is the only possible road to success. Like most innately moral people, she believes just the opposite, in cool-bloodedness, hotly conceived." I moral? Said Mary Rochefort, as if the thought had not occurred to her before. Why, of course, said Burnaby. It's a question of attitude, not of actual performance. The most moral man I ever knew was a habitual drunkard. His life was spent between debauch and disgust. Not, of course, that I'm implying that with you. Well, tell us what you mean in the first place, commanded Mrs. Ennis. Something, said Burnaby slowly, totally un-American. In short, wholeheartedness. He clasped his sinewy brown hands on the tablecloth. I mean, he continued, if, after due thought, never forget the due thought, you believe it to be the best thing to do to elope with another man's wife, elope. Only don't look back. In the same way, if you decide to become, after much question, an ironmonger, be an ironmonger. Love passionately what you've chosen. In other words, life's like fox hunting. Choose your line, choose it slowly and carefully, and then follow it hell for leather. You see, the trouble with Americans is that they are the greatest wanters of cake after they've eaten it the world has ever seen. Our blood isn't half as mixed as our point of view. We want to be good and we want to be bad. We want to be a dozen utterly incompatible things all at the same time. Of course, all human beings are that way, but other human beings make their choices and then try to eradicate the incompatibilities. The only wholehearted people we possess are our businessmen, and even they, once they succeed, usually spoil the picture by astounding open scandals with chorus girls. Mrs. Ennis shook her head with amused bewilderment. Do you mean, she asked, that a man or woman can have only one thing in his or her life? Only one very outwardly important thing, publicly, retorted Burnaby. You may be a very great banker, with a very great background as a husband. But you can't be a very great banker and at the same time what is known as a very great lover. In Europe, where they arrange their lives better, one chooses either banking or loving. He smiled with frank good humor at Pollen. The first time, Mrs. Ennis reflected, he had done so that night. A suspicion that Burnaby was not altogether ingenuous crossed her mind. But why wasn't he? You're a man, Pollen, he said. Tell them it's true. Pollen, absorbed apparently in thoughts of his own, stammered slightly. Why, yes, he agreed hastily. Mrs. Ennis sighed ruefully and looked at Burnaby with large, humorously reproachful eyes. You've changed, she observed, or else you're not saying but half of what you really think, and part of it you don't think at all. Oh, yes, laughed Burnaby. You misunderstand me. He picked up a fork and tapped the tablecloth with it thoughtfully. Then he raised his head. I was thinking of a story I might tell you, he said. But on second thoughts, I don't think I will. Don't be foolish, admonished Mrs. Ennis. Your stories are always interesting. First, finish your dessert. Pollen smiled languidly. Yes, he commented. Go on. It's interesting, decidedly. I thought people had given up this sort of conversation long ago. For the third time, Burnaby turned slowly toward him. Only now his eyes, instead of resting upon the bland countenance for a fraction of a second, surveyed it lingeringly with the detached, absent-minded stare Mrs. Ennis remembered so well. Perhaps I will tell it, after all, he said, in the manner of a man who has definitely changed his mind. Would you like to hear it? He asked, turning to Mary Rochefort. Certainly, she laughed. Is it very immoral? Extremely, vouchsafed Burnaby, from the accepted point of view. Tell it in the other room, suggested Mrs. Ennis. We'll sit before the fire and tell ghost stories. There was a trace of grimness in Burnaby's answering smile. Curiously enough, it is a ghost story, he said. They had arisen to their feet. Above the candles their heads and shoulders were indistinct. For a moment Mrs. Ennis hesitated and looked at Burnaby with a new bewilderment in her eyes. "If it's very immoral," interposed Pollen, "I'm certain to like it." Burnaby bowed to him with a curious old-fashioned courtesy. "I'm sure," he observed, "it will interest you immensely." Mrs. Ennis suddenly stared through the soft obscurity. "Good gracious," she said to herself, "what is he up to?" In the little drawing-room to which they returned, the jonquils seemed to have received fresh vigor from their hour of loneliness. Their shining gold possessed the shadows. Mary Rochefort paused by the open window and peered into the perfumed night. "How ridiculously young the world gets every spring," she said. Mrs. Ennis arranged herself before the fire. "Now," she said to Burnaby, "you sit directly opposite, and you," she indicated Pollen, "sit here, and Mimi, you there. So." She nodded to Burnaby. "Begin." And he laughed deprecatingly. "You make it portentous," he objected. "It isn't much of a story. It's really only a parable." "It's going to be a moral story after all," injected Mrs. Ennis triumphantly. Burnaby chuckled and puffed at his cigarette. "Well," he said finally, "it's about a fellow named Mackintosh." Pollen, drowsily smoking a cigar, suddenly stirred uneasily. "Who?" he asked, leaning forward. "Mackintosh, James Mackintosh. What are you looking for? An ashtray? Here's one." Burnaby passed it over. "Thanks," said Pollen, relaxing. "Yes, go on." Burnaby resumed his narrative calmly. "I knew him, Mackintosh, that is. 14 years ago in Arizona, when I was ranching there, and for the next 3 years I saw him constantly. He had a place 10 miles down the river from me. He was about 4 years older than I was. A tall, slim, sandy-haired, freckled fellow, preternaturally quiet, a trustee if there ever was one. Unlike most preternaturally quiet people, however, it wasn't dullness that made him that way. He wasn't dull a bit. Stir him up on anything, and you found that he had thought about it a lot. But he never told me anything about himself until I had known him almost 2 years. And then it came out quite accidentally one night. We were on a spring roundup, when the two of us were sitting up by the fire, smoking and staring at the desert stars. All the rest were asleep." Burnaby paused. "Is this boring you?" he asked. "No, oh, no," said Mrs. Ennis. She was watching intently Pollen's half-averted face. Burnaby threw away his cigarette. "At first," he said, "it seemed to me like the most ordinary of stories. The usual fixed idea that the rejected lover carries around with him for a year or so until he forgets it. The idea that the girl will regret her choice and one day kick over the traces and hunt him up. But it wasn't the ordinary story. Not by a long shot. You'll see. It seems he had fallen in love with a girl, had been in love with her for years, before he had left the East. A very young girl, 19, and of an aspiring family. The family, naturally, didn't look upon him with any favor whatsoever. He was poor, and he didn't show the slightest inclination to engage in any of the pursuits they considered proper to the ambitions of a worthy young man. Rather a dreamer, I imagine, until he had found the thing he wanted to do. Not a very impressive figure in the eyes of white-spatted fatherhood. Moreover, he himself was shy about trying to marry a rich girl while she was still so young. She was brought up all wrong, he said. What could you expect? Life will have to teach her. She will have to get over her idea, as one gets over the measles, that money and houses and possessions are the main things. But he knew she would get over it. He was sure that at the bottom of her heart was a well of honesty and directness. "Some day," he said, "she'll be out here." Apparently the upshot of the matter was that he went to the girl and told her, all these ideas of his. Quit, came west, left the road open to the other man. Oh, yes, there was another man, of course. One thoroughly approved of by the family. Quaint, wasn't it? Perhaps a little overly judicial, but then that was his way. Slow-moving and sure. He saw the girl at dusk in the garden of her family's country place, near a sundial or some other appropriately romantic spot. She kissed him, nobly, on the forehead, I suppose. The young girl gesture, and told him she wasn't worthy of him and to forget her. Oh, no, I won't, he said. Not for a minute. And in 5 years or 10, you'll come to me. You'll find out. And then he added something else. Whenever things have reached their limit, he said, think of me with all your might. And think hard. There's something in that sort of stuff, where two people love each other. Think hard. And then he went away. A log snapped and fell with a soft thud to the ashes beneath. Burnaby was silent for a moment, staring at the fire. When he spoke again, it was with a slow precision, as if he were trying with extreme care to find the right words. You see, he said, he had an added foundation for his faith, perhaps as the main foundation for it, his knowledge of the other man's character, the character of the man the girl married. It was, he spoke more hastily, and suddenly raising his head, looked at Mary Rochefort, who, sunk back in her chair, was gazing straight ahead of her. An especial kind of character. I must dwell on it for a moment, and you must mark well what I say, for on it my parable largely depends. It was a character of the sort that to any but an odalisque means eventual shame. To any woman of pride, you understand, eventually of necessity, a broken heart. It was a queer character, but not uncommon, outwardly very attractive. Mackintosh described it succinctly, shortly, as we sat there by the fire. He spoke between his teeth. The faint wind stirring the desert sand sounded rather like his voice. Burnaby paused again and reached over for a cigarette and lit it deliberately. He was a man, he continued, who apparently had the faculty of making most women love him, and in the end the faculty of making all women hate him. I imagine to have known him very well would have been to leave one with a mental shudder, such as follows the touching of an anguilliform material, snake-like texture. It would leave one ashamed and broken. For fundamentally he was contemptuous of the dignity of personality, particularly of the personalities of women. He was a collector, you understand, a collector of beauty and women and incidents, amorous incidents. He carried into his personal relationships the cold objectiveness of the artist. But he wasn't a very great artist, or he wouldn't have done so. He would have had the discrimination to control the artist's greatest peril. It's a flame, this cold objectiveness, but a flame so powerful that it must be properly shaded for intimate use. Otherwise, it kills like violet rays. Women wore out their hearts on him, not like waves breaking on a crystal rock, but like rain breaking into a gutter. "Good Lord!" murmured Mrs. Ennis involuntarily. Burnaby caught her exclamation. "Bad, wasn't it?" he smiled. "But remember, I'm only repeating what Mackintosh told me. Well, there he was, then. Mackintosh, hard at work all day trying to build himself up a ranch, and he was succeeding, too. And at night, sitting on his porch, smoking and listening to the river, and apparently expecting every moment the girl to appear. It was rather eerie. He had such a convincing way. He was himself so convinced. You half expected yourself to see her come around the corner of the log house in the moonlight. There was about it all the impression that here was something that had a touch of the inevitability of the Greek idea of fate, something more arranged than the usual course of human events. Meanwhile, back in the East was the girl learning something about life. He interrupted himself. "Want a cigarette?" he said to Pollen. "Here they are." He handed over the box. "What is it? A match? Wait a moment. I'll strike it for you. Keep the end of the thing steady, will you?" "All right." He resumed the thread of his narrative. In 4 years, she had learned a lot, he said. She had become apparently almost a woman. On a certain hot evening in July, about 7 o'clock, I imagine, she became one entirely. At least for the moment, and at least her sort of woman. I'm not defending what she did, remember. I'm simply saying that she did it. It was very hot, even now when dusk was approaching, and the girl had been feeling rather ill all day, feverish. She had not been able to get away to her country place as yet. Into the semi-darkness of the room where she was came her husband. That night she had determined, as women will, upon a final test. She knew where he expected to dine. She asked him if he would dine with her. "I can't," he said. "I'm sorry." Possibly nothing immediate would have happened had he not added an unspeakable flourish to his portrait. He reached out his arm and drew the girl to him and tried to kiss her condescendingly, but I suppose his hands found her in her clinging gown, soft to their touch. At all events, they tightened upon her in an unmistakable way, and she pulled herself away. "Let me pass," she said. You. She could think of no words to suit him. You see, she understood him completely now. He was a collector, but a collector so despicable that he was even unwilling to trade one article for another. He wanted to keep on his shelves, as it were, all the accumulation of his life, and take down from time to time whatever part of it suited his sudden fancy. The girl went up to her own room, and very carefully, not knowing precisely what she did, changed into a black street dress and removed all marks of identification. Her eyes swam with feverishness, and while she was dressing, she bathed in hot water her arms where her husband's hands had been. She concluded that it was not what he had done, had constantly done, but what he was that made life unbearable. When she was through, she went downstairs and out the front door and walked slowly toward the center of the town and the railway station. "And is that all?" asked Mary Rochefort after a while. "Oh, no," said Burnaby. "It's only the beginning. Mackintosh was in the hills beyond his ranch, hunting horses. He was camped in a little valley by himself. On this particular day, he'd been out since sunup and did not get back until just about dusk. He picketed the horse he had been riding, built a small fire, and began to cook his supper. All around him, brooding and unreal, was the light you get in high mountain places. The fire shone like a tiny ruby set in topaz. Mackintosh raised his head, saw a woman coming out of the spur of aspen trees across the creek from him. He wasn't surprised. He knew right away who it was. He knew it was the girl. He watched her for a moment, and then he went over to her and took her hand and led her to the fire. They didn't speak at all. "And you mean," asked Mrs. Ennis, "that she did that? That she came all the way out to him like that?" "No," retorted Burnaby. "Of course not. How could she? She wasn't even sure where he was living. At the moment, she was in a hospital out of her head. You see, I didn't know whether to believe Mackintosh or not when he said he saw her that night, although I am sure he believed he did. And such things are beyond human proof, but what I do know is that he came straight down from the hills, boarded a train, and went east, and found the girl. And after a while, came back with her. He looked at the fire. They were the most completely happy people I've ever seen, he continued. They were so calm and determined about themselves. Everything immaterial had been burned away. They knew they were playing on the side of fate. And so, he concluded, that's the end of my parable. What do you make of it? The curtains, stirred by the breeze, tip-tapped softly. In the silence, the fire hissed gently. Pollen spoke first, but with difficulty, as if in the long period of listening on his part his throat had become dry. It's very interesting, he said. Very, but what's it all about? And you certainly don't believe it, do you? Of course I do, answered Burnaby calmly. You should too, it's true. Mary Rochefort looked up with an exclamation. Gracious, she said, I had no idea it was so late. My motor must be waiting. She got to her feet. She looked very white, and her eyes were tired. The translucent quality of the earlier hours was gone. I'm worn out, she explained. I've been going about too much. I must rest. She held her hand out to Mrs. Ennis. Over her shoulder she spoke to Pollen. No, she said, don't bother. I'll take myself home, thanks. I'll see you to your car, he stammered. She turned to Burnaby. Good night, she said. Her voice was lifeless, disinterested. Her eyes met his for an instant and were withdrawn. Good night, he said. Mrs. Ennis stood by the door for a moment before she walked slowly back to the fireplace. From the street outside came the whirring of a motor and the sound of Mary Rochefort's voice saying good-bye to Pollen. Mrs. Ennis rested an arm on the mantelpiece and kicked the log thoughtfully with a white-slippered foot. And then she faced about on Burnaby. I suppose, she said, you realize that you have spoiled my party. I? Said Burnaby. Yes, you. Her small, charming face was a study in ruefulness and indecision whether to be angry or not. And one might almost have imagined a certain amused tenderness as well. Don't you suppose those people knew of whom you were talking? Burnaby, peering down at her, narrowed his eyes and then opened them very wide. They couldn't very well have helped it, he said, could they? For you see, he paused, the girl who came west was Mrs. Pollen. Mrs. Ennis gasped in the manner of a person who was hearing too much. Mrs. Pollen? Yes. You knew he'd been divorced, didn't you? Years ago. I'd heard it, but forgotten. Mrs. Ennis clasped her jeweled hand. And you dared, she demanded, to tell his story before him in that way? Why not? It was rather a complete revenge upon him of fate, wasn't it? You see, he couldn't very well give himself away, could he? His one chance was to keep quiet. And Burnaby paused and smiled doubtfully at Mrs. Ennis. I hope I made his character clear enough, he said. That, after all, was the point of the story. How did you know it was Pollen? She asked. And how, anyway, would Mary Rochefort know of whom you were talking? Burnaby grinned. I took a chance, he said. And as to the second, I told Madame de Rochefort at dinner, merely as a coincidence, at least let her think so, that I had once known in the West a Mrs. Pollen with a curious history. Perhaps I wouldn't have told it if Pollen hadn't been so witty. He picked up a silver dish from the mantelpiece and examined it carefully. One oughtn't to have such a curious name if one is going to lead a curious life. Ought one? He asked. He sighed. You're right, he concluded. Your friend Mary Rochefort is a child. Mrs. Ennis looked up at him with searching eyes. Why don't you stay longer in Washington? She asked softly. Just now, of course, Mary Rochefort hates you, but she won't for long. I think she was beginning to have doubts about Pollen anyway." Burnaby suddenly looked grave and disconcerted. "Oh, no," he said hastily. "Oh, no. I must be off tomorrow." He laughed. "My dear Rhoda," he said, "you have the quaintest ideas. I don't like philandering. I'm afraid I have a crude habit of really falling in love." Mrs. Ennis's own eyes were veiled. "If you're going away so soon, sit down," she said, "and stay. You needn't go. Go for hours." "I must," he answered. "I'm off so early." She sighed. "For years?" "1, perhaps 2." His voice became gay and bantering again. "My dear Rhoda," he said, "I'm extremely sorry if I really spoiled your party. But I don't believe I did. Not altogether, anyhow. Underneath, I think you enjoyed it." He took her small hand in his. He wondered why it was so cold and listless. At the door leading into the hall, he paused and looked back. "Oh," he said, "there was one thing I forgot to tell you. You see, part of my story wasn't altogether true. Mrs. Pollen, or rather Mrs. Mackintosh, left Mackintosh after 5 years or so. She's in the movies. Doing very well, I understand. She would, wouldn't she? Of course, she was no good to begin with, but that didn't spoil the point of my story." "Did it? Goodbye, Rhoda, my dear." He was gone. Mrs. Ennis did not move until she heard the street door close. She waited even a little longer, following the sound of Burnaby's footsteps as they died away into the night. Finally, she walked over to the piano and, sitting down, raised her hands as if to strike the keys. Instead, she suddenly put both her arms on a little shelf before the music rack and buried her head in them. The curtains tip-tapped on the window-sill. The room was entirely quiet. End of Experiment by Maxwell Struthers Burt. Read by Mystery Teacher Michael Everding. The Little Master of the Sky by Manuel Komroff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Even idiots, it seems, have their place and purpose in society. Or as a chess player would say, tapping his fingers on the board, "That pawn may cost you your queen." The little village of M only realized this after it was too late. The police of M all knew that Peter, a half-wit, or Silly Peter as he was called, was perfectly harmless, even though at times he would litter the streets and marketplace with breadcrumbs. But the pigeons of M soon cleared the walks. Peter, it seems, had at an early age dedicated his silly life to the pigeons. All his cares and sorrows were bound up in the lives of the birds. In fact, it seemed as though he himself became birdlike. He could flap his arms to his sides and produce that same dull, penetrating note that was given only to this particular species of bird when they flapped their wings. At an early age he was left without parents and managed to grow up among the horses and cows in the barns. But these larger animals were entirely out of his sphere. He did not understand them. One day, when the lad was about 7 years old, the village folks suddenly noticed that he was lame. When asked about it, all he would reply was, "The pigeons made me lame." Luba, a farmer's fat cook, once told at the marketplace how Peter became lame. She told of how the boy stood on the roof of her master's barn, flapping his wings in imitation of the birds encircling his head. how he sprang in the air in a mad attempt to fly and fell to the ground. But Luba had a reputation for being a liar, and none believed her, although all enjoyed listening. Such good imagination, they would say, after she was gone. Peter grew up a little lame, but this defect seemed only to add to his nimbleness. He could climb a telegraph pole sideways like a parrot walking up a stick. Once on top, he would swing his good leg around the cross beam and wave his hat, and from below a flight of flapping and fluttering birds would arise. In this way he lived and grew to the age of 16, although his small protruding bones and round childlike eyes kept him looking younger. Where he slept and where he ate all remained a mystery to the village folk. But this mystery was not near as great as another. The schoolmaster once noticed that at times the pigeons seemed all gray, and at other times the greater number of them carried large pink breasts. Also at times there were few, while on other days the streets and marketplace were thickly dotted with nodding, pecking birds. Also that never could they find the very young ones. It seemed as though only Peter knew the secret. But when asked about it, he would show a silly grin and shy away, pretending to be much occupied chasing birds that ever flocked about him. He would travel about from barn to barn, collecting the feed that fell from the bins of careless animals. He would sometimes travel along the back yards, twist his mouth and call to nobody in particular, "A few crumbs for the birdies, lady." And presently, through an open window, a crust would fly, and with this buried in his hat, he would be off. Only among the poor would he hobble about. He never ventured up the hill where the better people lived, and it is perhaps for this reason that he was seldom disturbed. To himself, silly Peter was monarch of the air. In his own distorted mind, he was master of all creatures that flew. Worldly cares he left to those who had inherited worldly material. As for himself, he was concerned only with the aerial strata and with the feathery creatures thereof. Nobody wanted it, so he acquired it as he acquired the cast-off hat that he wore. He fathomed it, tasted it, drank it, navigated his creatures through it, and even fanned life into it by flapping his bony arms. He understood the air and the sky, and it all belonged to him. Every atom of sky that poured itself over the village of belonged to silly Peter. It seemed as though he purposely limped lightly over the ground that was foreign to his nature, for he was captain and master of the sky. Part 2. "We must first loosen the ground," said a petty officer. "If the soil is too hard, then the action will drag, and quick action and a brisk finish always make for a better picture." "Hey, you," commanded the captain. "Go get another shovel and help dig." While two soldiers stood digging in a rectangular plot in the marketplace, the cameramen had sat up and were adjusting a motion picture apparatus. 25 feet away stood 6 soldiers leaning on their rifles, talking and laughing. "Enough digging," shouted the captain. "Turn the loose earth back into the pit." The soldiers obeyed. "Are you ready?" he said as he turned to the cameramen. "All ready," came the reply. "Now," said the captain, winking maliciously to 2 of his men, "you run around and pick me up a beggar." The soldiers started off, pushing their way through the sheepish crowd and into a side street. After walking a few hundred paces, one remarked to the other, "When you don't need 'em, 100 are upon you. When you want them, the devil take it." At last they came upon silly Peter and decided that he would answer. "Come along, boy. The captain wants you," they said, taking hold of his arm. "Let me go!" The boy struggled. "I did nothing." "Come along, you fool." They brought Silly Peter to the square, placed him on the spot that smelled fresh with upturned earth, placed a shovel in his hands, and told him to dig his grave. When they stepped aside, the terrified boy could see the camera before him and the 6 soldiers standing at attention a few paces away. Already the clicking handles started turning. "Dig!" shouted the captain. "I don't want a grave," whimpered the frightened creature as several pigeons approached. "I don't want a grave," as he turned up the loose earth with trembling shovel strokes. "I don't want a grave." And tears ran in trickling rivulets down his silly face. Even an idiot could understand. At one side of him, he was confronted with death for no apparent reason at all. And on the other side of him flew his pigeons. Suddenly, the signal was given. The 6 rifles were raised, and a volley of blank cartridges shot at the boy. The frightened birds flew into the air as the twisted frame of Silly Peter sank into the soft, upturned earth. When the smoke had cleared, a soldier came up and shouted, "Hey, fool, get up! You're not dead!" But the boy only sobbed, with his face beside the shovel in the fresh earth. The soldiers were dismissed, and the captain climbed into his carriage and drove away. The sheep-like inhabitants of the village of M feared to venture near the spot of military maneuver. Presently, an old farmer, driving his horse across the square, stopped, lifted the boy, and said, "Don't cry, Peter. It's only a little joke. See, you're not dead. Here, pick up your hat. See, all the pigeons are around us. You're not dead." The boy seemed numb and twisted like the limb of a tree as the old man, following his horse, helped him across the marketplace and through the lane. "Don't be foolish, Peter. You're not dead. See the pigeons. See the sky. Look, here's Luba. She will bring us soup." But the boy squinted at the sun through a film of tears, and with his one-sided mouth mumbled, "I don't want a grave." Part 3. The captain lit a cigarette as he leaned back in the carriage. The horses snorted as they drew up the hill. Why, he asked himself, are people afraid of dying? For many, life can hold little attraction, yet even an imbecile fears death as though it were the devil himself. Yet each man nurses his own pet fears. The carriage rocked from side to side as it climbed the hill, and the captain turned his mind to his young wife. "It's all imagination, that's what I think," he said to himself. "It's all in her mind. Now she's afraid of this and afraid of that, and in this way she worries herself ill. And the doctor thinks he knows it all, but he knows nothing. He should have given her iron. She's too pale. Now we shall have to call him again. It is all a trick the doctors have. Yes, each man looks out for himself. But I will call him again and say to him, 'Don't you think a little iron would be good for her? She's so pale.' And he will reply, 'Yes, it can't harm.' But I would have to say this to the doctor when he is putting on his coat in the hallway so that Vera does not hear. No, Vera must not hear that I think her pale. It would worry her, and she might become worse. And then she would have to go to bed again. The doctor would come again, and the servants would do as they pleased, and Vera would grow worse and more nervous, and 'Here we are,' called the coachman, and the captain stepped out upon his own lawn. The house was built of stone. Although its architecture was plain, it had the solidity of a castle. Even the vines that grew up the latticework and walls seemed to intertwine their curly branches into a living network that helped fortify the stone nest of the captain and his beautiful Vera. The lovely creature was passing her hands lightly over the keyboard of the piano as the captain entered. "It is only I," he called, but she was startled nevertheless. "I'm glad you came," she said as she rose to meet him, and placing her pale head on his decorated breast, added, "I'm afraid to remain here alone." "But where are the servants, my dear?" "Oh, servants don't count." "Well, well, my darling," spoke the captain, petting her. "You have nothing to fear. It is all imagination. But I'm so nervous. Come, my dear, let's have tea, and I will tell you a funny story." Presently they were seated at the table, drinking tea, and the captain began his story. "You know, my dear," he said, "we're going to put an end to all this foolish political talk and people's committees. Any beggar forms a committee, and they do what they like. Civil authorities and military authorities are all alike to them." "I'm so afraid of beggars," interrupted the beautiful Vera. "Well, my dear, soon there will be nothing to be afraid of. A propaganda council was organized at headquarters this morning, and what do you think? This morning 2 men arrived with a moving picture camera to take pictures of our orderly town, and in the afternoon we took an object lesson picture. I marched the soldiers into the square, and we dug up a plot so that the earth might be soft. Then we had a beggar dig his own grave as we took the picture. When he had dug enough, I gave the signal, and the firing squad drew up their rifles and blazed away." "Why did you kill him?" "No, my dear, we only pretended to kill him. I myself was careful to see that the leads were taken off the cartridge. But you see, we could not tell the beggar that he was not going to die because we wanted to make the picture look realistic. He might have run away in the middle and ruined the film. Well, my dear, to make a long story short, the fool beggar fell into the pit, believing himself really killed. It'll make a fine picture. It'll be shown in all the surrounding towns as an object lesson, and before the picture itself appears on the screen, it will be entitled, I suggested it myself, it'll read, 'This is what happens to a fool who thought he could oppose the military authorities.' And then will be shown the picture of the beggar digging his own grave. It'll be a great lesson in education to the people whose heads have been turned. It'll be sent all over the country, and if the results are favorable, and if it pleases headquarters, who can say?" At this point he clasped his wife's pale hand. "Who can say that I will not receive another decoration, or perhaps a promotion? Who can tell, dear? Things move so quickly these days." In the evening, as they were eating, Vera looked up from her plate and spoke. "You know, if it happened to me, I think I should die." "Don't talk nonsense," replied the captain, angered by the idea. "How could it happen to you?" "Well, supposing the revolutionists took control, and then supposing the sky should fall," he interrupted, and smiled on his lovely and delicate Vera. Part 4. Silly Peter refused to eat the bowl of soup that Luba placed out for him, but he went aloft in the barn and cried in his dull, monotonous tone, "I don't want a grave! I don't want a grave!" until he fell asleep. Then over his simple, slumbering brain came a vision. He saw himself standing on an elevated place, and over him rested the great ultramarine dome of sky. About him he could see the horizon as though it were a white circle of foam. And gradually this circle grew smaller and smaller, and rose up like a sparkling and living halo. As it came nearer, he discovered that the circle was composed of hundreds of white doves. Soon they were close over him, encircling the elevation on which he stood, and he could hear the wild beating of the wings as though they were rolling a tattoo on muffled drums. Then suddenly the circle broke and rose like a puff of smoke against a sky of blue. With startling rapidity it rose until it rent and perforated the sky, and it was lost from sight. Only a large oval opening of light gray nothingness remained overhead, a hole in the sky, an opening to heaven. And then from all quarters came a loud uproar. 1,000 piercing, whistling yells, a rackety, rumbling, rattling commotion mixed with the beat and swish of wings. This was followed by an upward rush which darkened the sky. And Peter saw himself standing like a monarch, reviewing his nation from an elevated platform. Around him flew the feathered tribes of the air, from the fluttering starling to the giant albatross. All were liberated, and each paid homage to him, the master of the sky, before they shot upward and through the oval opening in the rent heaven. It was a grand and colorful sight to behold. Finally, they were all gone, and he saw himself take a last look about him as he stood alone on his elevation. He then craned his neck and turned his face to the oval nothingness, flapped his arms, and with a thrilling sensation flew heavenward. His body went through the air a little sideways, but it flew, and the rest did not matter. Poor Peter awoke to find himself in the loft of the barn among his cages of pigeons, confronted with the sordidness of material reality. He opened a small window and then flung open the cages. Through the night he limped from barn to barn, darting under wagons and between the legs of slumbering horses, opening doors, boxes, and even barrels. He was liberating the imprisoned, full-breasted creatures. The little village of M slept soundly as it was being flooded with fluttering birds. Only the hypersensitive Vera was disturbed by the monotonous beating of restless wings. No longer was there any mystery regarding the pigeons. Part 5. In the morning, the streets were covered with pink-breasted birds as well as gray. Besides this, there were breeds and species of pigeons that the villagers of M had never seen before. Wherever one turned, one saw pigeons. They were on the ground and in the sky, as well as upon the roofs. Their colors were mixed, and their leaders were lost. Silly Peter ran joyfully about the streets, waving a little white flag at the disorganized flying tribes, waving a white flag as though it were a truce to the sky. For some reason or other, an extra large number of birds took refuge on the gable and chimney of the captain's stone house on the hill. Late in the afternoon, as the charming Vera was playing at the piano, a dark shadow crept over her page of music, and this was accompanied by a scrambling noise from outside. As she turned about, she could see through the corner of her eye a struggling figure across the window, clambering on the vines. The body was silhouetted against the sky. One glance was sufficient. Her throat let loose a piercing scream as she ran from the room into the kitchen. "A man! A man is climbing up the house! Quick, send for the police!" she shouted breathlessly to the servants. Holding her throbbing temples with both hands, she waited with the servants in the kitchen. Soon 2 policemen arrived, having been told that a robber had entered the house. But they found nothing excepting silly Peter on top of the roof, propped against the chimney, waving his flag and signaling to his birds. "He's harmless," said the officer. "I can't make him come down, madam. I'm a policeman, not a fireman." And with this they went away, leaving Vera with her servants and Peter with his pigeons. Presently the captain came home, raved and shouted as he swung his arms, but Peter sat with his back against the chimney, making bubbles with his mouth, and holding 2 newborn birds close to his face in order that they might prick the bubbles with their little soft beaks and drink. "Come down from my house, you beggar!" But this did not even frighten the birds that flocked about silly Peter in ever-increasing numbers. At length he came into the house and took a rifle from his case. "Just wait till it grows dark," he mumbled. But the lovely Vera jumped from her chair and with tears in her eyes cried, "No, no! God will see you. He will never forgive us. After all, what harm does the boy do? He did not intend to frighten me, I'm sure. Put it away, my dear. God will never forgive us if you don't." Who could resist a pleading tear from lovely Vera? Surely not the captain. "You're right, my dear. He can do us no harm," he finally allowed. At night there was a noise and commotion on the roof. Vera awoke, but then all was silent again. A fearful silence hung over the house, interrupted only by the heavy breathing of her devoted soldier husband. She remained awake until morning, and was glad when she heard the servants stir. And then, thinking that a little music might be restful, she dressed herself lightly and went down to the drawing room, opened the piano, and finally opened the shutter. There, beneath her on the ground, lay Peter, with his face up, dead. His round, childlike eyes stared heavenward as his birds sat about in mournful groups of twos and fours. The unfortunate Vera again rushed into the kitchen and sent for the police before she ran terrified by the sight she had just beheld to awaken her husband. In about an hour, although it seemed longer, the poor folk of the village arrived and carried the body from the yard. Fat Luba insisted upon halting the procession long enough so that she could kiss the white forehead of the little dead master of the sky. A ring of pigeons swirled around the procession as it marched down the hill. Vera nursed up a little fever for herself and was put to bed, while Luba, the cook, stood in the marketplace and with tears in her eyes told everybody that the captain killed her little major of the birds. "And now nobody will look after them, and they will make dirt everywhere, and people will have to move away. And he's such a bad man to take the crumbs away from the little doves. And if he has any children, I wish them the best of everything, for they will surely be unfortunate." Marking the spot where Peter fell were 2 newborn birds crushed beside the stone house on the hill. Through the air swung a grand flight describing an oval in the sky. At each end of the oval, the pigeons beat their wings as they rounded the curve. With mournful thuds they beat as they circled over the old farmer's house and again over the solid stone house on the hill. All day they flapped a tattoo with their wings and beat their sorrowful dead sounds into lovely Vera's ears. In the evening the captain sent for the doctor. All night long the uncontrollable feathery tribes encircled the town with their monotonous beating and swishing of wings. The next day Vera grew worse, as Luba in the marketplace kept insisting that the captain killed her little master of the birds, until a committee of 3 working men took it upon themselves to investigate. They started for the hill, but stopped off in order to induce the schoolmaster to join them. The schoolmaster, however, did not allow himself to be disturbed. He was playing chess with a friend, and kept tapping the dull-sounding table with his fingers and repeating in a monotone, "If he disturbs that pawn, he may lose his queen." As the committee went on to the hill, they were overtaken by the doctor in his carriage. At last they arrived at the stone house and found the doctor walking briskly up and down the drawing room smoking a cigarette. He had not yet told the captain. Upstairs they could hear the captain in Vera's darkened room kneel down beside the bed. "Do you know, my darling," he spoke, "I have never kept anything from you, but the other day, when I told you about the beggar, I should have told you that he was... Are you listening, my dear? I should have told you that he was the same boy, the poor boy that lived with the pigeons. See, we have already been... Are you listening, my dear? God has already punished us. Now you can get better, and we will go away from here. We'll go to some quiet place. Are you listening, my dear? We'll go to some... Do you hear me, Vera? My darling girl, don't sleep now. Tell me, what did the doctor say? Wake up, Vera!" But the hand of death had already passed over Vera. The little master of the sky didn't need a grave and didn't want one, but they dug one for him just the same at the end of the town. While his pigeons encircled the sky and swished the air, the villagers straightened his twisted little body and slipped it into a narrow box and lowered him down. The poor folk gave him a little grave, but he doesn't need it, for he never uses it. The end. The Little Master of the Sky by Manuel Komroff. Read by mystery teacher Michael Everding.
Ada by Gertrude Stein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ada by Gertrude Stein. Barnes Collard did not say he would not do it, but he did not do it. He did it, and then he did not do it. He did not ever think about it. He just thought sometime he might do something. His father, Mr. Abram Collard, spoke about it to everyone, and very many of them spoke to Barnes Collard about it, and he always listened to them. Then Barnes fell in love with a very nice girl, and she would not marry him. He cried then. His father, Mr. Abram Collard, comforted him, and they took a trip, and Barnes promised he would do what his father wanted him to be doing. He did not do the thing. He thought he would do another thing. He did not do the other thing. His father, Mr. Collard, did not want him to do the other thing. He really did not do anything then. When he was a good deal older, he married a very rich girl. He had thought perhaps he would not propose to her, but his sister wrote to him that it would be a good thing. He married the rich girl, and she thought he was the most wonderful man and one who knew everything. Barnes never spent more than the income of the fortune he and his wife had then. That is to say, they did not spend more than the income. And this was a surprise to very many who knew about him and about his marrying the girl who had such a large fortune. He had a happy life while he was living, and after he was dead his wife and children remembered him. He had a sister who also was successful enough in being one being living. His sister was one who came to be happier than most people come to be in living. She came to be a completely happy one. She was twice as old as her brother. She had been a very good daughter to her mother. She and her mother had always told very pretty stories to each other. Many old men loved to hear her tell these stories to her mother. Everyone who ever knew her mother liked her mother. Many were sorry later that not everyone liked the daughter. Many did like the daughter, but not everyone, as everyone had liked the mother. The daughter was charming inside, in her. It did not show outside in her to everyone. It certainly did to some. She did sometimes think her mother would be pleased with a story that did not please her mother. When her mother later was sicker, the daughter knew that there were some stories she could tell her that would not please her mother. Her mother died, and really, mostly altogether, the mother and the daughter had told each other stories very happily together. The daughter then kept house for her father and took care of her brother. There were many relations who lived with them. The daughter did not like them to live with them, and she did not like them to die with them. The daughter, Ada, they had called her after her grandmother, who had delightful ways of smelling flowers and eating dates and sugar, did not like it at all then, as she did not like so much dying, and she did not like any of the living she was doing then. Every now and then some old gentleman told delightful stories to her. Mostly then there were not nice stories told by anyone then in her living. She told her father, Mr. Abram Collard, that she did not like it at all being one being living then. He never said anything. She was afraid then. She was one needing charming stories and happy telling of them, and not having that thing she was always trembling. Then everyone who could live with them were dead, and there were then the father and the son, a young man then, and the daughter coming to be that one then. Her grandfather had left some money to them, each one of them. Ada said she was going to use it to go away from them. The father said nothing then he said something, and she said nothing then they both said nothing, and then it was that she went away from them. The father was quite tender then. She was his daughter then. He wrote her tender letters then. She wrote him tender letters then. She never went back to live with him. He wanted her to come, and she wrote him tender letters then. He liked the tender letters she wrote to him. He wanted her to live with him. She answered him by writing tender letters to him, and telling very nice stories indeed in them. He wrote nothing, and then he wrote again, and there was some waiting, and then he wrote tender letters again and again. She came to be happier than anybody else who was living then. It is easy to believe this thing. She was telling someone who was loving every story that was charming. Someone who was living was almost always listening. Someone who was loving was almost always listening. That one who was loving was almost always listening. That one who was loving was telling about being one, then listening. That one being loving was then telling stories having a beginning and a middle and an ending. That one was then one always completely listening. Ada was then one, and all her living, then one completely telling stories that were charming, completely listening to stories having a beginning and a middle and an ending. Trembling was all living, living was all loving. Someone was then the other one. Certainly this one was loving this Ada then. And certainly Ada, all her living then, was happier in living than anyone else who ever could, who was, who is, who ever will be living. End of Ada by Gertrude Stein.
The Caliph, Cupid, and the Clock by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Prince Michael of the Electorate of Belluna sat on his favorite bench in the park. The coolness of the September night quickened the life in him like a rare tonic wine. The benches were not filled, for park loungers with their stagnant blood are prompt to detect and fly home from the crispness of early autumn. The moon was just clearing the roofs of the range of dwellings that bounded the quadrangle on the east. Children laughed and played about the fine sprayed fountain. In the shadowed spots, fauns and hamadryads wooed, unconscious of the gaze of mortal eyes. A hand organ, Philomel, by the glance of our stage carpenter, Nancy, fluted and droned in a side street. Around the enchanted boundaries of the little Park Street, cars spat and mewed, and stilted trains roared like tigers and lions prowling for a place to enter. And above the trees shone the great, round, shining face of an illuminated clock in the tower of an antique public building. Prince Michael's shoes were wrecked far beyond the skill of the carefulest cobbler. The ragman would have declined any negotiations concerning his clothes. The 2 weeks' stubble on his face was gray and brown and red and greenish yellow, as if it had been made up from individual contributions from the chorus of a musical comedy. No man existed who had money enough to wear so bad of a hat as his. Prince Michael sat on his favorite bench and smiled. It was a diverting thought to him that he was wealthy enough to buy every one of those close-range, bulky, window-lit mansions that faced him, if he chose. He could have matched gold, equipages, jewels, art treasures, estates, and acres with any Croesus in this proud city of Manhattan, and scarcely have entered upon the bulk of his holdings. He could have sat at a table with reigning sovereigns. The social world, the world of art, the fellowship of the elect, adulation, imitation, the homage of the fairest, honors from the highest, praise from the wisest, flattery, esteem, credit, pleasure, fame, all the honey of life was waiting in the comb in the hive of the world for Prince Michael of the electorate of Valleluna, whenever he might choose to take it. But his choice was to sit in rags and dinginess on a bench in a park, where he had tasted of the fruit of the tree of life, and, finding it bitter in his mouth, had stepped out of Eden for a time to seek distraction close to the unarmored, beating heart of the world. These thoughts strayed dreamily through the mind of Prince Michael as he smiled under the stubble of his polychromatic beard. Lounging thus, clad as the poorest of mendicants in the parks, he loved to study humanity. He found in altruism more pleasure than his riches, his station, and all the grosser sweets of life had given him. It was his chief solace and satisfaction to alleviate individual distress, to confer favors upon worthy ones who had need of succor, to dazzle unfortunates by unexpected and bewildering gifts of truly royal magnificence, bestowed, however, with wisdom and judiciousness. And as Prince Michael's eyes rested upon the glowing face of the great clock in the tower, his smile, altruistic as it was, became slightly tinged with contempt. Big thoughts were the prince's, and it was always a shake of his head that he considered the subjugation of the world to the arbitrary measure of time. The comings and goings of people in hurry and dread, controlled by the little metal hands moving on the clock, always made him sad. By and by came a young man in evening clothes, and sat upon the third bench from the prince. For half an hour he smoked cigars with nervous haste, and then he fell to watching the face of the illuminated clock above the trees. His perturbation was evident, and the prince noted in sorrow that its cause was connected, in some manner, with the slowly moving hands of the timepiece. His Highness arose and went to the young man's bench. "I beg your pardon for addressing you," he said, "but I perceive that you are disturbed in mind. If it may serve to mitigate the liberty I have taken, I will add that I am Prince Michael, heir to the throne of the electorate of Valleluna. I appear incognito, of course, as you may gather from my appearance, It is fancy of mine to render aid to others whom I think worthy of it. Perhaps the matter that seems to distress you is one that would more readily yield to our mutual efforts." The young man looked up brightly at the prince. Brightly, but the perpendicular line of perplexity between his brows was not smoothed away. He laughed, and even then it did not. But he accepted the momentary diversion. "Glad to meet you, Prince," he said good-humoredly. "Yes, I'd say you were incog, all right. Thanks for your offer of assistance, but I don't see where your butting in would help things any. It's a kind of private affair, you know. But thanks all the same." Prince Michael sat at the young man's side. He was often rebuffed, but never offensively. His courteous manner and words forbade that. "Clocks," said the prince, "are shackles on the feet of mankind. I have observed you looking persistently at that clock. Its face is that of a tyrant. Its numbers are false as those of a lottery ticket. Its hands are those of a bunco steerer who makes an appointment with you to your ruin. Let me entreat you to throw off its humiliating bonds and to cease to order your affairs by that insensate monitor of brass and steel." "I don't usually," said the young man, "but I carry a watch, except when I've got radiant rags on." "I know human nature as I do trees and grass," said the prince with earnest dignity. "I am a master of philosophy, a graduate in art, and I hold the purse of a Fortunatus. There are few mortal misfortunes that I cannot alleviate or overcome. I have read your countenance and found in it honesty and nobility as well as distress. I beg of you to accept my advice or aid. Do not belie the intelligence I see in your face by judging from my appearance of my ability to defeat your troubles." The young man glanced at the clock again and frowned darkly. When his gaze strayed from the glowing horologe of time, it rested intently upon a 4-story red brick house in the row of dwellings opposite to where he sat. The shades were drawn, and the lights in many rooms showed dimly through them. 10 minutes to 9, he exclaimed, with an impatient gesture of despair. He turned his back upon the house and took a rapid step or two in a contrary direction. "Remain," commanded Prince Michael, in so potent a voice that the disturbed one wheeled around with a somewhat chagrined laugh. "I'll give her 10 minutes, and then I'm off," he muttered, and then aloud to the prince, "I'll join you in confounding all clocks, my friend, and throw in women too." "Sit down," said the prince calmly. "I do not accept your addition. Women are the natural enemies of clocks, and therefore the allies of those who would seek liberation from these monsters that measure our follies and limit our pleasures. If you will so far concede in me, I would ask you to relate to me your story." The young man threw himself upon the bench with a reckless laugh. "Your Royal Highness, I will," he said, in tones of mock deference. "Do you see yonder house, the one with 3 upper windows lighted? Well, at 6 o'clock I stood in that house with the young lady I was, engaged to. I had been doing wrong, my prince. I had been a naughty boy, and she had heard of it. I wanted to be forgiven, of course. We are always wanting women to forgive us, aren't we, Prince? "I want time to think it over," said she. "There is one thing certain. I will either fully forgive you, or I will never see your face again. There will be no halfway business. At 8:30, she said, at exactly 8:30, you may be watching the middle upper window on the top floor. If I decide to forgive, I will hang on that window a white silk scarf. You will know by that All is as was before, and you may come to me. If you see no scarf, you may consider that everything between us is ended forever. That," concluded the young man bitterly, "is why I've been watching that clock. The time for the signal to appear has passed 23 minutes ago. Do you wonder that I am a little disturbed, my prince of rags and whiskers?" "Let me repeat to you," said Michael, in his even, well-modulated tones, "that women are the natural enemies of clocks. Clocks are an evil, women a blessing. The signals may yet appear." "Never, on your principality," exclaimed the young man hopelessly. "You don't know Marian, of course. She's always on time to the minute. That was the first thing about her that attracted me. I've gotten the mitten instead of the scarf. Ought to have known at 8:31 that my goose was cooked. I'll go west on the 11:45 tonight with Jack Milburn. The jig's up. I'll try Jack's ranch a while and top off with the Klondike and whiskey. Good night, Prince." Prince Michael smiled his enigmatic, gentle, comprehending smile, and caught the coat sleeve of the other. The brilliant light in the prince's eyes was softening to a dreamier, cloudy translucence. "Wait," he said solemnly, "till the clock strikes. I have wealth and power and knowledge above most men. But when the clock strikes, I am afraid. Stay by me until then. This woman shall be yours. You have the word of the hereditary prince of Vala Luna. On the day of your marriage, I will give you $100,000 and a palace on the Hudson. But there must be no clocks in that palace. They measure our follies and limit our pleasures. Do you agree to that?" "Of course," said the young man cheerfully. "They're a nuisance anyway, always ticking and striking and getting you late for dinner." He glanced at the clock in the tower. The hand stood at 3 minutes to 9. "I think," said Prince Michael, "that I will sleep a little. The day has been fatiguing." He stretched himself upon the bench with the manner of one who had slept thus before. "You will find me in this park on any evening when the weather is suitable," said the prince sleepily. "Come to me when your marriage day is set, and I will give you a check for the money." "Thanks, Your Highness," said the young man seriously. "It doesn't look as if I would need that palace on the Hudson, but I appreciate your offer just the same." Prince Michael sank into a deep slumber. His battered hat rolled from the bench to the ground. The young man lifted it, placed it over the frowsy face, and moved one of the grotesquely relaxed limbs into a more comfortable position. "Poor devil," he said, as he drew the tattered clothes closer about the prince's breast. Sonorous and startling came the stroke of 9 from the clock tower. The young man sighed again, turned his face for one last look at the house of his relinquished hopes, and cried aloud profane words of holy rapture. From the upper middle window blossomed in the dusk a wavy, snowy, fluttering, wonderful, divine emblem of forgiveness and promised joy. By came a citizen, rotund, comfortable, home-hurrying, unknowing of the delights of waving silken scarfs on the borders of dimly lit parks. "Will you oblige me with the time, sir?" asked the young man, and the citizen, shrewdly conjecturing his watch to be safe, dragged it out and announced 29.5 minutes past 8, sir. And then, from habit, he glanced at the clock in the tower and made further oration. "By George, that clock's a half-hour fast. First time in years I've known it to be off. The watch of mine never varies a—" But the citizen was talking to a vacancy. He turned and saw his hearer, a fast-receding black shadow, flying in the direction of a house with 3 lighted upper windows. And the morning came along 2 policemen on their way to the beats they owned. The park was deserted save for one dilapidated figure that sprawled asleep on a bench. They stopped and gazed upon it. "It's Dopey Mike," said one. "He hits the pipe every night. Park bone for 20 years. On his last legs, I guess." The other policeman stooped and looked at something crumpled and crisp in the hands of the sleepers. "Gee," he remarked, "he's doped out a $50 bill. Anyway, wish I knew the brand of hop that he smokes." And then rap, rap, rap went the club of realism against the shoe soles of Prince Michael of the electorate of Villa Luna. End of Cupid, the Caliph, and the Clock by O. Henry.
From the Ocean's Depth by Sewell Peaslee Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars, Rolander. From the Ocean's Depths by Sewell Peaslee Wright. From somewhere out on the black, heaving Atlantic, the rapid, muffled popping of a speedboat's exhaust drifted clearly through the night. Man came from the sea. Mercer, by his thought telegraph, learns from the weirdly beautiful ocean maiden of a branch that returned there. I dropped my book and stretched, leaning back more comfortably in my chair. There was real romance and adventure. Rum runners seeking out their hidden port with their cargo of contraband from Cuba, heading fearlessly through the darkness, fighting the high seas, still running after the storm of a day or so before, daring 1,000 dangers for the sake of the straw-packed bottles they carried. Sea-bronzed men with hard, flat muscles and fearless eyes, ready guns slapping their thighs as they... Absorbed in my mental picture of these modern freebooters, the sudden alarm of the telephone startled me like an unexpected shot fired beside my ear. Brushing the cigarette ashes from my smoking jacket, I crossed the room and snatched up the receiver. "Hello?" I snapped ungraciously into the mouthpiece. It was after 11 by the ship's clock on the mantel, and if... "Taylor!" The voice, Warren Mercer's familiar voice, rattled on without waiting for a reply. "Get in your car and come down here as fast as possible. Come just as you are and—" "What's the matter?" I managed to interrupt him. "Burglars?" I had never heard Mercer speak in that high-pitched, excited voice before. His usual speech was slow and thoughtful, almost didactic. "Please, Taylor, don't waste time questioning me. If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't be calling you, you know. Will you come?" "You bet," I said quickly, feeling rather a fool for ragging him when he was in such deadly earnest. "Have—" The receiver snapped and crackled. Mercer had hung up the instant he had my assurance that I would come. Usually the very soul of courtesy and consideration, that act alone would have convinced me that there was an urgent need for my presence at the monstrosity. That was Mercer's own name for the impressive pile that was at once his residence and his laboratory. I threw off the smoking jacket and pulled on a woolen golfing sweater, for the wind was brisk and sharpish. In 2 minutes I was backing the car out of the garage. A moment later I was off the gravel drive and tearing down the concrete with the accelerator all the way down, and the black wind shrieking around the windshield of my little roadster. My own shack was out of the city limits, a little place I keep to live in when the urge to go fishing seizes me, which is generally about twice a year. Mercer picked the place up for me at a song. The monstrosity was some 4 miles further out from town, and off the highway perhaps a half-mile more. I made the 4 miles in just a shade over that many minutes, and clamped on the brakes as I saw the entrance to the little drive that led toward the sea and Mercer's estate. With gravel rattling on my fenders, I turned off the concrete and swept between the two massive stuccoed pillars that guarded the drive. Both of them bore corroded bronze plates. The Billows, the name given the monstrosity by the original owner, a newly rich munitions manufacturer. The structure itself loomed up before me in a few seconds, a rambling affair with square-shouldered balconies and a great deal of wrought ironwork after the most flamboyant Spanish pattern. It was ablaze with light. Apparently every bulb in the place was burning. Just a few yards beyond, the surf boomed hollowly on the smooth, shady shore, littered now, I knew, by the pitiful spoils of the storm. As I clamped on my brakes, a swift shadow passed two of the lower windows. Before I could leap from the car, the broad front door, with its rounded top and circular grilled window, was flung wide, and Mercer came running to meet me. He was wearing a bathrobe, hastily flung over a damp bathing suit, his bare legs terminating in a pair of disreputable slippers. "Fine, Taylor," he greeted me. "I suppose you're wondering what it's all about. I don't blame you. But come in. Just wait till you see her." "Her?" I asked, startled. "You're not in love by any chance, and bringing me down here like this merely to back up your own opinion of them eyes and them lips, Mercer?" He laughed excitedly. You'll see. No, I'm not in love. And I want you to help me, and not admire. There are only Carson and myself here, you know, and the job's too big for the two of us." He hurried me across the broad concrete porch and into the house. "Throw the cap anywhere and come on." Too much amazed to comment further, I followed my friend. This was a Warren Mercer I did not know. Usually his clean-cut, olive-tinted face was a polite mask that seldom showed even the slightest trace of emotion. His eyes, dark and large, smiled easily and shone with interest, but his almost beautiful mouth, beneath the long, slim moustache, always closely cropped, seldom smiled with his eyes. But it was his present excited speech that amazed me most. Mercer, during all the years I had known him, had never been moved before to such tempestuous outbursts of enthusiasm. It was his habit to speak slowly and thoughtfully, in his low, musical voice, even in the midst of our hottest arguments, and we had had many of them. His voice had never lost its calm, unhurried gentleness. To my surprise, instead of leading the way to the really comfortable, although rather gaudy living room, Mercer turned to the left towards what had been the billiard room and was now his laboratory. The laboratory, brilliantly illuminated, was littered as usual with apparatus of every description. Along one wall were the retorts, scales, racks, hoods, and elaborate set-ups like the articulated glass and rubber bones of some weird prehistoric monster that demonstrated Mercer's taste for this branch of science. On the other side of the room, a corresponding workbench was littered with tangle of coils, transformers, meters, tools, and instruments, and at the end of the room, behind high black control panels with gleaming bus bars and staring, gaping meters, a pair of generators hummed softly. The other end of the room was nearly all glass, and opened onto the patio and the swimming pool. Mercer paused a moment with his hand on the knob of the door, a strange light in his dark eyes. "Now you'll see why I called you here," he said tensely. "You can judge for yourself whether the trip was worthwhile. Here she is." With a gesture he flung open the door, and I stared, following his glance, down at the great tiled swimming pool. It is difficult for me to describe the scene. The patio was not large, but it was beautifully done. Flowers and shrubs, even a few small palms, grew in profusion in the enclosure, while above, through the movable glass roof, made in sections to disappear in fine weather, was the empty blackness of the sky. None of the lights provided for the illumination of the covered patio was turned on, but all the windows surrounding the patio were aglow, and I could see the pool quite clearly. The pool and its occupant. We were standing at one side of the pool, near the center. Directly opposite us, seated on the bottom of the pool, was a human figure, nude save for a great mass of tawny hair that fell about her like a silken mantle. The strangely graceful figure of a girl, one leg stretched out straight before her, the other drawn up and clasped by the interlocked fingers of her hands. Even in the soft light I could see her perfectly through the clear water, her pale body outlined sharply against the jade green tiles. I tore myself away from the staring, curious eyes of the figure. "In God's name, Mercer, what is it? Porcelain?" I asked hoarsely. The thing had an indescribably eerie effect. He laughed wildly. "Porcelain! Watch! Look!" My eyes followed his pointing finger. The figure was moving. Gracefully it arose to its full height. The great cloud of corn-colored hair floated down about it, falling below the knees. Slowly, with a grace of movement comparable only with the slow soaring of a gull, she came toward me, walking on the bottom of the pool through the clear water as though she floated in air. Fascinated, I watched her. Her eyes, startlingly large and dark in the strangely white face, were fixed on mine. There was nothing sinister in the gaze, yet I felt my body shaking as though in the grip of a terrible fear. I tried to look away and found myself unable to move. I felt Mercer's tense, sudden grip upon my arm, but I could not look at him. She's smiling," I heard him exclaim. He laughed, an excited, high-pitched laugh that irritated me in some subtle way. She was smiling and looking up into my eyes. She was very close now, within a few feet of us. She came still closer until she was at my very feet as I stood on the raised ledge that ran around the edge of the pool, her head thrown back, staring straight up at me through the water. I could see her teeth very white between her coral pink lips, and her bosom rising and falling beneath the veil of pale gold hair. She was breathing water. Mercer literally jerked me away from the edge of the pool. "What do you think of her, Taylor?" he asked, his dark eyes dancing with excitement. "Tell me about it," I said, shaking my head dazedly. "She's not human?" "I don't know. I think so. As human as you or I. I'll tell you all I know, and then you can judge for yourself. I think we'll know in a few minutes, if my plans work out. But first, slip on a bathing suit." I didn't argue the matter. I let Mercer lead me away without a word, and while I was changing, he told me all he knew of the strange creature in the pool. "Late this afternoon I decided to go for a little walk along the beach," Mercer began. "I had been working like the devil since early in the morning, running some tests on what you call my thought telegraph. I felt the need of some fresh sea air. I walked along briskly for perhaps 5 minutes, keeping just out of reach of the rollers and the spray. The shore was littered with all sorts of flotsam and jetsam washed up by the big storm, and I was just thinking that I would have to have a man with a truck come and clean up the shore in front of the place, when, in a little sandy pool, I saw her. She was laying face down in the water, motionless, her head towards the sea, one arm stretched out before her, and her long hair wrapped around her like a half-transparent cloak. I ran up and lifted her from the water. Her body was cold and deathly white, although her lips were faintly pink, and her heart was beating faintly but steadily. Like most people in an emergency, I forgot all I ever knew about first aid. All I could think of was to give her a drink, and of course I didn't have a flask on my person, so I picked her up in my arms and brought her to the house as quickly as I could. She seemed to be reviving, for she was struggling and gasping when I got here with her. I placed her on the bed in the guest room and poured her a stiff drink of Scotch, half a tumbler full, I believe. Lifting up her head, I placed the glass to her lips. She looked up me, blinking, and took the liquor in a single draught. She did not seem to drink it, but sucked it out of the glass in a single amazing gulp. That's the only word for it. The next instant she was off the bed, her face a perfect mask of hate and agony. She came at me, hands clutching and clawing, making odd murmuring or mewing sounds in her throat. It was then that I noticed for the first time that her hands were webbed. "Webbed?" I asked, startled. "Webbed," nodded Mercer solemnly, "as are her feet. But listen, Taylor. I was amazed and not a little rattled when she came for me. I ran through the French windows out into the patio. For a moment she ran after me, rather awkwardly and heavily, but swiftly nevertheless. Then she saw the pool. Apparently forgetting that I existed, she leaped into the water, and as I approached a moment later I could see her breathing deeply and gratefully, a smile of relief upon her features, as she lay upon the bottom of the pool. Breathing, Taylor, on the bottom of the pool, under 8 feet of water." "And then what, Mercer?" I reminded him, as he paused, apparently lost in thought. "I tried to find out more about her. I put on my bathing suit and dived into the pool. Well, she came at me like a shark, quick as a flash, her teeth showing, her hands tearing like claws through the water. I turned, but not quickly enough to entirely escape. See!" Mercer threw back the dressing robe, and I saw a ragged tear in his bathing suit, on his left side near the waist, though the rent, 3 deep, jagged scratches were clearly visible. "She managed to claw me just once," Mercer resumed, wrapping the robe about him again. "Then I got out and called on Carson for help. I put him into a bathing suit and we both endeavored to corner her. Carson got 2 bad scratches and 1 rather serious bite that I have bandaged. I have a number of lacerations, but I didn't fare so badly as Carson because I'm faster in the water than he is. The harder we tried, the more determined I became. She would sit there, calm and placid, until one of us entered the water. Then she became a veritable fury. It was maddening. At last I thought of you. I phoned, and here we are." "But Mercer, it's a nightmare," I protested. We moved out of the room. "Nothing human can live under water and breathe water as she does." Mercer paused a moment, staring at me oddly. "The human race," he said gravely, "came up out of the sea. The human race as we know it. Some may have gone back." He turned and walked away again, and I hurried after him. "What do you mean, Mercer? Some may have gone back? I don't get it." Mercer shook his head, but made no other reply until we stood again on the edge of the pool. The girl was standing where we had left her, and as she looked up into my face she smiled again, and made a quick gesture with one hand. It seemed to me that she invited me to join her. "I believe she likes you, Taylor," said Mercer thoughtfully. "You are light skin, light hair. Carson and I are both very dark, almost swarthy. And in that white bathing suit, yes, I believe she's taken a fancy to you." Mercer's eyes were dancing. "If she has," he went on, "it'll make our work very easy." "What work?" I asked suspiciously. Mercer, always an indefatigable experimenter, was never above using his friends in the benefit of science, and some of his experiments in the past had been rather trying, not to say exciting. "I think I have what you call my thought telegraph perfected experimentally," he explained rapidly. "I fell asleep working on it at 3 o'clock or thereabouts this morning, and some tests with Carson seem to indicate that it is a success. I should have called you tomorrow for further test. Nearly 5 years of damned hard work to a successful conclusion, Taylor, and then this mermaid comes along and makes my experiment appear about as important as one of those breakers rolling in out there." "And what do you plan to do now?" I asked eagerly, glancing down at the beautiful pale face that glimmered up at me through the clear water of the pool. "Why, try it on her!" exclaimed Mercer with mounting enthusiasm. "Don't you see, Taylor? If it will work on her, and we can direct her thoughts, we can find out her history, the history of her people. We'll add a page to scientific history, a whole big chapter. That will make us famous. Man, this is so big, it's swept me off my feet. Look!" And he held out a thin, aristocratic brown hand before my eyes, a hand that shook with nervous excitement. "I don't blame you," I said quickly. "I'm no savant, and still I see what an amazing thing this is. Let's get busy. What can I do?" Mercer reached around the door into the laboratory and pressed a button. "For Carson," he explained. "We'll need his help. In the meantime, we'll look over the setup. The apparatus is strewn all over the place." He had not exaggerated. The setup consisted of a whole bank of tubes, each one in its own shielding copper box. On a much-drilled horizontal panel, propped up on insulators, were half a score of delicate meters of one kind and another, with thin black fingers that pulsed and trembled. Behind the panel was a tall cylinder wound with shining copper wire, and beside it another panel upright, fairly bristling with knobs, contact points, potentiometers, rheostats, and switches. On the end of the table nearest the door was still another panel, the smallest of the lot, bearing only a series of jacks along one side, and in the center a switch with 4 contact points. A heavy, snaky cable led from this panel to the maze of apparatus further on. "This is the control panel," explained Mercer. "The whole affair, you understand, is in laboratory form, nothing assembled. Put the different antenna plug into these jacks, like this." He picked up a weird, hastily built contrivance composed of 2 semicircular pieces of spring brass, crossed at right angles. On all 4 ends were bright silvery electrodes, 3 of them circular in shape, 1 of them elongated and slightly curved. With a quick, nervous gesture, Mercer fitted the thing to his head, so that the elongated electrode pressed against the back of his neck, extending a few inches down his spine. The other 3 circular electrodes rested on his forehead and either side of his head. From the center of the contrivance ran a heavy insulated cord, some 10 feet in length, ending in a simple switchboard plug, which Mercer fitted into the uppermost of the 3 jacks. "Now," he directed, "you put on this one." He adjusted a second contrivance upon my head, smiling as I shrank from the contact of the cold metal on my skin. "And think." He moved the switch from the position marked off to the second contact point, watching me intently, his dark eyes gleaming. Carson entered, and Mercer gestured to him to wait. Very nice old chap, Carson, impressive even in his bathing suit. Mercer was mighty lucky to have a man like Carson. Something seemed to tick suddenly somewhere deep in my consciousness. Yes, that's very true. Carson is a most decent sort of chap. The words were not spoken. I did not hear them. I knew them. What? I glanced at Mercer, and he laughed aloud with pleasure and excitement. "It worked!" he cried. "I received your thought regarding Carson, and then turned the switch so that you received my thought, and you did." Rather gingerly, I removed the thing from my head and laid it on the table. "It's wizardry, Mercer, if it will work as well on her." "It will, I know it will, if we can get her to wear one of these," replied Mercer confidently. "I have only 3 of them. I had planned some 3-cornered experiments with you, Carson, and myself. We'll leave Carson out of tonight's experiment, however, for we'll need him to operate this switch. You see, as it is now wired, only one person transmits thoughts at a time. The other 2 receive, when the switch is on the first contact, Number 1 sends and number 2 and 3 receive. When the switch is on number 2, then he sends thoughts and number 1 and 3 receive them, and so on. I lengthen these leads so that we can run them out into the pool, and then we'll be ready. Somehow we must induce her to wear one of these things, even if we have to use force. I'm sure the 3 of us can handle her." "We should be able to," I smiled. She was such a slim, graceful, almost delicate little thing. The thought that 3 strong men might not be able to control her seemed almost amusing. "You haven't seen her in action yet," said Mercer grimly, glancing up from his work of lengthening the cords that led from the antenna to the control panel. "And what's more, I hope you don't." I watched him in silence as he spliced and securely taped the last connection. "All set," he nodded. "Carson, will you operate the switch for us? I believe everything is functioning properly." He surveyed the panel of instruments hastily, assuring himself that every reading was correct. Then, with all 3 of the devices he called antenna in his hand, their leads plugged into the control panel, he led the way to the side of the pool. The girl was strolling around the edge of the pool, feeling the smooth tile sides with her hands as we came into view. But as soon as she saw us, she shot through the water to where we were standing. It was the first time I had seen her move in this fashion. She seemed to propel herself with a sudden mighty thrust of her feet against the bottom. She darted through the water with the speed of an arrow, yet stopped as gently as though she had merely floated there. As she looked up, her eyes unmistakably sought mine, and her smile seemed warm and inviting. She made again that strange little gesture of invitation. With an effort I glanced at Mercer. There was something devilishly fascinating about the girl's great, dark, searching eyes. "I am going in," I said hoarsely. "Hand me one of your headset things when I reach for it." Before he could protest, I dived into the pool. I headed directly towards the heavy bronze ladder that led to the bottom of the pool. I had 2 reasons in mind. I would need something to keep me under water with my lungs full of air, and I could get out quickly if it were necessary. I had not forgotten the livid, jagged furrows in Mercer's side. Quickly as I shot to the ladder, she was there before me, a dim, wavering white shape, waiting. I paused, holding to a rung of the ladder with one hand. She came closer, walking with the airy grace I had noted before, and my heart pounded against my ribs as she raised one long, slim arm towards me. The hand dropped gently on my shoulder, pressed it as though in token of friendship. Perhaps, I thought quickly, this was, with her, a sign of greeting. I lifted my own arm and returned the salutation, if salutation it were, aware of a strange rising and falling sound, as of a distant humming in my ears. The sound ceased suddenly on a rising note, as though of inquiry, and it dawned on me that I had heard the speech of this strange creature. Before I could think of a course of action, my aching lungs reminded me of the need of air, and I released my hold on the ladder and let my body rise to the surface. As my head broke the water, a hand, cold and strong as steel, closed around my ankle. I looked down. The girl was watching me, and there was no smile on her face now. "All right," I shouted across the pool to Mercer, who was watching anxiously. Then, filling my lungs with air again, I pulled myself by means of the ladder to the bottom of the pool. The restraining hand was removed instantly. The strange creature thrust her face close to mine as my feet touched bottom, and for the first time I saw her features distinctly. She was beautiful, but in a weird, unearthly sort of way. As I had already noticed, her eyes were of unusual size, and I saw now that they were an intense shade of blue, with a pupil of extraordinary proportion. Her nose was well shaped, but the nostrils were slightly flattened, and the orifices were rather more elongated than I had ever seen before. The mouth was utterly fascinating, and her teeth, revealed by her engaging smile, were as perfect as it would be possible to imagine. The great mane of hair which enveloped her was, as I have said, tawny in hue, and almost translucent, like the stems of some seaweeds I have seen, and as she raised one slim white hand to brush back some wisps that floated by her face, I saw distinctly the webs between her fingers. They were barely noticeable, for they were as transparent as the fins of a fish, but they were there, extending nearly to the last joint of each finger. As her face came close to my own, I became aware of the humming, crooning sound I had heard before, louder this time. I could see from the movement of her throat that I had been correct in assuming that she was attempting to speak with me. I smiled back at her and shook my head. She seemed to understand, for the sound ceased, and she studied me with a little thoughtful frown, as though trying to figure out some other method of communication. I pointed upward, for I was feeling the need for fresh air again, and slowly mounted the ladder. This time she did not grasp me, but watched me intently, as though understanding what I did, and the reasons for it. "Bring one of your gadgets over here, Mercer," I called across the pool. "I think I'm making progress." "Good boy!" he cried, and came running with two of the antennae, the long insulated cords trailing behind him. Through the water the girl watched him, evident dislike in her eyes. She glanced at me with sudden suspicion as Mercer handed me the two instruments, but made no hostile move. "You won't be able to stay in the water with her," explained Mercer rapidly. "The salt water would short the antenna, you see. Try to get her to wear one, and then you get your head out of the water and don yours. And remember, she won't be able to communicate with us by words. We'll have to get her to convey her thoughts by means of mental pictures. I'll try to impress that on her, understand?" I nodded and picked up one of the instruments. "Fire when ready, Gridley," I commented, and sank again to the bottom of the pool. I touched the girl's head with one finger, and then pointed to my own head, trying to convey to her that she should get her thoughts to me. Then I held up the antenna and placed it on my own head to show that it could not harm her. My next move was to offer her the instrument, moving slowly and smiling reassuringly, no mean feat under water. She hesitated a moment, and then, her eyes fixed on mine, she slowly fixed the instrument over her own head as she had seen me adjust it upon my own. I smiled and nodded and pressed her shoulder in token of friendly greeting. Then, gesturing toward my own head again and pointing upward, I climbed the ladder. "All right, Mercer," I shouted. "Start at once, before she grows restless." "I've already started," he called back, and I hurriedly donned my own instrument. Bearing in mind what Mercer had said, I descended the ladder but a few rungs, so that my head remained out of water, and smiled down at the girl, touching the instrument on my head, and then pointing to hers. I could sense Mercer's thoughts now. He was picturing himself walking along the shore, with the stormy ocean in the background. Ahead of him I saw the white body lying face downward in the pool. I saw him run up to the pool and lift the slim, pale figure in his arms. Let me make it clear at this point that when I say that I saw these things, I mean only that mental images of them penetrated my consciousness. I visualized them just as I could close my eyes and visualize, for example, the fireplace in the living room of my own home. I looked down at the girl. She was frowning, and her eyes were very wide. Her head was a little on one side, in the attitude of one who listens intently. Slowly and carefully Mercer thought out the whole story of his experiences with the girl until she had plunged into the pool. Then I saw again the beach with the girl's figure in the pool. The picture grew hazy. I realized Mercer was trying to picture the bottom of the sea. Then he pictured again the girl lying in the pool, and once again the sea. I was aware of the soft little tick in the center of my brain that announced that the switch had been moved to another contact point. I glanced down at her. She was staring up at me with her great, curious eyes, and I sensed through the medium of the instrument I wore that she was thinking of me. I saw my own features, idealized, glowing with a strange beauty that was certainly none of my own. I realized that I saw myself, in short, as she saw me. I smiled back at her and shook my head. A strange, dim whirl of pictures swept through my consciousness. I was on the bottom of the ocean. Shadowy shapes swept by silently, and from above, a dim, bluish light filtered down on a scene such as mortal eyes have never seen. All around were strange structures of jagged coral, roughly circular as to base, and rounded on top, resembling very much the igloos of the Eskimos. The structures varied greatly in size, and seemed to be arranged in some sort of regular order, like houses along a narrow street. Around many of them grew clusters of strange and colorful seaweeds that waved their banners gently, as though some imperceptible current dallied with them in passing. Here and there figures moved, slim white figures that strolled along the narrow street or at times shot overhead like veritable torpedoes. There were both men and women moving there. The men were broader of shoulder, and their hair, which they wore to their knees, was somewhat darker in color than that of the women. Both sexes were slim, and there was a remarkable uniformity of size and appearance. None of the strange beings wore garments of any kind, nor were they necessary. The clinging tresses were cinctured at the waist with a sort of cord of twisted orange-colored material, and some of the younger women wore bands of the same material around their brows. Nearest of all the figures was the girl who was visualizing all this for us. She was walking slowly away from the cluster of coral structures. Once or twice she paused and seemed to hold conversation with others of the strange people, but each time she moved on. The coral structures grew smaller and poorer. Finally the girl trod alone on the floor of the ocean, between great growths of kelp and seaweeds, with dim, looming masses of faintly tinted coral everywhere. Once she passed close to a tilted, ragged hulk of some ancient vessel, its naked ribs packed with drifted sand. Sauntering dreamily, she moved away from the ancient derelict. Suddenly a dim shadow swept across the sand at her feet, and she arrowed from the spot like a white slim meteor, but behind her darted a black and swifter shadow, a shark. Like a flash she turned and faced the monster. Something she had drawn from her girdle shone palely in her hand. It was a knife of whetted stone or bone. Darting swiftly downward, her feet spurned the yellow sand, and she shot at her enemy with amazing speed. The long blade swept in an arc, ripped the pale belly of the monster just as he turned to dart away. The great cloud of blood dyed the water. The white figure of the girl shot onward through the scarlet flood. Blinded, she did not see that the jutting ribs of the ancient ship were in her path. I seemed to see her crash head-on into one of the massive timbers, and I cried out involuntarily and glanced down at the girl in the water at my feet. Her eyes were glowing. She knew that I had understood. Hazily then, I seemed to visualize her body floating limply in the water. It was all very vague and indistinct, and I understood that this was not what she had seen, but what she thought had happened. The impressions grew wilder, swirled, grew gray and indistinct. Then I had a view of Mercer's face, so terribly distorted it was barely recognizable. Then a kaleidoscopic maze of inchoate scenes shot through with flashes of vivid agonizing colors. The girl was thinking of her suffering, taken out of her native element. In trying to save her, Mercer had almost killed her. That, no doubt, was why she hated him. My own face appeared next, almost godlike in its kindliness and its imagined beauty. and I noticed now that she was thinking of me with my yellow hair grown long, my nostrils elongated like her own, adjusted to her own ideas of what a man should be. I flung the instrument from my head and dropped to the bottom of the pool. I gripped both her shoulders gently to express my thanks and friendship. My heart was pounding. There was a strange fascination about this girl from the depths of the sea, a subtle appeal that was answered from some deep subterranean cavern of my being. I forgot for the moment who and what I was. I remembered only that a note had been sounded that awoke an echo of a long forgotten instinct. I think I kissed her. I know her arms were about me, and that I pressed her close so that our faces almost met. Her great, weirdly blue eyes seemed to bore into my brain. I could feel them throbbing there. I forgot time and space. I saw only that pale, smiling face, and those great, dark eyes. Then, strangling, I tore myself from her embrace and shot to the surface. Coughing, I cleared my lungs of the water I had inhaled. I was weak and shaking when I finished, but my head was clear. The grip of the strange fantasy that had gripped me was shaken off. Mercer was bending over me, speaking softly. "I was watching, old man," he said gently. "I can imagine what happened. A momentary psychic fusing of an ancient, long since broken link. You, together with all mankind, came up out of the sea, but there is no retracing the way." I nodded my head, bowed on my streaming chest. "Sorry, Mercer," I muttered. "Something got into me. Those big eyes of hers seemed to tug at threads of memory, buried. I can't describe it." He slapped me on my naked shoulder, a blow that stung, as he had intended it to. It helped jerk me back to the normal. "You've got your feet on the ground again, Taylor," he commented soothingly. "I think there's no danger of you losing your grip on terra firma again. Shall we carry on?" "There's more you'd like to learn, that you think she can give us?" I asked hesitantly. "I believe," replied Mercer, "that she can give us the history of her people, if we can only make her understand what we wish. God, if we only could!" The name of the deity was a prayer as Mercer uttered it. "We can try, old timer," I said a bit shakenly. Mercer hurried back to the other side of the pool, and I adjusted my headset again, smiling down at the girl. If only Mercer could make her understand, and if only she knew what we wanted to learn. I was conscious of the little click that told me the switch had been moved. Mercer was ready to get his message to her. Fixing my eyes on the girl pleadingly, I settled myself by the edge of the pool to wait the second and more momentous part of our experiment. The vision was vague, for Mercer was picturing his thoughts with difficulty. But I seemed to see again the floor of the ocean, with a vague light filtering down from above, and soft, monstrous growths waving their branches lazily in the flood. From the left came a band of men and women, looking around as though in search of some particular spot. They stopped, and one of the older men pointed, the others gathering around him as thought in council. Then the band set to work. Coral growths were dragged to the spot. The foundation for one of the semicircular houses was laid. The scene swirled and cleared again. The house was completed. Several other houses were in process of building. Slowly and deliberately the scene moved. The houses were left behind. Before my consciousness now was only a vague and shadowy expanse of ocean floor, and in the sand dim imprints that marked where the strange people had trod, the vague footprints disappearing in the gloom in the direction from which the little weary band had come. To me, at least, it was quite clear that Mercer was asking whence they came. Would it be as clear to the girl? The switch clicked, and for a moment I was sure Mercer had not been able to make his question clear to her. The scene was the interior of one of the coral houses. There were persons there, seated on stone or coral chairs, padded with marine growths. One of the occupants of the room was a very old man. His face was wrinkled and his hair was silvery. With him were a man and a woman and a little girl. Somehow I seemed to recognize the child as the girl in the pool. The three of them were watching the old man. While his lips did not move, I could see his throat muscles twitching as the girl's had done when she made the murmuring sound, and I had guessed was her form of speech. The scene faded. For perhaps 30 seconds I was aware of nothing more than a dim grey mist that seemed to swirl in stately circles. Then gradually it cleared somewhat. I sensed the fact that what I saw now was what the old man was telling, and that the majestic swirling mist was the turning back of time. Here was no ocean bottom, but land, rich, tropical jungle, strange exotic trees and dense growths of rank undergrowth choked the earth. The trees were oddly like undersea growths, which puzzled me for an instant. Then I recalled that the girl could interpret the old man's words only in terms of that which she had seen and understood. This was the way she visualized the scene. There was a grey haze of mist everywhere. The leaves were glistening with condensed moisture. Swift drops fell incessantly to the soaking ground below. Into the scene roamed a pitiful band of people, men with massive frames, sunken in with starvation, women tottering with weakness. The men carried great clubs, some tipped with rudely shaped stone heads, and both men and women clothed only in short kittles of skin. They searched ceaselessly for something, and I guessed that something was food. Now and then one or the other of the little band tore up a root and bit at it, and those that did so soon doubled into a twitching knot of suffering and dropped behind. At last they came to the edge of the sea. A few yards away the water was lost in the dense steaming miasma that hemmed them in on all sides. With glad expressions on their faces, the party ran down to the edge of the water and gathered up great masses of clams and crabs. At first they ate the food raw, tearing the flesh from the shells. Then they made what I understood was a fire, although the girl was able to visualize it only as a bright red spot that flickered. The scene faded, and there was only the slowly swirling mist that I understood indicated the passing of centuries. Then the scene cleared again. I saw that same shoreline, but the people had vanished. There was only the thick steamy mist, the tropical jungle crowding down to the shore, and the waves rolling in monotonously from the waste of grey ocean beyond the curtain of fog. Suddenly from out of the sea appeared a series of human heads, and then a band of men and women that waded ashore and seated themselves upon the beach, gazing restlessly out across the sea. This was not the same band I had seen at first. These were a slimmer race, and whereas the first band had been exceedingly swarthy, these were very fair. They did not stay long on shore, for they were restless and ill at ease. It seemed to me they came there only from force of habit, as though they obeyed some inner urge they did not understand. In a few seconds they rose and ran into the water, plunged into it as though they welcomed its embrace, and disappeared. Then again the vision was swallowed up by the swirling mists of time. When the scene cleared again, it showed the bottom of the sea. A group of perhaps 100 pale creatures moved along the dim floor of the ocean. Ahead I could see the dim outlines of one of their strange cities. The band approached, seemed to talk with those there, and moved on. I saw them capture and kill fish for food. saw them carve the thick spongy hearts from certain giant growths and eat them. I saw a pair of killer sharks swoop down on the band, and the quick, deadly accuracy with which both men and women met the attack. One man, older than the rest, was injured before the sharks were vanquished, and when their efforts to staunch his wounds proved unavailing, they left him there and moved on. And as they left, I saw a dim, crawling shape move closer, throw out a long whip-like tentacle, and wrap the body in a hungry embrace. They came to and past other communities of beings like themselves, and a city of their own, in much the way that Mercer had visualized it. Fading, the scene changed to the interior of the coral house again. The old man finished his story, and moved off into a cubicle in the rear of the place. Dimly I could see there a low couch, piled high with soft marine growths. Then the scene shifted once more. A man and a woman hurried up and down the narrow streets of the strange city the girl had pictured, when she showed us how she had met with a shark and struck her head, so that for a long period she lost consciousness and was washed ashore. Others after a time joined them in their search, which spread out to the floor of the ocean, away from the dwellings. One party came to the gaunt skeleton of the ancient wreck, and found the scattered, fresh-picked bones of the shark the girl had killed. The man and the woman came up, and looked closely into their faces. The woman's features were torn with grief, the man's lips were set tight with suffering. Here, it was easy to guess, were the mother and the father of the girl. A milling mass of white forms shot through the water in every direction, searching. It seemed that they were about to give up the search, when suddenly from out of the watery gloom there shot a slim, white figure. The girl. Straight to the mother and father she came, gripping the shoulder of each with frantic joy. They returned the caress. The crowd gathered around them, listening to her story as they moved slowly, happily towards the distant city. Instead of a picture, I was conscious then of a sound, like a single pleading word, repeated softly as though someone said, "Please, please, please," over and over again. The sound was not at all like the English word. It was a soft, musical beat, like the distant stroke of a mellow gong, but it had all the pleading quality of the word it seemed to bring to mind. I looked down into the pool. The girl had mounted the ladder until her face was just below the surface of the water. Her eyes met mine, and I knew that I had not misunderstood. I threw off the instrument on my head and dropped down beside her. With both hands I grasped her shoulders, and smiling, I nodded my head vigorously. She understood. I know she did. I read it in her face. When I climbed the ladder again, she looked after me, smiling confidently. Although I had not spoken to her, she had read and accepted the promise. Mercer stared at me silently, grimly, as I told him what I wished. Whatever eloquence I may have, I used on him, and I saw his cold, scientific mind waver before the warmth of my appeal. "We have no right to keep her from her people," I concluded. "You saw her mother and father, saw their suffering, and the joy her return would bring. You will, Mercer, you will return her to the sea?" For a long time Mercer did not reply. Then he lifted his dark eyes to mine and smiled rather wearily. "It is the only thing we can do, Taylor," he said quietly. "She is not a scientific specimen. She is, in her way, as human as you or I. She would probably die away from her own kind, living under conditions foreign to her. And you promised her, Taylor, whether you spoke your promise or not." His smile deepened a bit. "We cannot let her receive too bad an opinion of her cousins who live above the surface of the sea." And so, just as the dawn was breaking, we took her to the shore. I carried her, unresisting, trustful, in my arms, while Mercer bore a huge basin of water, in which her head was submerged, so that she might not suffer. Still in our bathing suits, we waded out into the ocean, until the waves splashed against our faces. Then I lowered her into the sea. Crouching there so that the water was just above the tawny glory of her hair, she gazed up at us. Two slim white hands reached towards us, and with one accord Mercer and I bent towards her. She gripped both our shoulders with a gentle pressure, smiling at us. Then she did a strange thing. She pointed under the water, out towards the depths, and with a broad sweeping motion of her arm, indicated the shore, as though to say that she intended to return. With a last swift smiling glance up into my face, she turned. There was a flash of white through the water. She was gone. Silently, through the silence and beauty of the dawn, we made our way back to the house. As we passed through the laboratory, Mercer glanced out at the empty pool. "Man came up from the sea," he said slowly, "and some men went back to it. They were forced back to the teeming source from whence they came, for lack of food. You saw that, Taylor. Saw her forebears become amphibians, like the now extinct Dipneusta and Ganoidea, or the still existing Neoceratodus, Polypterus and Amia. Then their lungs became in effect gills, and they lost their power of breathing atmospheric air, and could use only air dissolved in water. A whole people there beneath the waves, that landman never dreamt of, except perhaps the sailors of olden days, with their tales of mermaids, which we were accustomed to laugh at in our wisdom." "But why were no bodies ever washed ashore?" I asked. "I would think—" "You saw why," interrupted Mercer grimly. "The ocean teems with hungry life. Death is the signal for a feast. It was little more than a miracle that her body came ashore, a miracle due perhaps to the storm which sent the hungry monsters to the greater depths. And even had a body come ashore, it would have been buried as that of some unknown unfortunate human. The differences between these people and ourselves would not be noticeable to a casual observer. No, Taylor, we have been party to what was close to a miracle, and we are the only witnesses to it, you and Carson and myself. And," he sighed deeply, "it is over." I did not reply. I was thinking of the girl's odd gesture at parting, and I wondered if it were indeed a finished chapter. End of From Ocean's Depths by Sewell Peaslee Wright. Read for LibriVox by Lars, Rolander.
Telemachus, Friend by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Returning from a hunting trip, I waited at the little town of Los Pinos in New Mexico for the southbound train, which was 1 hour late. I sat on the porch of the Summit House and discussed the functions of a life with Telemachus Hicks, the hotel proprietor. Perceiving that personalities were not out of order, I asked him what species of beast had long ago twisted and mutilated his left ear. Being a hunter, I was concerned in the evils that might befall one in the pursuit of game. "That ear," says Hicks, "is the relic of a true friendship." "An accident?" I persisted. No friendship is an accident, said Telemachus, and I was silent. The only perfect case of true friendship I ever knew, went on my host, was a cordial intent by the Connecticut man and the monkey. The monkey climbed palms in Barranquilla and threw down coconuts to the man. The man sawed them in two and made dippers, which he sold for 2 reals each, and bought rum. The monkey drank the milk of the nuts. Through each being satisfied with his own share of the graft, they lived like brothers. But in the case of human beings, friendship is a transitory art, subject to discontinuance without further notice. I had a friend once of the entitlement of basely fish that I imagined was sealed to me for an endless space of time. Side by side for 7 years, we had mined, ranched, sold patent churns, herded sheep, took photographs and other things, built wire fences, and picked prunes. Thinks I, neither homicide, nor flattery, nor riches, nor sophistry, nor drink can make trouble between me and Paisley Fish. We was friends in amounts you can hardly guess at. We was friends in business, and we let our amicable qualities lap over and season our hours of recreation and folly. We certainly had days of Damon and nights of Pythias. One summer, me and Paisley gallops down into these San Andres mountains for the purpose of a month's surcease and levity, dressed in the natural store habiliments of man. We hit this town of Los Pinos, which certainly was a roof garden spot of the world, and flowing with condensed milk and honey. It had a street or two, and air, and hens, and an eating house, and that was enough for us. We strikes the town after supper time, and we concludes to sample whatever efficacy there is in this eating house down by the railroad tracks. By the time we had sat down and pried up our plates with a knife from the red oilcloth, along intrudes Widow Jessup with the hot biscuit and the fried liver. Now that was a woman that would have tempted an anchovy to forget his vows. She was not so small as she was large, and a kind of welcome air seemed to mitigate her vicinity. The pink of her face was the in hoc signo of a culinary temper and a warm disposition, and her smile would have brought out the dogwood blossoms in December. Widow Jessup talks to us a lot of garrulousness about the climate and history and Tennyson and prunes and the scarcity of mutton, and finally wants to know where we came from. Spring Valley, says I. Big Spring Valley, chips in Paisley out of a lot of potatoes and knucklebone ham in his mouth. That was the first sign I noticed that the old Vitus Diogenes business between me and Paisley Fish was ended forever. He knew how I hated a talkative person, and yet he stampedes into the conversation with his amendments and addendums of syntax. On the map it was Big Spring Valley, but I had heard Paisley himself call it Spring Valley 1,000 times. Without saying more, we went out after supper and sat on the railroad track. We had been partners too long not to know what was going on in each other's mind. I reckon you understand, says Paisley, that I've made up my mind to accrue that widow woman as part and parcel in and to my hereditaments forever, both domestic, sociable, legal, and otherwise, until death us do part. Why, yes, says I I read it between the lines, though you only spoke one. And I suppose you are aware, says I, that I have a movement on foot that leads up to the widow's changing her name to Hicks and leaves you writing to the society column to inquire whether the best man wears japonica or seamless socks at the wedding. There will be some hiatuses in your program, says Paisley, chewing up a piece of railroad tie. I'd give in to you, says he, in most any respect if it were secular affairs. But this is not so. The smiles of woman, goes on Paisley, is the whirlpool of squills and calabiates, into which vortex the good ship Friendship is often drawn and dismembered. I'd assault a bear that was annoying you, says Paisley, or I'd endorse your note, or rub the place between your shoulder blades with apadildock, the same as ever. But there's my sense of etiquette ceases. In this fracas with Mrs. Jessup, we play it alone. I've notified you fair. And then I collaborates with myself and offers the following resolutions and bylaws. Friendship between man and man, says I, is an ancient historical virtue enacted in the days when men had to protect each other against lizards with 80-foot tails and flying turtles. And they kept up the habit to this day, and stand by each other till the bellboy comes up and tells them the animals are not really there. I've often heard, I says, about the ladies stepping in and breaking up a friendship between men. Why should that be? I'll tell you, Paisley, the first sight and hot biscuit of Mrs. Jessup appears to have inserted an oscillation into each of our bosoms. Let the best man of us have her. I'll play you a square game and won't do any underhanded work. I'll do all of my courting of her in your presence, so you will have an equal opportunity. With that arrangement, I don't see why our steamboat of friendship should fall overboard in the medicinal whirlpools you speak of, whichever of us wins out. Good old hoss, says Paisley, shaking my hand, and I'll do the same, says he. We'll court the ladies synonymously and without any of the prudery and bloodshed usual to such occasions, and we'll be friends still, win or lose. At one side of Mrs. Jessup's eating house was a bench under some trees where she used to sit in the breeze after the southbound had been fed and gone. And there me and Paisley used to congregate after supper and make partial payments on our respects to the lady of our choice. And we was so honorable and circuitous in our calls that if one of us got there first, we waited for the other before beginning any gallivantery. The first evening that Mrs. Jeffers knew about our arrangement, I got to the bench before Paisley did. Supper was just over, and Mrs. Jessup was out there with a fresh pink dress on, and almost cool enough to handle. I sat down by her and made a few specifications about the moral surface of nature as set forth by the landscape and the contiguous perspective. That evening was surely a case in point. The moon was attending to business in the section of the sky where it belonged, and the trees were making shadows on the ground according to science and nature. And there was a conspicuous hullabaloo going on in the bushes between the bullbats and the orioles and the jackrabbits and other featured insects of the forest. And the wind out of the mountains was singing like a Jew's harp in the pile of old tomato cans by the railroad track. I felt a kind of sensation on my left side, something like dough rising in a crock by the fire. Mrs. Jessup had moved closer. "Oh, Mr. Hicks," says she, "when one is alone in the world, don't they feel it more aggravated on a beautiful night like this?" I rose up off the bench at once. "Excuse me, ma'am," says I, "but I'll have to wait till Paisley comes before I can give an audible hearing to a leading question like that." And then I explained to her how we was friends cinctured by years of embarrassment and travel and complicity, and how we'd agreed to take no advantage of each other in any of the more mushy walks of life, such as might be fomented by sentiment and proximity. Mrs. Jessup appears to think serious about the matter for a minute, and then she breaks into a species of laughter that makes the wildwood resound. In a few minutes, Paisley drops around with oil of bergamot on his hair and sits on the other side of Mrs. Jessup and inaugurates a sad tale of adventure in which him and Pie-Face Lumley had a skinning match of dead cows in '95 for a silver-mounted saddle in the Santa Rita Valley during the 9 months drought. Now, from the start of that courtship, I had Paisley Fish hobbled and tied to a post. Each one of us had a different system of reaching out for the easy places in the female heart. Paisley's scheme was to petrify him with wonderful relations of events that he had either come across personally or in large print. I think he must have got his idea of subjugation in one of Shakespeare's shows I see once called Othello. There is a colored man in it who acquires a duke's daughter by dispersing to her a mixture of the talk turned out by Rider Haggard, Lou Dockstader, and Dr. Perkhurst. But that style of courting don't work well off the stage. Now, I give you my own recipe for inveigling a woman into that state of affairs when she can be referred to as Nee Jones. Learn how to pick up her hand and hold it, and she's yours. It ain't so easy. Some grab at it so much like they was going to set a dislocation of the shoulder that you can smell the arnica and hear 'em tearing off bandages. Some take it up like a hot horseshoe and hold it off at arm's length like a druggist pouring tincture of asafoetida in a bottle. Most of 'em catch hold of it without giving her a chance to forget that the hand is growing at the end of her arm. Them ways are all wrong. I'll tell you the right way. Did you ever see a man sneak out in the backyard and pick up a rock and throw it at a tomcat that was sitting on a fence looking at him? He pretends he hasn't got a thing in his hand and that the cat don't see him and that he don't see the cat. That's the idea. Never drag her hand out where she'll have to take notice of it. Don't let her know that you think she knows you have the least idea she is aware of you holding her hand. That was my rule of tactics, and as far as Paisley's serenade about hostilities and misadventure went, he might as well have been reading to her a timetable on the Sunday trains that stop at Ocean Grove, New Jersey. One night, when I beat Paisley to the bench by one pipeful, my friendship gets subsidized for a minute, and I asked Mrs. Jessup if she didn't think a H was easier to write than a J. In a second, her head was mashing the oleander flower on my buttonhole, and I leaned over but I didn't. "If you don't mind," says I, standing up, We'll wait for Paisley to come before finishing this. I've never done anything dishonorable yet to our friendship, and this won't be quite fair." "Mr. Hicks," said Mrs. Jessup, looking at me peculiar in the dark, "if it wasn't for but one thing, I'd ask you to hike yourself down the gulch and never disroom your visits to my house." "And what is that, ma'am?" I asked. "You are too good a friend not to make a good husband," says she. In 5 minutes Paisley was on his side of Mrs. Jessup. "In Silver City, in the summer of '98, he begins, "I see Jim Bartholomew chew off a Chinaman's ear in the Blue Light Saloon on account of a cross-barred muslin shirt that—" What was that noise? I had resumed matters again with Mrs. Jessup right where we had left off. "Mrs. Jessup," says I, "has promised to make it Hicks, and this is another of the same sort." Paisley winds his feet round a leg of the bench and kind of groans. "Lem," says he, "we've been friends for 7 years. Would you mind not kissing Mrs. Jessup quite so loud? I'd do the same for you." "All right," says I. "The other kind will do as well." "This Chinaman," goes on Paisley, "was the one that shot a man called Mullins in the spring of '97, and that was—" Paisley interrupted himself again. "Lem," says he, "if you was a true friend, you wouldn't hug Mrs. Jessup quite so hard. I felt the bench shake all over just then. You know you told me you would give me an even chance as long as there was any." "Mr. Mann," says Mrs. Jessup, turning around to Paisley, "if you was to drop in to the celebration of mine and Mr. Hicks' silver wedding 25 years from now, do you think you could get it into that Hubbard squash you call your head that you are nix cum rouse in this business? I put up with you a long time, but you was Mr. Hicks' friend, and it seems to me it's time for you to wear the willow and trot off down the hill." "Mrs. Jessup," says I, without losing my grasp on the situation as fiancé, "Mr. Paisley is my friend, and I offered him a square deal and an equal opportunity as long as there was a chance." "A chance," says he. "Well, he may think he has a chance, but I hope he won't think he's got a cinch after all what he's been next to all the evening." Well, a month afterwards, me and Mrs. Jessup was married in the Los Pinos Methodist Church, and the whole town closed up to see the performance. When we lined up in front and the preacher was beginning to sing out his rituals and observances, I looks around and Mrs. Paisley. I calls time on the preacher. "Paisley ain't here," says I. "We got to wait for Paisley. A friend once, a friend always. That's Telemachus Hicks," says I. Mrs. Jessup's eyes snap some, but the preacher holds up the incantations according to instructions. In a few minutes Paisley gallops across the aisle, putting on a cup as he comes. He explains that the only dry goods store in town was closed for the wedding, and he couldn't get the kind of boiled shirt that his taste called for until he broke open the back window of the store and helped himself. Then he ranges up on the other side of the bride, and the wedding goes on. I always imagined that Paisley calculated as a last chance that the preacher might marry him to the widow by mistake. After the proceedings was over, we had tea and jerked antelope and canned apricots, and then the populace hiked itself away. Last of all, Paisley shook me by the hand and told me I'd acted square and on the level with him, and he was proud to call me a friend. The preacher had a small house on the side of the street that he'd fixed up to rent, and he allowed me and Mrs. Hicks to occupy it till the 10:40 train the next morning, when we was going to a bridal tour to El Paso. His wife had decorated it all up with hollyhocks and poison ivy, and it looked real festal and bowery. About 10 o'clock that night, I sits down in the front door and pulls off my beats a while in the cool breeze, while Mrs. Hicks was fixing around in the room. Right soon the light went on inside, and I sat there a while reverberating over old towns and scenes. And then I heard Mrs. Hicks call out, "Ain't you coming in soon, Lem?" "Well, well," says I, kind of rousing up. "Darn me if I wasn't waiting for old Paisley to—" "But when I got that far," concluded Telemachus Hicks, "I thought somebody had shot this left ear of mine off with a .45. But it turned out that it was only a lick from a broom handle in the hands of Mrs. Hicks." End of Telemachus' Friend by O. Henry.
The Consul by Richard Harding Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. For over 40 years in one part of the world or another, old man Marshall had served his country as a United States Consul. He had been appointed by Lincoln. For a quarter of a century that fact was his distinction. It was now his epitaph. But in former years, as each new administration succeeded the old, it had again and again saved his official head. When victorious and voracious place hunters, searching the map of the world for spoils, dug out his hiding place and demanded his consular sign as a reward for a younger and more aggressive party worker, the ghost of the dead president protected him. In the State Department, Marshall had become a tradition. "You can't touch him," the State Department would say. "Why, he was appointed by Lincoln." Secretly, for this weapon against the hungry headhunters, the department was infinitely grateful. Old man Marshall was a consul after its own heart. Like a soldier, he was obedient, disciplined. Wherever he was sent, there without question he would go. Never against exile, against ill health, against climate did he make a complaint. Nor when he was moved on and down to make way for some ne'er-do-well with influence, with a brother-in-law in the Senate, with a cousin owning a newspaper, with rich relatives who desired him to drink himself to death at the expense of the government rather than at their own, did old man Marshall point to his record as a claim for more just treatment. And it had been an excellent record. His official reports in a quaint, stately hand were models of English, full of information, intelligent, valuable, well observed, and those few of his countrymen who stumbled upon him in the out-of-the-world places to which of late he had been banished wrote of him to the department in terms of admiration and awe. Never had he or his friends petitioned for promotion, until it was at last apparent that, save for his record and the memory of his dead patron, he had no friends. But still in the department the tradition held, and though he was not advanced, he was not dismissed. "If that old man's been feeding from the public trough ever since the Civil War," protested a practical politician, "it seems to me, Mr. Secretary, that he's about had his share. Ain't it time he gives someone else a bite? Some of us that has done the work, that has borne the brunt—" "The place he now holds," interrupted the Secretary of State suavely, "is one hardly commensurate with services like yours. I can't pronounce the name of it, and I'm not sure just where it is, but I see that of the last 6 consuls we sent there, 3 resigned within a month, and the other 3 died of yellow fever. Still, if you insist, the practical politician reconsidered hastily. I'm not the sort, he protested, to turn out a man appointed by our martyred president. Besides, he's so old now, if the fever don't catch him, he'll die of old age anyway. The secretary coughed uncomfortably. And they say, he murmured, republics are ungrateful. I don't quite get that, said the practical politician. Of Puerto Banos of the Republic of Colombia, where as consul Mr. Marshall was upholding the dignity of the United States, little could be said except that it possessed a sure harbor. When driven from the Caribbean Sea by stress of weather, the largest of ocean tramps and even battleships could find in its protecting arms of coral a safe shelter. But as young Mr. Aiken, the wireless operator, pointed out, unless driven by a hurricane and the fear of death, no one ever visited it. Back of the ancient wharfs that dated from the days when Puerto Banos was a receiver of stolen goods for buccaneers and pirates, were rows of thatched huts, streets, according to the season, of dust or mud, a few iron-barred, jail-like barracks, custom houses, municipal buildings, and the whitewashed adobe houses of the consuls. The backyard of the town was a swamp. Through this, at 5 each morning, a rusty engine pulled a train of flat cars to the base of the mountains, and if meanwhile the rails had not disappeared into the swamp, at 5 in the evening brought back the flat cars laden with odorous coffee sacks. In the daily life of Puerto Banos, waiting for the return of the train and betting if it would return was the chief interest. Each night the consuls, the foreign residents, the wireless operator, the manager of the rusty railroad met for dinner. There at the head of the long table, by virtue of his years, of his courtesy and distinguished manner, of his office, Mr. Marshall presided. Of the little band of exiles, he was the chosen ruler. His rule was gentle. By force of example, he had made existence in Puerto Banos more possible. For women and children, Puerto Banos was a death trap, and before old man Marshall came, there had been no influence to remind the enforced bachelors of other days. They had lost interest, had grown lax, irritable, morose. Their white duck was seldom white. Their cheeks were unshaven. When the sun sank into the swamp and the heat still turned Puerto Banos into a Turkish bath, they threw dice on the greasy tables of the Café Bolivar for drinks. The petty gambling led to petty quarrels, the drinks to fever. The coming of Mr. Marshall changed that. His standards of life, his tact, his worldly wisdom, his cheerful courtesy, his fastidious personal neatness shamed the younger men. The desire to please him, to stand well in his good opinion, brought back pride and self-esteem. The lieutenant of Her Majesty's gunboat Plover noted the change. "Eustace," he exclaimed, "you couldn't get out of the Café Bolivar without someone sticking a knife in you, and now it's a debating club. They all sit around a table and listen to an old gentleman talk world politics." If Henry Marshall brought content to the exiles of Puerto Banos, there was little in return that Puerto Banos could give to him. Magazines and correspondence in 6 languages kept him in touch with those foreign lands in which he had represented his country, but of the country he had represented, newspapers and periodicals showed him only too clearly that in 40 years it had grown away from him, had changed beyond recognition. When last he had called at the State Department, he had been made to feel he was a man without a country, and when he visited his hometown in Vermont, he was looked upon as a Rip Van Winkle. Those of his boyhood friends who were not dead had long thought of him as dead, and the sleepy, pretty village had become a bustling commercial center. In the lanes where, as a young man, he had walked among wheat fields, trolley cars whirled between rows of mills and factories. The children had grown to manhood with children of their own. Like a ghost, he searched for house after house, where once he had been made welcome, only to find in its place a towering office building. All had gone, the old familiar faces. In vain he scanned even the shop fronts for a friendly, home-like name. Whether the fault was his, whether he would better have served his own interests than those of the government, it was now too late to determine. In his own home he was a stranger among strangers. In the service he had so faithfully followed, rank by rank, he had been dropped until now he, who twice had been a consul general, was an exile, banished to a fever swamp. The great ship of state had dropped him overside, had marooned him, and sailed away. Twice a day he walked along the shell road to the Café Bolivar and back again to the consulate. There, as he entered the outer office, José, the Colombian clerk, would rise and bow profoundly. "Any papers for me to sign, José?" the consul would ask. "Not today, Excellency," the clerk would reply. Then José would return to writing a letter to his lady love, not that there was anything to tell her, but because writing on the official paper of the consulate gave him importance in his eyes and in hers. And in the inner office the consul would continue to gaze at the empty harbor, the empty coral reefs, the empty, burning sky. The little band of exiles were at second breakfast when the wireless man came in late to announce that a Red D boat and the island of Curaçao had both reported a hurricane coming north. Also, that much concern was felt for the safety of the yacht Serape. 3 days before, in advance of her coming, she had sent a wireless to Willemstad, asking the captain of the port to reserve a berth for her. She expected to arrive the following morning. But for 48 hours nothing had been heard from her, and it was believed she had been overhauled by the hurricane. Owing to the presence on board of Senator Hanley, the closest friend of the new president, the man who had made him president, much concern was felt at Washington. To try to pick her up by wireless, the gunboat Newark had been ordered from Culebra, the cruiser Raleigh with Admiral Hardy on board from Cologne. It was possible she would seek shelter at Porto Banos. The consul was ordered to report. As Marshall wrote out his answer, the French consul exclaimed with interest, "He is of importance, then, this senator?" he asked. "Is it that in your country ships of war are at the service of a senator?" Aiken, the wireless operator, grinned derisively. "At the service of this senator they are," he answered. "They call him the kingmaker, the man behind the throne." "But in your country," protested the Frenchman, "there is no throne. I thought your president was elected by the people." "That's what the people think," answered Aiken. "In God's country," he explained, "the trusts want a rich man in the Senate with the same interests as their own to represent them. They chose Hanley. He picked out of the candidates for the presidency the man he thought would help the interests. He nominated him, and the people voted for him. Hanley is what we call a boss." The Frenchman looked inquiringly at Marshall. "Oh, the position of the boss is the more dangerous," said Marshall gravely, "because it is unofficial, because there are no laws to curtail his powers. Men like Senator Hanley are a menace to good government. They see in public office only a reward for party workers." "That's right," assented Aiken. "Your 40 years of service, Mr. Consul, wouldn't count with Hanley. If he wanted your job, he'd throw you out as quick as he would a drunken cook." And Mr. Marshall flushed painfully, and the French consul hastened to interrupt. "Oh, then let us pray," he exclaimed with fervor, "that the hurricane has sunk the Serape and all on board." 2 hours later, the Serape, showing she had met the hurricane and had come out second best, steamed into the harbor. Her owner was young Herbert Livingston of Washington. He once had been in the diplomatic service and, as minister to the Hague, wished to return to it. In order to bring this about, he had subscribed liberally to the party campaign fund. With him, among other distinguished persons, was the all-powerful Hanley. The kidnapping of Hanley for the cruise in itself demonstrated the ability of Livingstone as a diplomat. It was the opinion of many that it would surely lead to his appointment as a minister plenipotentiary. Livingstone was of the same opinion. He had not lived long in the nation's capital without observing the value of propinquity. How many men he knew were now paymasters and secretaries of legation solely because those high in the government met them daily at the Metropolitan Club and preferred them in almost any other place. And if after 3 weeks as his guest on board what the newspapers called his floating palace, the senator could refuse him even the prize legation of Europe, there was no value in modest merit. As yet, Livingstone had not hinted at his ambition. There was no need. To a statesman of Hanley's astuteness, the largeness of Livingstone's contribution to the campaign fund was self-explanatory. After her wrestling match with the Hurricane, all those on board the Serapis seemed to find in land, even in the swamp land of Porto Banos, a compelling attraction. Before the anchors hit the water, they were in the launch. On reaching shore, they made at once for the Consul. There were many cables they wished to start on their way by wireless, cables to friends, to newspapers, to the government. Jose, the Colombian clerk, appalled by the unprecedented invasion of visitors so distinguished, and Marshall, grateful for a chance to serve his fellow countrymen, and especially his countrywomen, were ubiquitous, eager, indispensable. At Jose's desk, the great senator, rolling his cigar between his teeth, was using, to Jose's ecstasy, Jose's own pen to write a reassuring message to the White House. At the consul's desk, a beautiful creature, all in lace and pearls, was struggling to compress the very low opinion she held of a hurricane into 10 words. On his knee, Henry Cairns, the banker, was inditing instructions to his Wall Street office, and upon himself Livingstone had taken the responsibility of replying to the inquiries heaped upon Marshall's desk from many newspapers. It was just before sunset, and Marshall produced his tea things, and the young person in pearls and lace, who was Miss Cairns, made tea for the women, and the men mixed gin and limes with tepid water. The consul apologized for proposing a toast in which they could not join. He begged to drink to those who had escaped the perils of the sea. Had they been his oldest and nearest friends, his little speech could not have been more heartfelt and sincere. To his distress, it moved one of the ladies to tears, and in embarrassment he turned to the men. "I regret there is no ice," he said. "But you know the rule of the tropics. As soon as a ship enters port, the ice machine bursts." "I'll tell the steward to send you some, sir," said Livingstone. "And as long as we're here." The senator showed his concern. "As long as we're here?" he gasped. "Not over 2 days," answered the owner nervously. "The chief says it'll take all of that to get her in shape. As you ought to know, Senator, she was pretty badly mauled." The senator gazed blankly out of the window. Beyond it lay the naked coral reefs, the empty sky, and the ragged palms of Porto Banos. Livingstone felt that his legation was slipping from him. "That wireless operator," he continued hastily, "tells me there is a most amusing place a few miles down the coast, Las Bocas, a sort of Coney Island where the government people go for the summer. There's surf bathing and roulette and café chantant. He says there's some Spanish dancers." The guests of the Serapis exclaimed with interest. The senator smiled. To Marshall, the general enthusiasm over the thought of a ride on a merry-go-round suggested that the friends of Mr. Livingstone had found their own society far from satisfying. Greatly encouraged, Livingstone continued with enthusiasm. "And that wireless man said," he added, "that with the launch we can get there in half an hour. We might run down after dinner." He turned to Marshall. "Will you join us, Mr. Consul?" he asked, "and dine with us first?" Marshall accepted with genuine pleasure. It had been many months since he had sat at table with his own people, but he shook his head doubtfully. "I was wondering about Las Bocas," he explained. "If you're going there, might not get you in trouble at the next port. With a yacht, I think it's different, but Las Bocas is under quarantine." There was a chorus of exclamations. "Oh, it's not serious," Marshall explained. "There was bubonic plague there, or something like it. You would be in no danger from that. It's only that you might be held up by the regulations. Passenger steamers can't land anyone who has been there at any other port of the West Indies. The English are especially strict. The Royal Mail won't even receive anyone on board here without a certificate from the English Consul saying that he has not visited Las Bocas. For an American, they would require the same guarantee from me. But I don't think the regulations extend to yachts. I will inquire. I don't wish to deprive you of any of the many pleasures of Puerto Banos," he added, smiling. "But if you were refused a landing at your next port, I would blame myself." "Oh, it's all right," declared Livingstone decidedly. "It's just as you say. Yachts and warships are exempt. Besides, I carry my own doctor, and if he won't give us a clean bill of health, I'll make him walk the plank. At 8, then, at dinner. I'll send the cutter for you. I can't give you a salute, Mr. Consul, but you shall have all the side boys I can muster." Those from the yacht parted from their consul in the most friendly spirit. "I think he's charming," exclaimed Miss Cairns. "And did you notice his novels? They were in every language. It must be terribly lonely down here for a man like that." "He's the first of our consuls we've met on this trip," growled her father, "that we've caught sober." "Sober!" exclaimed his wife indignantly. "He's one of the marshals of Vermont. I asked him." "I wonder," mused Hanley, "how much this place is worth. Hamilton, one of the new senators, has been deviling the life out of me to send his son somewhere. Says if he stays in Washington, he'll disgrace the family. I should think this place would drive any man to drink himself to death in 3 months, and young Hamilton, from what I've seen of him, ought to be able to do it in a week. That would leave the place open for the next man." "The postmaster in my state thinks he carried it," the senator smiled grimly. "He has consumption and wants us to give him a consulship in the tropics. I'll tell him I've seen Puerto Banos and that it's just the place for him." The senator's pleasantry was not well received, but Miss Cairns alone had the temerity to speak of what the others were thinking. "What would become of Mr. Marshall?" she asked. The senator smiled tolerantly. "I don't know that I was thinking of Mr. Marshall," he said. "I can't recall anything he has done for this administration. You see, Miss Cairns," he explained in the tone of one addressing a small child, "Marshall has been abroad now for 40 years at the expense of the taxpayers. Some of us think men who have lived that long on their fellow countrymen had better come home and get to work." Livingstone nodded solemnly in assent. He did not wish a post abroad at the expense of the taxpayers. He was willing to pay for it. And then, with ex-minister on his visiting cards and a sense of duty well performed, for the rest of his life he could join the other expatriates in Paris. Just before dinner, the cruiser Raleigh, having discovered the whereabouts of the Serapis by wireless, entered the harbor, and Admiral Hardy came to the yacht to call upon the senator, in whose behalf he had been scouring the Caribbean seas. Having paid his respects to that personage, the admiral fell boisterously upon Marshall. The two old gentlemen were friends of many years. They had met officially and unofficially in many strange parts of the world. To each, the chance reunion was a piece of tremendous good fortune, and throughout dinner the guests of Livingstone, already bored with each other, found in them and their talk of former days new and delightful entertainment. So much so that when Marshall, having assured them that the local quarantine regulations did not extend to a yacht, the men departed for Las Bocas, the women insisted that he and the admiral remain behind. It was for Marshall a wondrous evening, to foregather with his old friend whom he had known since Hardy was a mad midshipman, to sit at the feet of his own charming countrywomen, to listen to their soft modulated laughter, to note how quickly they saw that to him the evening was a great event, and with what tact each contributed to make it the more memorable. All served to wipe out the months of bitter loneliness, the stigma of failure, the sense of undeserved neglect. In the moonlight, on the cool quarter-deck, they sat in a half-circle, each of the two friends telling tales out of school, tales of which the other was the hero or the victim, Inside stories of great occasions, ceremonies, bombardments, unrecorded shirt-sleeve diplomacy. Hardy had helped to open the Suez Canal. Marshall had assisted the Queen of Madagascar to escape from the French invaders. On the Barbary coast, Hardy had chased pirates. In Edinburgh, Marshall had played chess with Carlyle. He had seen Paris in mourning in the days of the siege, Paris in terror in the days of the Commune. He had known Garibaldi, Gambetta, the younger Dumas, the creator of Pickwick. "Do you remember that time in Tangier," the Admiral urged, "when I was a midshipman and got into the Bashaw's harem?" "Do you remember how I got you out?" Marshall replied grimly. "And," demanded Hardy, "do you remember when Adelina Patti paid a visit to the Kearsarge at Marseilles in '65? George Dewey was our second officer, and you were bowing and backing away from her, and you backed into an open hatch, and she said, 'My French isn't up to it.' What was it she said?" I didn't hear," said Marshall. "I was too far down the hatch." "Too bad the old Kearsarge?" asked Mrs. Cairns. "Were you in the service then, Mr. Marshall?" With loyal pride in his friend, the Admiral answered for him. "He was our Consul General at Marseilles." There was an uncomfortable moment. Even those denied imagination could not escape the contrast, could see in their mind's eye the great harbour of Marseille, crowded with the shipping of the world, surrounding it the beautiful city, the rival of Paris to the north, and on the battleship the young Consul General making his bow to the young Empress of Song. And now, before their actual eyes, they saw the village of Porto Banos, a black streak in the night, a row of mud shacks, at the end of the wharf a single lantern yellow in the clear moonlight. Later in the evening, Miss Cairns led the Admiral to one side. "Admiral," she began eagerly, "tell me about your friend. Why is he here? Why don't they give him a place worthy of him? I've seen many of our representatives abroad, and I know we cannot afford to waste men like that." The girl exclaimed indignantly, "He's one of the most interesting men I've ever met. He's lived everywhere, known everyone. He's a distinguished man, a cultivated man. Even I can see he knows his work, that he's a diplomat, born, trained, that he's—" The Admiral interrupted with a growl. "You don't have to tell me about Henry," he protested. "I've known Henry 25 years. If Henry got his deserts," he exclaimed hotly, "he wouldn't be a consul on this coral reef, he'd be a minister in Europe. Look at me. We're the same age. We started together. When Lincoln sent him to Morocco as consul, he signed my commission as a midshipman. Now I'm an admiral. Henry has twice my brains, and he's been a consul general, and he's here, back at the foot of the ladder." "Why?" demanded the girl. "Because the Navy is a service, and the consular service isn't a service. Men like Senator Hanley use it to pay their debts. While Henry's been serving his country abroad, he's lost his friends, lost his pull. Those politicians up at Washington have no use for him. They don't consider that a consul like Henry can make $1 million for his countrymen. He can keep them from shipping goods where there's no market, show them where there is a market." The Admiral snorted contemptuously. "You don't have to tell me the value of a good consul. But those politicians don't consider that. They only see that he has a job worth a few $100 and they want it, and he hasn't any other politicians to protect him, they'll take it." The girl raised her head. "Why don't you speak to the senator?" she asked. "Tell him you've known him for years." "Glad to do it!" exclaimed the Admiral heartily. "It won't be the first time, but Henry mustn't know. He's too confoundedly touchy. He hates the idea of influence, hates men like Hanley who abuse it. If he thought anything was given to him except on his merits, he wouldn't take it." "Then we won't tell him," said the girl. For a moment she hesitated. "If I spoke to Mr. Hanley," she asked, "told him what I learned tonight of Mr. Marshall, would it have any effect?" "Don't know how it will affect Hanley," said the sailor. But if you asked me to make anybody a consul general, I'd make him an ambassador."
Later in the evening, Hanley and Livingstone were seated alone on deck. The visit to Las Bocas had not proved amusing, but, much to Livingstone's relief, his honored guest was now in a good humor. He took the cigar from his lips, only to sip at a long, cool drink. He was in a mood flatteringly confidential and communicative.
"People have the strangest idea of what I can do for them," he laughed. It was his pose to pretend he was without authority. "They believe I've only got to wave a wand and get them anything they want. I thought I'd be safe from them on board a yacht."
Livingstone, in ignorance of what was coming, squirmed apprehensively.
"But it seems," the senator went on, "I'm at the mercy of a conspiracy. The women folk want me to do something for this fellow Marshall. If they had their way, they'd send him to the court of St. James. And old Hardy, too, tackled me about him. So did Miss Cairns. And then Marshall himself got me behind the wheelhouse, and I thought he was going to tell me how good he was, too. But he didn't."
As though the joke were on himself, the senator laughed appreciatively.
He told me instead that Hardy ought to be a vice-admiral."
Livingstone also laughed with the satisfied air of one who cannot be tricked.
"They fixed it up between them," he explained. "Each was to put in a good word for the other." He nodded eagerly. "That's what I think."
There were moments during the cruise when Senator Hanley would have found relief in dropping his host overboard. With mock deference, the older man inclined his head.
"That's what you think, is it?" he asked. "Livingstone," he added, "you certainly are a great judge of men."
The next morning old man Marshall woke with a lightness at his heart that had been long absent. For a moment, conscious only that he was happy, he lay between sleep and waking, frowning up at the canopy of mosquito net, trying to realize what change had come to him. Then he remembered. His old friend had returned. New friends had come into his life and welcomed him kindly. He was no longer lonely. As eager as a boy, he ran to the window. He had not been dreaming. In the harbor lay the pretty yacht, the stately white-hulled warship. The flag that drooped from the stern of each caused his throat to tighten, brought warm tears to his eyes, fresh resolve to his discouraged, troubled spirit. When he knelt beside his bed, his heart poured out his thanks in gratitude and gladness. While he was dressing, a bluejacket brought a note from the admiral. It invited him to tea on board the warship with the guests of the Serapis. His old friend added that he was coming to lunch with his consul, and wanted time reserved for a long talk. The consul agreed gladly. He was in holiday humor. The day promised to repeat the good moments of the night previous. At 9 o'clock, through the open door of the consulate, Marshall saw Aiken, the wireless operator, signaling from the wharf excitedly to the yacht, and a boat leave the ship and return. Almost immediately, the launch, carrying several passengers, again made the trip shoreward. Half an hour later, Senator Hanley, Miss Cairns, and Livingstone came up the waterfront and entered the consulate, seating themselves around Marshall's desk. Livingstone was sunk in melancholy. The senator, on the contrary, was smiling broadly. His manner was one of distinct relief. He greeted the consul with hearty good humor.
"I'm ordered home," he announced gleefully.
Then, remembering the presence of Livingstone, he hastened to add,
"I needn't say how sorry I am to give up my yachting trip, but orders are orders. The President," he explained to Marshall, "cables me this morning to come back and take my coat off."
The prospect, as a change from playing bridge on a pleasure boat, seemed far from depressing him.
"Those filibusters in the Senate," he continued genially, "are making trouble again. They think they've got me out of the way for another month, but they'll find they're wrong. When the bill comes up, they'll find me at the old stand and ready for business."
Marshall did not attempt to conceal his personal disappointment. "I am so sorry you are leaving," he said. "Selfishly sorry, I mean. I'd hoped you all would be here for several days." He looked inquiringly toward Livingstone. "I understood the Serapis was disabled," he explained.
"She is," answered Hanley. "So is the Raleigh.
At a pinch, the Admiral might have stretched the regulations and carried me to Jamaica, but the Raleigh's engines are knocked about too. I've got to reach Kingston Thursday. The German boat leaves there Thursday for New York. At first it looked as though I couldn't do it, but we find the Royal Mail is due today, and she can get to Kingston Wednesday night. It's a good piece of luck. I wouldn't bother you with my troubles, the senator explained pleasantly, but the agent of the Royal Mail here won't sell me a ticket until you put your seal to this. He extended a piece of printed paper. As Hanley had been talking, the face of the consul had grown grave. He accepted the paper, but did not look at it. Instead, he regarded the senator with troubled eyes. Then he spoke. His tone was one of genuine concern. "It is most unfortunate," he said, "but I'm afraid the Royal Mail will not take you on board. Because of Las Bocas," he explained. "If we had only known," he added remorsefully, "it is most unfortunate." "Because of Las Bocas?" echoed Hanley. "You don't mean they'll refuse to take me to Jamaica because I spent half an hour at the end of a wharf listening to a squeaky gramophone?" "The trouble," explained Marshall, "is this. If they carried you, all the other passengers would be held in quarantine for 10 days, and there are fines to pay, and there would be difficulties over the mails. But," he added hopefully, "maybe the regulations have been altered. I will see her captain and tell him—" "See her captain?" objected Hanley. "Why see the captain? He doesn't know I've been to that place. Why tell him? All I need is a clean bill of health from you. That's all he wants. You have only to sign that paper." Marshall regarded the senator with surprise. "But I can't," he said. "You can't? Why not?" "Because it certifies to the fact that you have not visited Las Bocas. Unfortunately, you have visited Las Bocas." The senator had been walking up and down the room. Now he seated himself and stared at Marshall curiously. "It's like this, Mr. Marshall," he began quietly. "The President desires my presence in Washington, thinks I can be of some use to him there in helping carry out certain party measures to which he pledged himself before his election. And down here, a British steamship line has laid down local rules which, in my case anyway, are ridiculous. The question is, are you going to be bound by the red tape of a halfpenny British colony or by your oath to the President of the United States?" The sophistry amused Marshall. He smiled good-naturedly and shook his head. "I'm afraid, Senator," he said, "that way of putting it is hardly fair. Unfortunately, the question is one of fact. I will explain to the captain—" "You will explain nothing to the captain," interrupted Hanley. "This is a matter which concerns no one but our two selves. I am not asking favors of steamboat captains. I am asking an American consul to assist an American citizen in trouble and," he added with heavy sarcasm, "incidentally, to carry out the wishes of his president." Marshall regarded the senator with an expression of both surprise and disbelief. "Are you asking me to put my name to what is not so?" he said. "Are you serious?" "That paper, Mr. Marshall," returned Hanley steadily, "is a mere form, a piece of red tape. There's no more danger in my carrying the plague to Jamaica than of my carrying a dynamite bomb. You know that." "I do know that," assented Marshall heartily. "I appreciate your position, and I regret it exceedingly. You are the innocent victim of a regulation which is a wise regulation, but which is most unfair to you. My own position," he added, "is not important, but you can believe me, it is not easy. It is certainly no pleasure for me to be unable to help you." Hanley was leaning forward, his hands on his knees, his eyes watching Marshall closely. "Then you refuse," he said. "Why?" Marshall regarded the senator steadily. His manner was untroubled. The look he turned upon Hanley was one of grave disapproval. "You know why," he answered quietly. "It is impossible." In sudden anger, Hanley rose. Marshall, who had been seated behind his desk, also rose. For a moment, in silence, the two men confronted each other. Then Hanley spoke. His tone was harsh and threatening. "Then I am to understand," he exclaimed, "that you refuse to carry out the wishes of a United States Senator and of the President of the United States." In front of Marshall, on his desk, was a little iron stamp of the consulate. Protectingly, almost caressingly, he laid his hand upon it. "I refuse," he corrected, "to place the seal of this consulate on a lie." There was a moment's pause. Miss Cairns, unwilling to remain and unable to withdraw, clasped her hands unhappily and stared at the floor. Livingstone exclaimed in indignant protest. Hanley moved a step nearer, and, to emphasize what he said, tapped his knuckles on the desk. With the air of one confident of his advantage, he spoke slowly and softly. "Do you appreciate," he asked, "that while you may be of some importance down here in this fever swamp, in Washington I am supposed to carry some weight? Do you appreciate that I am a senator from a state that numbers 4 millions of people, and that you are preventing me from serving those people?" Marshall inclined his head gravely and politely. "And I want you to appreciate," he said, "that while I have no weight in Washington, in this fever swamp, I have the honor to represent 80 millions of people, and as long as that consular sign is over my door, I don't intend to prostitute it for you, or the President of the United States, or any one of those 80 millions. Of the two men, the first to lower his eyes was Hanley. He laughed shortly and walked to the door. There he turned, and indifferently, as though the incident no longer interested him, drew out his watch. "Mr. Marshall," he said, "if the cable is working, I'll take your tin sign away from you by sunset." For one of Marshall's traditions, to such a speech there was no answer save silence. He bowed, and apparently serene and undismayed, resumed his seat. From the contest, judging from the manner of each, it was Marshall, not Hanley, who had emerged victorious. But Miss Cairns was not deceived. Under the unexpected blow, Marshall had turned older. His clear blue eyes had grown less alert. His broad shoulders seemed to stoop. In sympathy, her own eyes filled with sudden tears. "What will you do?" she whispered. "I don't know what I shall do," said Marshall simply. "I should have liked to have resigned. It's a prettier finish. After 40 years, to be dismissed by cable it's a poor way of ending it." Miss Cairns rose and walked to the door. There she turned and looked back. "I am sorry," she said, and both understood that in saying no more than that, she had best shown her sympathy. An hour later, the sympathy of Admiral Hardy was expressed more directly. "If he comes on board my ship," roared that gentleman, "I'll push him down an ammunition hoist and break his damned neck." Marshall laughed delightedly. The loyalty of his old friend was never so welcome. "You'll treat him with every courtesy," he said. "The only satisfaction he gets out of this is to see that he has hurt me. We will not give him that satisfaction." But Marshall found that to conceal his wound was more difficult than he had anticipated. When, at tea-time, on the deck of the warship, he again met Senator Hanley and the guests of the Serapis, he could not forget that his career had come to an end. There was much to remind him that this was so. He was made aware of it by the sad, sympathetic glances of the women, by their tactful courtesies, by the fact that Livingstone, anxious to propitiate Hanley, treated him rudely, by the sight of the young officers, each just starting upon a career of honor and possible glory, as his career ended in humiliation, and by the big warship herself, that recalled certain crises when he had only to press a button and warships had come at his bidding. At 5 o'clock there was an awkward moment. The Royal Mail boat, having taken on her cargo, passed out of the harbor on her way to Jamaica, and dipped her colors. Senator Hanley, abandoned to his fate, observed her departure in silence. Livingstone, hovering at his side, asked sympathetically, Have they answered your cable, sir?"
"They have,"
said Hanley gruffly. Was it satisfactory?" pursued the diplomat.
"It was," said the senator, with emphasis.
Far from discouraged, Livingstone continued his inquiries. "And when," he asked eagerly, "are you going to tell him?"
"Now," said the senator.
The guests were leaving the ship. When all were seated in the admiral's steam launch, the admiral descended the accommodation ladder and himself picked up the tiller ropes. "Mr. Marshal," he called, "when I bring the launch broadside to the ship and stop her, you will stand ready to receive the consul's salute." Involuntarily, Marshal uttered an exclamation of protest. He had forgotten that on leaving the warship as consul he was entitled to 7 guns. Had he remembered, he would have insisted that the ceremony be omitted. He knew that the admiral wished to show his loyalty, knew that his old friend was now paying him the honor only as a rebuke to Hanley, but the ceremony was no longer an honor. Hanley had made it a mockery. It served only to emphasize what had been taken from him. But without a scene, it now was too late to avoid it. The first of the 7 guns had roared from the bow, and as often he had stood before, as never he would stand again, Marshal took his place at the gangway of the launch. His eyes were fixed on the flag, his grey head was uncovered, his hat was pressed above his heart. For the first time since Hanley had left the consulate, he fell into sudden terror lest he might give way to his emotions. Indignant at the thought, he held himself erect. His face was set like a mask, his eyes were untroubled. He was determined they should not see that he was suffering. Another gun spat out a burst of white smoke, a stab of flame. There was an echoing roar. Another and another followed. Marshal counted 7, and then, with a bow to the admiral, backed from the gangway. And then another gun shattered the hot, heavy silence. Marshal, confused, embarrassed, assuming he had counted wrong, hastily returned to his place. But again, before he could leave it in savage haste, a 9th gun roared out its greeting. He could not still be mistaken. He turned appealingly to his friend. The eyes of the admiral were fixed upon the warship. Again a gun shattered the silence. Was it a jest? Were they laughing at him? Marshal flushed miserably. He gave a swift glance toward the others. They were smiling. Then it was a jest. Behind his back, something of which they all were cognizant was going forward. The face of Livingstone alone betrayed a like bewilderment to his own. But the others, who knew, were mocking him. For the 13th time a gun shook the brooding swampland of Puerto Banos. And then, and not until then, did the flag crawl slowly from the masthead. Mary Cairns broke the tenseness by bursting into tears. But Marshal saw that everyone else, save she and Livingstone, were still smiling. Even the bluejackets in charge of the launch were grinning at him. He was beset by smiling faces. And then from the warship, unchecked, came, against all regulations, 3 long, splendid cheers. Marshal felt his lips quivering, the warm tears forcing their way to his eyes. He turned beseechingly to his friend, his voice trembling. "Charles," he begged, "are they laughing at me?" Eagerly, before the other would answer, Senator Hanley tossed his cigar into the water and, scrambling forward, seized Marshal by the hand. "Mr. Marshal," he cried, "our president has great faith in Abraham Lincoln's judgment of men. And this salute means that this morning he appointed you our new minister to The Hague. I'm one of those politicians who keeps his word. I told you I'd take your tin sign away from you by sunset. I've done it." End of The Consul by Richard Harding Davis. Friends in San Rosario by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The westbound train stopped at San Rosario on time at 8:20 a.m. A man with a thick black leather wallet under his arm left the train and walked rapidly up the main street of the town. There were other passengers who also got off at San Rosario, but they either slouched limberly over to the railroad eating house or the Silver Dollar Saloon, or joined the groups of idlers about the station. Indecision had no part in the movements of the man with the wallet. He was short in stature, but strongly built, with very light, closely trimmed hair, smooth, determined face, and aggressive gold-rimmed nose glasses. He was well dressed in the prevailing Eastern style. His air denoted a quiet but conscious reserve force, if not actual authority. After walking a distance of 3 squares, he came to the center of the town's business area. Here another street of importance crossed the main one, forming the hub of San Rosario's life and commerce. Upon one corner stood the post office, upon another Rubensky's clothing emporium. The other 2 diagonally opposing corners were occupied by the town's 2 banks, the First National and the Stockmen's National. Into the First National Bank of San Rosario the newcomer walked, never slowing his brisk step until he stood at the cashier's window. The bank opened for business at 9, and the working force was already assembled, each member preparing his department for the day's business. The cashier was examining the mail when he noticed a stranger standing at his window. "Bank doesn't open until 9, he remarked curtly, but without feeling. He had had to make that statement so often to early birds since San Rosario adopted city banking hours. "I am well aware of that," said the other man in cool, brittle tones. "Will you kindly receive my card?" The cashier drew the small, spotless parallelogram inside the bars of his wicket and read, "J. F. C. Nettlewick, National Bank Examiner." "Oh, yeah. Will you walk around inside, Mr. Nettlewick? Your first visit. Didn't know your business, of course. Walk right around here, please." The examiner was quickly inside the sacred precincts of the bank, where he was ponderously introduced to each employee in turn by Mr. Edlinger, the cashier, a middle-aged gentleman of deliberation, discretion, and method. "I was kind of expecting Sam Turner around again pretty soon," said Mr. Edlinger. "Sam's been examining us now for about 4 years. I guess you'll find us all right, though, considering the tightness in business. Not overly much money on hand, but able to stand the storms, sir. Stand the storms." "Mr. Turner and I have been ordered by the comptroller to exchange districts," said the examiner in his decisive, formal tones. "He is covering my old territory in southern Illinois and Indiana. I will take the cash first, please." Perry Dorsey, the teller, was already arranging his cash on the counter for the examiner's inspection. He knew it was right to assent, and he had nothing to fear, but he was nervous and flustered. So was every man in the bank. There was something so icy and swift, so impersonal and uncompromising about this man, that his very presence seemed an accusation. He looked to be a man who would never make nor overlook an error. Mr. Nettlewick first seized the currency, and with a rapid, almost juggling motion, counted it by packages. Then he spun the sponge cup toward him and verified the count by bills. His thin white fingers flew like some expert musician's upon the keys of a piano. He dumped the gold upon the counter with a crash, and the coins whined and sang as they skimmed across the marble slab from the tips of his nimble digits. The air was full of fractional currency when he came to the halves and quarters. He counted the last nickel and dime. He had the scales brought, and he weighed every sack of silver in the vault. He questioned Dorsey concerning each of the cash memoranda, certain checks, charge slips, etc., carried over from the previous day's work, with unimpeachable courtesy, yet with something so mysteriously momentous in his frigid manner that the teller was reduced to pink cheeks and a stammering tongue. This newly imported examiner was so different from Sam Turner. It had been Sam's way to enter the bank with a shout, pass the cigars, and tell the latest stories he had picked up on his rounds. His customary greeting to Dorsey had been, "Hello, Perry! Haven't skipped out with the boodle yet, I see." Turner's way of counting the cash had been different, too. He would finger the packages of bills in a tired kind of way, and then go into the vault and kick over a few sacks of silver, and the thing was done. Halves and quarters and dimes? Not for Sam Turner. "No chicken feed for me," he would say when they were set before him. "I'm not in the agricultural department." But then Turner was a Texan, an old friend of the bank's president, and had known Dorsey since he was a baby. While the examiner was counting the cash, Major Thomas B. Kingman, known to everyone as Major Tom, the president of the First National, drove up to the side door with his old dun horse and buggy and came inside. He saw the examiner busy with the money, and going into the little pony corral, as he called it, in which his desk was railed off, he began to look over his letters. Earlier, a little incident had occurred that even the sharp eyes of the examiner had failed to notice. When he had begun his work at the cash counter, Mr. Edlinger had winked significantly at Roy Wilson, the youthful bank messenger, and nodded his head slightly toward the front door. Roy understood, got his hat, and walked leisurely out, with his collector's book under his arm. Once outside, he made a beeline for the Stockmen's National. That bank was also getting ready to open. No customers had as yet presented themselves. "Say, you people," cried Roy, with the familiarity of youth and long acquaintance, "you want to get a move on you? There's a new bank examiner over at the First, and he's a stem winder. He's counting nickels on Perry, and he's got the whole outfit bluffed. Mr. Edlinger gave me the tip to let you know." Mr. Buckley, president of the Stockmen's National, a stout, elderly man, looking like a farmer dressed for Sunday, heard Roy from his private office in the rear and called him. "Has Major Kingman come down to the bank yet?" he asked of the boy. "Yes, sir. He was just driving up as I left," said Roy. "I want you to take him a note. Put it into his own hands as soon as you get back." Mr. Buckley sat down and began to write. Roy returned and handed to Major Kingman the envelope containing the note. The Major read it, folded it, and slipped it into his vest pocket. He leaned back in his chair for a few moments, as if he were meditating deeply, and then rose and went into the vault. He came out with the bulky, old-fashioned leather note-case stamped on the back in gilt letters, "Bills Discounted." In this were the notes due the bank with their attached securities, and the Major, in his rough way, dumped the lot upon his desk and began to sort them over. By this time Nettlewick had finished his count of the cash. His pencil fluttered like a swallow over the sheet of paper on which he had set his figures. He opened his black wallet, which seemed to be also a kind of secret memorandum book, made a few rapid figures in it, wheeled and transfixed Dorsey with the glare of his spectacles. That look seemed to say, "You're safe this time, but cash all correct," snapped the examiner. He made a dash for the individual bookkeeper, and for a few minutes there was a fluttering of ledger leaves and a sailing of balance sheets through the air. "How often do you balance your past books?" he demanded suddenly. "Once a month," faltered the individual bookkeeper, wondering how many years they would give him. "All right," said the examiner, turning and charging upon the general bookkeeper, who had the statements of his foreign banks and their reconcilement memoranda ready. Everything there was found to be all right. Then the stub book of the certificates of deposit. Flutter, flutter, zip, zip, check. All right. List of overdrafts, please. Thanks. Unsigned bills of the bank next. All right. Then came the cashier's turn, and easy-going Mr. Edlinger rubbed his nose and polished his glasses nervously under the quick fire of questions concerning the circulation, undivided profits, bank real estate, and stock ownership. Presently, Nettlewick was aware of a big man towering above him at his elbow, a man 60 years of age, rugged and hale, with a tough, grizzled beard,
a mass of gray hair, and a pair of penetrating blue eyes that confronted the formidable glasses of the examiner without a flicker. Major Kingman, our president, Mr. Nettlewick, said the cashier. Two men of very different types shook hands. One was a finished product of the world of straight lines, conventional methods, and formal affairs. The other was something freer, wider, and nearer to nature. Tom Kingman had not been cut to any pattern. He had been mule driver, cowboy, ranger, soldier, sheriff, prospector, and cattleman. Now, when he was bank president, his old comrades from the prairies, of the saddle, tent, and trail found no change in him. He had made his fortune when Texas cattle were at the high side of value, and had organized the First National Bank of San Rosario. In spite of his largeness of heart and sometimes unwise generosity toward his old friends, the bank had prospered, for Major Tom Kingman knew men as well as he knew cattle. Of late years, the cattle business had known a depression, and the Major's bank was one of the few whose losses had not been great. "And now," said the examiner briskly, pulling out his watch, "the last thing is the loans. We will take them up now, if you please." He had gone through the First National at almost record-breaking speed, but thoroughly, as he did everything. The running order of the bank was smooth and clean, and that had facilitated his work. There was but one other bank in the town. He received from the government a fee of $25 for each bank that he examined. He should be able to go over those loans and discounts in half an hour. If so, he could examine the other bank immediately afterward, and catch the 11:45, the only other train that day, in the direction he was working. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night and Sunday in this uninteresting western town. That was why Mr. Nettlewick was rushing matters. "Come with me, sir," said Major Kingman in his deep voice that united the southern drawl with the rhythmic twang of the West. "We will go over them together. Nobody in the bank knows those notes as I do. Some of them are a little wobbly on their legs, and some are mavericks without extra many brands on their backs, but they'll most all pay out at the roundup." The two sat down at the president's desk. First, the examiner went through the notes at lightning speed and added up their total, finding it to agree with the amount of loans carried on the book of daily balances. Next, he took up the larger loans, inquiring scrupulously into the condition of their endorsers or securities. The new examiner's mind seemed to course and turn and make unexpected dashes hither and thither, like a bloodhound seeking a trail. Finally, he pushed aside all the notes except a few, which he arranged in a neat pile before him, and began a dry, formal little speech. "I find, sir, the condition of your bank to be very good, considering the poor crops and the depression in the cattle interests of your state. The clerical work seems to be done accurately and punctually. Your past due paper is moderate in amount and promises only a small loss. I would recommend the calling in of your large loans and the making of only 60 and 90-day or call loans until general business revives. And now there is one thing more, and I will have finished with the bank. Here are 6 notes aggregating something like $40,000. They are secured, according to their faces, by various stocks, bonds, shares, etc., to the value of $70,000. These securities are missing from the notes to which they should be attached. I suppose you have them in the safe or vault. You will permit me to examine them." Major Tom's light blue eyes turned unflinchingly toward the examiner. "No, sir," he said in low but steady tones. "Those securities are neither in the vault nor in the safe. I have taken them. You may hold me personally responsible for their absence." Nettlewick felt a slight thrill. He had not expected this. He had struck a momentous trail when the hunt was drawing to a close. "Ah," said the examiner. He waited a moment and then continued. "May I ask you to explain more definitely?" "The securities were taken by me," repeated the Major,
It was not for my own use, but to save an old friend in trouble. Come in here, sir, and we'll talk it over." He led the examiner into the bank's private office at the rear and closed the door. There was a desk and a table and half a dozen leather-covered chairs. On the wall was the mounted head of a Texas steer with horns 5 feet from tip to tip. Opposite hung the major's old cavalry saber that he had carried at Shiloh and Fort Pillow. Placing a chair for Nettlewick, the major seated himself by the window from which he could see the post office and the carved limestone front of the Stockmen's National. He did not speak at once, and Nettlewick felt, perhaps, that the ice could be broken by something so near its own temperature as the voice of official warning. "Your statement," he began, "since you have failed to modify it, amounts, as you must know, to a very serious thing. You are aware also of what my duty must compel me to do. I shall have to go before the United States Commissioner and make—" I know, said Major Tom with a wave of his hand. "You don't suppose I'd run a bank without being posted on national banking laws and the revised statutes. Do your duty. I'm not asking any favors. But I spoke of my friend. I did want you to hear me tell you about Bob." Nettlewick settled himself in his chair. There would be no leaving San Rosario for him that day. He would have to telegraph to the comptroller of the currency. He would have to swear out a warrant before the United States Commissioner for the arrest of Major Kingman. Perhaps he would be ordered to close the bank on account of the loss of the securities. It was not the first crime the examiner had unearthed. Once or twice the terrible upheaval of human emotions that his investigations had loosed had almost caused a ripple in his official calm. He had seen bankmen kneel and plead and cry like women for a chance, an hour's time, the overlooking of a single error. One cashier had shot himself at his desk before him. None of them had taken it with the dignity and coolness of this stern old Westerner. Nettlewick felt that he owed it to him at least to listen if he wished to talk. With his elbow on the arm of his chair and his square chin resting upon the fingers of his right hand, the bank examiner waited to hear the confession of the president of the First National Bank of San Rosario. "When a man's your friend," began Major Tom somewhat didactically, "for 40 years, and tried by water, fire, earth, and cyclones, when you can do him a little favor, you feel like doing it." "Embezzle for him $70,000 worth of securities," thought the examiner. "We were cowboys together, Bob and I," continued the major, speaking slowly and deliberately and musingly, as if his thoughts were rather with the past than the critical present. "And we prospected together for gold and silver over Arizona and New Mexico and a good part of California. We were both in the war of '61, but in different commands. We've fought Indians and horse thieves side by side. We've starved for weeks in a cabin in the Arizona mountains, buried 20 feet deep in snow. We've ridden herd together when the wind blew so hard the lightning wouldn't strike. Well, Bob and I have been through some rough spells since the first time we met in the branding camp of the old Anchor Bar Ranch, and during that time we found it necessary more than once to help each other out of tight places. In those days it was expected of a man to stick by his friend, and he didn't ask any credit for it. Probably next day you'd need him to get at your back and help stand off a band of Apaches or put a tourniquet on your leg above a rattlesnake bite and ride for whiskey. So after all it was give and take, and if you didn't stand square with your partner, why you might be shy one when you needed him. But Bob was a man who was willing to go further than that. He never played a limit. 20 years ago, I was sheriff of this county, and I made Bob my chief deputy. That was before the boom in cattle, when we both made our stake. I was sheriff and collector, and it was a big thing for me then. I was married, and we had a boy and a girl, a 4- and a 6-year-old. There was a comfortable house next to the courthouse, furnished by the county, rent-free, and I was saving some money. Bob did most of the office work. Both of us had seen rough times and plenty of rustling and danger, and I tell you it was great to hear the rain and the sleet dashing against the windows at nights, and be warm and safe and comfortable, and know you could get up in the morning and be shaved and have folks call you Mister. And then I had the finest wife and kids that ever struck the range, and my old friend with me enjoying the first fruits of prosperity and white shirts, and I guess I was happy. Yes, I was happy about that time. The Major sighed and glanced casually out of the window. The bank examiner changed his position and leaned his chin upon the other hand. One winter, continued the Major, the money for the county taxes came pouring in so fast that I didn't have time to take the stuff to the bank for a week. I just shoved the checks into a cigar box and the money into a sack and locked them in the big safes that belonged to the sheriff's office. I had been overworked that week and was about sick anyway. My nerves were out of order and my sleep at night didn't seem to rest me. The doctor had some scientific name for it and I was taking medicine. And so, added to the rest, I went to bed at night with that money on my mind. Not that there was much need of being worried, for the safe was a good one, and nobody but Bob and I knew the combination. On Friday night there was about $6,500 in cash in the bag. On Saturday morning I went to the office as usual. The safe was locked and Bob was writing at his desk. I opened the safe, and the money was gone. I called Bob and roused everybody in the courthouse to announce the robbery. It struck me that Bob took it pretty quiet, considering how much it reflected upon both him and me. 2 days went by and we never got a clue. It couldn't have been burglars, for the safe had been opened by the combination in the proper way. People must have begun to talk, for one afternoon in comes Alice, that's my wife, and the boy and girl, and Alice stamps her foot and her eyes flash and she cries out, "The lying wretches! Tom, Tom!" And I catch her in a faint and bring her round little by little, and she lays her head down and cries for the first time since she took Tom Kingman's name and fortunes. And Jack and Zilla, the youngsters, they were always wild as tiger cubs to rush at Bob and climb all over him whenever they were allowed to come to the courthouse. They stood and kicked their little shoes and herded together like scared partridges. They were having their first trip down into the shadows of life. Bob was working at his desk, and he got up and went out without a word. The grand jury was in session then, and the next morning Bob went before them and confessed that he stole the money. He said he lost it in a poker game. In 15 minutes they had found a true bill and sent me the warrant to arrest the man with whom I'd been closer than 1,000 brothers for many a year. I did it. And then I said to Bob, pointing, "There's my house, and here's my office, and up there's Maine, and out that way is California, and over there's Florida. And that's your range till the court meets. You're in my charge, and I'll take the responsibility. You be here when you're wanted." "Thanks, Tom," he said, kind of carelessly. "I was sort of hoping you wouldn't lock me up. Court meets Monday, so if you don't object, I'll just loaf around the office until then. I got one favor to ask. It isn't too much. If you'd let the kids come out in the yard once in a while and have a romp, I'd like it." "Why not?" I answered him. "They're welcome, and so are you. And come to my house, the same as ever. You see, Mr. Nettlewick, you can't make a friend of a thief, but neither can you make a thief of a friend all at once." The examiner made no answer. At that moment was heard the shrill whistle of a locomotive pulling into the depot.
That was the train on the little narrow-gauge road that struck into San Rosario from the south. The Major cocked his ear and listened for a moment and looked at his watch. The narrow gauge was in on time, 10:35. The Major continued. So, Bob hung around the office reading the papers and smoking. I put another deputy to work in his place, and after a while the first excitement of the case wore off. One day when we were alone in the office, Bob came over to where I was sitting. He was looking sort of grim and blue, the same look he used to get when he'd been up watching for Indians all night or herd riding. "Tom," he says, "it's harder than standing off redskins. It's harder than lying in the lava desert 40 miles from water. But I'm going to stick it out to the end. You know that's been my style. But if you'd tip me the smallest kind of a sign, if you'd just say, 'Bob, I understand,' why, well, it would make it a lot easier." I was surprised. "I don't know what you mean, Bob," I said. "Of course, you know I'd do anything under the sun to help you that I could, but you got me guessing." "All right, Tom," was all he said, and he went back to his newspaper and lit another cigar. It was the night before the court met when I found out what he meant. I went to bed that night with that same old light-headed, nervous feeling come back upon me. I dropped off to sleep about midnight. When I woke, I was standing half-dressed in one of the courthouse corridors. Bob was holding one of my arms, our family doctor the other, and Alice was shaking me and half crying. She had sent for the doctor without my knowing it, and when he came they had found me out of bed and missing, and had begun a search. "Sleepwalking," said the doctor. All of us went back to the house, and the doctor told us some remarkable stories about the strange things people had done while in that condition. I was feeling rather chilly after my trip out, and as my wife was out of the room at the time, I pulled open the door of an old wardrobe that stood in the room and dragged out a big quilt I had seen in there. With it tumbled out the bag of money for stealing which Bob had to be tried and convicted in the morning. "How the jumping rattlesnakes did that get there?" I yelled, and all hands must have seen how surprised I was. Bob knew in a flash. "You darned old snoozer," he said, with the old-time look on his face. "I saw you put it there. I watched you open the safe and take it out, and I followed you. I looked through the window, and I saw you hide it in that wardrobe. Then you blankety-blank flop-beard sheep-headed coyote, why did you say you took it for?" "Because," said Bob simply, "I didn't know you were asleep." I saw him glance through the door of the room where Jack and Zilla were, and I knew then what it meant to be a man's friend, from Bob's point of view. Major Tom paused and again directed his glance out of the window. He saw someone in the Stockmen's National Bank reach and draw a yellow shade down the whole length of its plate-glass big front window, although the position of the sun did not seem to warrant such a defensive movement against its rays. Nettlewick sat up straight in his chair. He had listened patiently, but without consuming interest, to the Major's story. It had impressed him as irrelevant to the situation, and it could certainly have no effect upon the consequences. Those Western people, he thought, had an exaggerated sentimentality. They were not businesslike. They needed to be protected from their friends. Evidently, the Major had concluded, and what he said amounted to nothing. "May I ask," said the examiner, "if you have anything further to say that bears directly upon the question of those abstracted securities?" "Abstracted securities, sir?" Major Tom turned suddenly in his chair, his blue eyes flashing upon the examiner. "What do you mean, sir?" He drew from his coat pocket a batch of folded papers held together by a rubber band and tossed them into Nettlewick's hands and rose to his feet. You'll find those securities there, sir, every stock, bond, and share of them. I took them from the notes while you were counting the cash. Examine and compare them for yourself." The Major led the way back into the banking room. The examiner, astounded, perplexed, nettled, at sea, followed. He felt that he had been made the victim of something that was not exactly a hoax, but that left him in the shoes of one who had been played upon, used, and then discarded without even an inkling of the game. Perhaps, also, his official position had been irreverently juggled with, but there was nothing he could take hold of. An official report of the matter would be an absurdity, and somehow he felt that he would never know anything more about the matter than he did then. Frigidly, mechanically, Netwick examined the securities, found them to tally with the notes, gathered his black wallet, and rose to depart. "I will say," he protested, turning the indignant glare of his glasses upon Major Kingman, "that your statements, your misleading statements, which you have not condescended to explain, do not appear to be quite the thing regarded either as business or humour. I do not understand such motives or actions." Major Tom looked down at him serenely and not unkindly. "Son," he said, "there are plenty of things in the chaparral and on the prairies and up the canyons that you don't understand. But I want to thank you for listening to a garrulous old man's prosy story. We old Texans love to talk about our adventures and our old comrades, and the home folks have long ago learned to run when we begin with once upon a time. So we have to spin our yarns to the stranger within our gates." The Major smiled, but the examiner only bowed coldly and abruptly quitted the bank. They saw him travel diagonally across the street in a straight line and enter the Stockmen's National Bank. Major Tom sat down at his desk and drew from his vest pocket the note Roy had given him. He had read it once, but hurriedly, and now, with something like a twinkle in his eyes, he read it again. These were the words he read: "Dear Tom, I hear there's one of Uncle Sam's greyhounds going through you, and that means that we'll catch him inside of a couple of hours, maybe. Now, I want you to do something for me. We've just got $2,200 in the bank, and the law requires that we have $20,000. I let Ross and Fisher have $18,000 late yesterday afternoon to buy up that Gibson bunch of cattle. They'll realize $40,000 in less than 30 days on the transaction, but that won't make my cash on hand look any prettier to that bank examiner. Now, I can't show him those notes, for they're just plain notes of hand without any security in sight, but you know very well that Pink Ross and Jim Fisher are two of the finest white men God ever made, and they'll do the square thing. You remember Jim Fisher. He was the one who shot that faro dealer in El Paso. I wired Sam Bradshaw's bank to send me $20,000, and it will get in on the narrow gauge at 10:35. You can't let a bank examiner in to count $2,200 and close your doors. Tom, you hold that examiner. Hold him. Hold him if you have to rope him and sit on his head. Watch our front window after the narrow gauge gets in, and when we've got the cash inside, we'll pull down the shade for a signal. Don't turn him loose till then. I'm counting on you, Tom. Your old pard, Bob Buckley, President, Stockmen's National. The Major began to tear the note into small pieces and throw them into his wastebasket. He gave a satisfied little chuckle as he did so. "Confounded old reckless cowpuncher," he growled contentedly. "That pays him some on account for what he tried to do for me in the sheriff's office 20 years ago." End of Friends in San Rosario by O. Henry.
The Man with the Good Face by Frank Luther Mott. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A subway express train roared into the 14th Street station and came to a full stop, and the doors slid open. It was just at the lull of traffic before the rush of the late afternoon, and the cars were only comfortably filled. As the train stopped, a small, unobtrusive man, sitting near one end of the third car, quickly rose from his seat on the side of the car facing the station platform and peered through the opposite windows. All the way up from Wall Street, this little man had sat quietly observing through his deep-set gray eyes every man or woman who had entered or left the car. His figure was slight, and the office pallor that overspread his serious face seemed to give to his eyes a singular intensity of gaze. Now he peered intently out at the people on the 14th Street platform. Suddenly his eyes dilated. He leaned toward the window and raised both hands as if to shade his eyes. And then he turned and ran toward the door, which was sliding shut. The little man's face was white as chalk. His eyes were round and blazing with excitement. Against the protests of the guard, he squeezed through the door and made his escape just as the train was beginning to move. Heedless of the commotion he caused, the man dodged wildly across the platform toward a local which stood there, gongs ringing and doors closing. For all his haste, the little man was too late to enter. He pounded on the glass of one of the closed doors imperiously. "Next train," said the guard shortly. "Let me on!" demanded the little man, waving his arms wildly. "Let me on! You have time!" "Next train," repeated the guard. The train began to move swiftly. The little man ran alongside, peering in through the windows at something or somebody inside. "Look out!" called the guard, watching him. The man, however, paid no attention to the warning. It is strange that he was not hurt as he ran blindly alongside the train. Perilously near the end of the platform, he stopped short and put his hand to his head. The train thundered away, its colored rear lights vanishing far off in the black tunnel. Oblivious to the interest of the spectators, oblivious to all the hurrying and running and crowding as other trains roared into the underground station, the little man leaned limply against the pillar. "He's gone," he muttered to himself. "He's gone." For upward of 20 years, Mr. James Neal had been a clerk in the offices of Fields, Jones, and Houseman on Lower Broadway. Every day of these 20-odd years, if we except Sundays and holidays, Mr. Neal had spent an hour and a half on subway trains. An hour and a half every day for more than 20 years he had spent in the great underground system of the Interborough. Its ceaseless roar benumbed his senses as he was hurtled from the Bronx, where he had a room, to the Imperial Building where he worked, and back again. This, as he had often computed, amounted to 58 and a half working days each year, or about 2 months' time. Such was the fee he paid to time for the privilege of using other hours for working and living. It had seemed a cruel loss at first, this hour and a half from every working day. But that was in the early days of his experience in the city. Then he had been driven by boundless energy and hope, the same energy and the same hope that had brought him here from his little Midwestern community in the first place. Year by year, however, as custom calloused him to the only part in life he seemed fit to play, he forgot about the waste of time in the Interborough cars. Destiny, he said to himself, had hollowed out the subway as the rut in which his life was ordained to travel. Destiny had condemned him inescapably to an underground roar. He never confessed to anyone that he held the subway as the sign and symbol of the rut into which his life had grown. There was indeed nobody to whom he might impart such thoughts as he had about the deeper meanings of life. When Mr. Neal first came to Fields, Jones, and Houseman's, timid and green from the country, he had been repelled by the lack of interest in his new problems on the part of his fellow clerks. And he had then put on for the first time the armor of indifference, which now clung to him with the familiarity of an accustomed garment. Nor did he feel a greater kinship with the family in the Bronx with which he lodged. They were at pains not to annoy him. He kept apart from them. Perhaps the pallid little clerk with the large gray eyes would have become very lonesome if he had not eventually found a real interest in life. This, then, was the manner and substance of his finding. As he traveled back and forth on the subway morning and evening, day in and day out, week after week, he wasted the hours much more completely than most of his fellow travelers. The average subway passenger reads his newspaper and forgets the world. He knows by some sixth sense when the train has arrived at his station, and only then does he look up from his reading. Mr. Neal seldom read newspapers. The blatancy, the crassness of the daily prints revolted him. Perhaps there was another reason, too, which Mr. Neal himself did not realize. Perhaps the settled selfishness which his manner of life had fixed upon him had destroyed a natural craving for the so-called human interest that is spread over the pages of the journals of the metropolis. He despised the little brawls aired in the papers, the bickerings of politics, the fights and strikes and broils of all humanity reflected in daily mirrors. Self-deprived of the newspapers, it was natural that he should fall to watching the people on the cars. He got to studying faces. At first, he did it unconsciously, and he had probably been analyzing features idly for years before he discovered and fully realized how extremely interesting this occupation was becoming. One half-holiday, he went up to the library and read a book on physiognomy. And after that, he laid out his course of study carefully, classifying and laying away in his memory the various types of faces that he saw. He pursued his investigations in the detached, careful spirit of the scientist. But as time passed, he was absorbingly interested. Every morning and every evening, he worked in his laboratory, the subway trains. He never had to stand up in the cars, for he boarded them, whether at one end of his trip or the other, before they were crowded. But as soon as crowds began to fill up the aisles, he always gave up his seat. This naturally gained him repeated credit for courtesy, but the real reason for his apparent gallantry was that he could not see people's faces when he was sitting while others stood in the aisles. But when he hung to a strap and looked at the window in front of him, the blackness outside combined with the bright light of the car to make the glass windows an excellent mirror to reflect the faces of those who stood near him. To classify faces according to nationality was not easy in the polyglot crowds of this East Side line. But Mr. Neal devised many schemes to help him. He watched the papers they read. Everybody read papers. He even ventured, when greatly curious, to ask a question of the object of his interest so that the man might reveal his origin. Usually he was rebuffed, but sometimes he was successful. He read all the books on immigrants he could get his hands on. More than once he even followed a rare specimen, shadowed him to his work, and there made guarded inquiries. Such investigations had several times made him late to work, so that his chief had made sarcastic remarks. The chief clerk at Fields, Jones, and Houseman's was a tall, gaunt, old young man with a hawk-like nose that carried eyeglasses perched perilously astride it, and he had a tongue that spit caustic. But the chief clerk's ugly words did not annoy Mr. Neal if his inquiry had been successful. At length he became so skillful that he could separate the Slavic types into their various nationalities, and he could tell Polish, Lithuanian, and Romanian Jews apart. He could name the provinces from which Italians and Germans came with few errors. But the most interesting set of categories, according to which he filed away the various faces he saw, was that of the ruling passions. There was the scholar, the sport, the miser, the courtesan, the little shopkeeper, the clerk, the housewife, the artist, the brute, the hypocrite, the clergyman, the barhound, the gambler. The charm of this classification was that the categories were not mutually exclusive and permitted infinite variation. Mr. Neal became as devoted to this fascinating game as ever any enthusiast has been to billiards, golf, baseball, or poker. He looked forward all day while in the midst of the ancient grind of Fields, Jones, and Houseman, to the moment when he could establish himself in a position of vantage on a subway car and get back to his study of faces. All night long he dreamed of faces, faces wise and foolish, good and evil. Yet more and more the ugliness in the subway faces oppressed Mr. Neal. Sometimes he looked into faces loosened by liquor and saw such an empty foulness looking out at him that he was heartsick. And then he would look at all the faces about him and see sin in manifold guise marking all of them. The sodden eyes of disillusion, the protruding underlip of lust, the flabby wrinkles of dissipation, the vacuous faces of women. It was a heartbreaking picture gallery. Every face was stamped with a little passion peculiar to it, the mark of its peculiar spirit. The mouths especially betrayed the souls within. Somewhere Mr. Neal had once read weird stories of souls seen to escape from the bodies of dying persons, and always they had been seen to issue from the open mouths of the corpses. There was a singular appropriateness in this phenomenon, it seemed to Mr. Neal, for the soul stamped the mouth even before it marked the eyes. Lewd mouths and cunning mouths and hateful mouths there were aplenty. Even the mouths of children were old in evil. "I'm sorry I've learned it," breathed Mr. Neal one day. "Now I must always look into a man's soul when I look into his face." It was true. Men who could hide secret sins from bosom friends, even from their wives, were defenseless against this little clerk hanging to a strap. This man with the serious pale face and the large gray eyes, who had learned by years of systematic observation to pierce every barrier of reserve. His study and classification went on for several years before it occurred to him that there was one kind of face that he never saw, one type that he never found in all the Manhattan crowds. When he had first discovered that this face was missing, he had called it the good face. And though he realized the insufficiency of this designation, he could not think of a better, and the term stuck. It was not that he never saw faces with good qualities stamped upon them. He sometimes saw faces marked with benevolence, honesty, and resolution, for example. And these were all good faces in a way, but they were not what Mr. Neal was looking for. What he searched for more intently with the passing months. He remembered the face of his own mother dimly through the years. It was a little like what he wanted to see here in the subway. He searched for simplicity, for transparent truth, for depth of spirituality, for meek strength and gentle power. But simplicity in the subway? Guileless transparency of any sort? Spirituality? Mockery? The face he never saw became an obsession with Mr. Neal. He hunted for it in various parts of the city. He tried the Broadway line of the subway, where the faces are notably pleasanter, more prosperous and smugger, but neither there nor about the universities on Morningside Heights and on the banks of the Harlem, nor in Brooklyn, nor anywhere he looked, did he find the face he sought. He could always see it when he closed his eyes. At night he dreamed of it continuously, of meeting it on the subway and looking into the eyes of ineffable kindness. It came finally to affect his life, this search for the unseen face. It gradually altered his attitude toward all his subway folk. He came to have a great pity for the ignorant, and pain filled his heart at all the marks of Cain he saw. He came to have inexpressible hunger for the sight of spiritual quality lighting the faces of the people of the subway crowds. He did not express his hunger in words, as people do when they want to make a thing definite and tangible. It was perfectly clear and distinct to him when he closed his eyes. Then he saw the face. The time came when Mr. Neal could not sleep of nights for the evil faces that leered at him from every side of the darkness. It was only when he slept that he could see in his dreams the good face. Finally, he was driven to make a resolution. He would consciously seek for the good faces. Evil ones he would pass over quickly. Thenceforward, he was happier. As his train roared through the tunnels of night under New York, his eyes dwelt most upon the faces that were marked, however lightly, with the qualities that reached their united culmination in the good face. He found his old faith in the perfectibility of man renewed, and often he would keep his eyes closed for many minutes together, so that he could see the face of his dreams. So months went on, and joined together into years. Then one day, in the subway, with his eyes full open, James Neal suddenly saw the face. He had been going home from work in the evening quite as usual. The express train on which he was riding was about to leave 14th Street Station, when a tall man who was about to enter the local train standing at the other side of the station platform turned and looked directly at him. Mr. Neal's heart almost stopped beating. His eyes were blinded, and yet he saw the face so distinctly that he could never forget it. It was just as he had known it would be, and yet gentler and stronger. A moment Mr. Neal stood spellbound. The door of his own car was sliding shut. He leaped towards it, and as we have already seen, squeezed through and ran toward the other train, though it was too late to get in. Still, he could see the face within the moving car. And thinking about it later, as he did very, very often, he realized that he could not tell how the man with the good face was dressed. He could only see his face, and that for a moment only, as the local moved swiftly out of the station. Suddenly he found himself alone and disconsolate. He went home sick in spirit. As he lay in his bed that night, trying to go to sleep, he said to himself that if ever he should see the face again, and he prayed that he might, no merely physical barriers should keep him from seeking out the rare spirit that animated such features. But it had been much even to have seen that face. Even that had been worth living for. At last, he fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Mr. Neal entered upon a new life. He had seen the face. It had not been a dream after all. He felt young again. Not young with the ambition he had once felt so strongly, but glad and cleansed and strengthened by a sure faith in the supremacy of truth and goodness in the world. A happy smile lighted his serious face that morning. A faint flush touched the pallor of his cheeks, and his deep gray eyes were unusually luminous. Even the roar of the subway did not pull his spirits down, and when he briskly entered the office of Fields, Jones and Houseman, the old-fashioned high desks and stools and all the worn, dingy furniture of the room seemed to the little clerk with the shining face to be strangely new. The chief clerk, sitting at a dusty old roll-top desk in the corner, looked up at Mr. Neal sharply as he entered. The chief clerk always looked up sharply. There was a preternatural leanness about the chief clerk, which was accentuated by his sharp hawk's nose, and when he looked up quickly from his position hunched over his desk, his sharp little eyes pierced his subordinate through and through, and his glasses, perched halfway down his nose, trembled from the quickness of his movements. "Morning," he said briefly, and dived down again into his work with his shoulders humped. But Mr. Neal was more expansive. "Good morning," he called, so cheerily that the whole office felt the effect of his good humor. A young man with a very blond pompadour was just slipping into a worn office coat. "Well, Mr. Neal," he exclaimed, "I swear you're getting younger every day." And Mr. Neal laughed happily as he changed his own coat and climbed upon his familiar stool. His desk neighbor turned and regarded him good-naturedly. "He'll be running off and getting married pretty soon," prophesied the neighbor for the benefit of the whole office force, and Mr. Neal laughed again. "You're judging me by your own case, Bob," he rejoined, and then in a lower tone, "That romance of yours now, how's it coming?" That was enough to cause the young man to pour into Mr. Neal's willing ear all the latest developments of Bob's acquaintance with the only girl in the world. For a long time, Mr. Neal lived in daily hope of seeing the face again. He got into the habit of changing to a local at 14th Street because it was at that station he had seen the face before. But he caught not a glimpse of any face resembling the one that he could see at any time he closed his eyes. Yet he was not discouraged. He was happy because he felt that something big and noble had come into his life, that now he had something to live for. It was only a question of time, he told himself, until he should find the face. It was but a question of time, and he could wait. So the weeks and months passed by. Mr. Neal never relaxed his search for the face. It had become part of his life. There was no monotony in his great game. He always found new faces interesting to classify, some unusual combination, some degree of emotional development he had not seen before, but the face never. Until one Saturday, half-holiday in December, this is the way it happened. Mr. Neal employed this particular half-holiday at Columbus Park. Long ago, he had found this park, adjoining Chatham Square and near Chinatown, Mulberry Bend, and the Bowery, a great gathering place for the lower types of humanity, and such half-holidays as he did not spend at the library studying Lombroso, Darwin, Piderit, Lavater, and other physiognomists, he usually employed at Columbus Park. Sometimes he wandered over to Hester Street, or up Orchard, or some other ghetto street off Delancey, or sometimes he spent a few hours in Battery Park or in the tenement district of the Lower West Side. On this particular Saturday, he found Columbus Park less populous than it had been on his last visit a month before, for many of its habitués had sought warmer climes. The weather was seasonably cold, and Mr. Neal felt really sorry for some of the old broken-down men and women he saw. Toward the end of the short December afternoon, he found an old man, shaking with the cold, huddled up on one of the benches of the park. The haggard, unshaven face told the usual story of the derelict. But something in the face, perhaps the abject fear that glowered in the eyes, sounded before he knew it in the depths of pity in the little clerk's heart. Mr. Neal tried to talk to him, but there was no ready beggar's tale to be poured into the ears of benevolence. There was only fear of the cold, and of misery, and of death. Yielding suddenly to an impulse so strong that it bore down all thoughts of prudence, Mr. Neal slipped out of his own overcoat and put it about the man's threadbare shoulders, and then hurried off toward the Worth Street station of the subway. The wintry breeze chilled him as he hastened along, a slight figure in worn business suit leaning against the wind, but his heart was warm and light within him. Down he hurried into the subway station and dropped his tithe of tribute into the multiple maw of the interborough. The train was thundering in, its colored lights glowing momentarily brighter as they came down the black tunnel. The train was crammed to the doors, for it was the rush hour, and even down here the trains were crowded. Mr. Neal edged into the nearest door, and then squirmed over to a place against the opposite door in the vestibule, where he could see people as they came out. The train shot again into the dark tunnels. 1,000 men and women were being hurtled at terrific thundering speed by some strange power but half understood through the black corridors of the night that reigned under old Manhattan to some unseen goal. It was magnificent. It was colossal. But it was uncanny. Mr. Neal had always been moved by the romance of the subway, but tonight, in his elevation of spirit, it seemed something of epic quality, full of a strange, unreal grandeur. Faint red lights here and there revealed nothing of the tunnel. They but lent mystery to dimly seen arches and darkling bastions fleeting by the roaring train. They stopped a minute at Canal Street, and more people pushed into the overcrowded car, and then the train was off again. The man pushing against Mr. Neal was heavy-jowled as a prize fighter, but if ever he had followed the ring, his fighting days were over now. Good feeding had done for him. He breathed heavily in the fetid atmosphere of the car. He was almost squeezing the breath out of the little man with a heavy red mustache who stood just behind him. The red mustache made the little man's face seem out of proportion. There was not enough chin to make a proper balance. At Spring Street, 2 women struggled to get off. "Let 'em off," came the familiar admonition of the guard. Those about the women made every effort to give them room, but at the best they had a hard fight to make their way out. Both the women were modishly dressed, and their complexions were correctly made. There was, too, that hardness about the mouths of both of them that Mr. Neal found in the faces of most of the women he saw. A hardness that even the stress of their effort to get out of the car could not disturb. When they finally got out, others crowded in. Mr. Neal was happy, and he looked about him to find other happy faces, but they were nowhere to be seen. The faces were stolid, or indifferent, or intent, or vacuous. None of them were glad. If their mouths would only turn up at the corners. Well, it was the same old story. Mouths that turned up at the corners were seldom met with in Mr. Neal's book of subway faces. Bleecker Street, and a worse jam than ever. But there was encouragement in the thought that 14th Street would soon relieve the pressure. 2 girls crowded on at Bleecker, amid shrill laughter and many smothered exclamations. Their lips were carmined, and their eyes were bold. Every swerve of the train brought fresh giggles or stifled screams from them. As the train was slowing down for Astor Place Station, an express train passed it, speeding for 14th Street. Mr. Neal turned with an effort, for he was wedged in tightly, and looked through the glass door at the brightly lighted cars as they passed, and then slowly gained upon his own train. The express was crowded too, with people standing in the aisles, hanging to straps. The faces were clearly distinguishable in the bright light, and Mr. Neal, strangely excited at this rapid panorama of faces, saw each one distinctly. Suddenly, he leaned forward, close to the glass. He saw it, the face. It was there, but it was gone in a moment. It had been like a flash in the dark tunnel. His own train had come to a jarring stop, and the express was only thunder in the distance. Mr. Neal felt that he must rush out of the car, must get out into the open. But the big prize fighter still pressed against him, and in a moment they were rushing on again in the darkness. Now the clerk had no eyes for the occupants of his car. His face was pressed against the glass door. He saw out there in the darkness that serenely beautiful face, beatific, transcendent. And even as he looked, he saw again the rear lights of the express. They were going to overtake it, to pass it again. It had been halted by the block signals of the train ahead, perhaps. At any rate, it was now moving very slowly. As the local shot by, the panorama of faces was unfolded much more rapidly than it had been before. But Mr. Neal caught a glimpse of the face once more. It looked directly at him, as it had before, and he thought it smiled upon him a little. The little clerk was greatly excited. As soon as the local had come to a stop at the 14th Street station and the doors had been opened, he darted out and hurried to the other side of the platform. There he stood, leaning out to watch for the approach of the express. In a moment it came, rumbling and quite as usual, mechanically and regularly, and the doors slid open to allow the flood of people to pour out. Mr. Neal squirmed through the crowd, looking in at the windows and watching the people coming out, but he did not see the face, and frantic lest he should lose it once more, he crowded into one of the cars again at the last minute. He tried at first to pass through the train, searching for the man with the good face, but the guards rebuffed him, and the usually good-natured crowd was provoked to impatience by his squirming efforts, and he himself soon became so exhausted in his attempt that he gave it up. At Grand Central Station, he again hurried out upon the platform to watch the crowds getting off. The gong had begun to ring again when he caught sight of a tall figure mounting a short flight of stairs toward the upper platform, and he immediately knew that there was the man he sought. The man was turned away, yet he thought he could not be mistaken. He rushed toward the stairway, bumping into others so many times in his haste that he really made little speed. When he reached the top of the stairs, he looked about. For one heart-sick moment, he thought he had lost the man after all. Then, away across the station, near one of the exits, he saw the tall figure again. The man was leaving the station, and as he passed out, for a moment he turned his face toward the crowd within, and Mr. Neal knew then that he had not been mistaken. To the little clerk, It seemed an age before he could reach the exit through which the tall figure had passed. He ran around people and dodged and ducked, oblivious of the curious watching of the crowd. At last he gained the exit. The tall man was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Neal found himself on 42nd Street, east of 4th Avenue. It was night, and the December wind pierced his clothing and cut to his very bones like a knife. He buttoned his sack coat up tightly and turned up the collar. He decided to walk east down 42nd Street in the hope of seeing the face again. He walked very rapidly, impelled both by the desire to keep as warm as possible and the thought that whatever chance he had of finding the man would be lost if he did not hurry. As he stood for a moment on the curb before crossing Lexington Avenue, halted by a long string of passing automobiles, he thought he saw the tall man at about the middle of the next block. Taking his life in his hands, he scurried across the street, dodging in and out among the vehicles with the curses of drivers in his ears. But he got across safely, and now he was certain that he had been right. There was the tall figure he could not mistake. And now he gained on the man, who turned south into 3rd Avenue. As Mr. Neal breathlessly turned the corner, he saw the tall man mounting the stoop of a shabby 4-story apartment house a little way down the street. About to enter, he turned his face toward the running clerk, and even by the dim light at the entrance to the dingy house, Mr. Neal could see how ineffably spiritual and strong the face was. Joy filled the little clerk's heart, so full that tears came to his eyes. At last he was to meet the man with the good face. After so long, he managed to find breath to call out, "I say!" he shouted. But he was too late, for the door had closed almost before the words left his mouth. Leaping up the steps, he found that the door was not locked, and he entered a dark hallway. He heard a step on the landing above and called out again, but there was no answer. He hurried up the creaking stairs, but he was just in time to see the first door on his left closed silently but firmly. Mr. Neal hesitated. He took off his hat and wiped his forehead, which was damp with perspiration. Then he rang the bell. The hallway was dimly lighted, with one small gas jet against the discolored wall. Mr. Neal waited. Presently he heard footsteps, and then the door was opened, and a flood of warm light poured into the dim little hall. A short, white-bearded old man stood in the doorway. He seemed the very personification of serene happiness, and over his shoulder peered an old lady whose face was lighted by the same kindly joy. There was an atmosphere of quiet goodness about them both. It flooded out into the hallway as sensibly as the glow of light itself. The old couple looked questioningly at Mr. Neal. The little clerk was somewhat embarrassed. I wanted to see the gentleman who just came in here," he said. The white-bearded old man seemed surprised. "Why, nobody has come in here," he said in a gentle voice. "Not since I came home over an hour ago." "Oh, the tall man with... But nobody has come in, sir," reiterated the old man. Just now, you know," insisted Mr. Neal. A tall man." A shadow crossed the old man's face, a shade of alarm. The woman withdrew a little. Some of the happiness seemed to leave their faces, allowing the wrinkles of age to show themselves. "I don't know what you mean, sir," the old man said slowly, "but we two are alone here. There is no tall man here, I assure you. Please." But haven't you a lodger?" asked Mr. Neal hopefully. "This was a very tall man. That was the reason I could see him so well in the subway. He has a good face, a really wonderful face." Mr. Neal hesitated a moment, realizing that he had been led to reveal his secret to one who might not understand. Pity came into the old gentleman's eyes. "Ah," he said, and nodded. "If I could be of any help to you, would you come in?" "Didn't he come in here, really? Hasn't a tall man been here?" "Nobody is here, sir, but us. But if I could do anything for you, I'd be glad to." Mr. Neal saw that the old gentleman thought he was dealing with a demented man. He saw, too, that the denial was an honest one. "Thank you," said Mr. Neal. "No, I must be going. I'm very sorry I troubled you." The old man bade him a cheery good night, but he looked after Mr. Neal in solicitude as the clerk went slowly down the steps. The air was bitter cold outside, and Mr. Neal realized for the first time that he did not have his overcoat. He shivered. Hunching his shoulders up against the blast, he hurried back to the subway. Heartbreaking though his disappointment was, Mr. Neal was not embittered. There was one thing that he knew now beyond all cavil or doubt. He knew that he should find the man with the good face. He knew that he should eventually meet him somewhere, sometime, and come to know him. How Mr. Neal longed for that time, words cannot describe. But his settled faith that his desire would one day be fulfilled kept him tranquil and happy. Why should he be impatient? Perhaps today or tomorrow. Perhaps in this car he was entering. Perhaps just around the corner he would see the face. "It will be soon," he would say to himself. "I know it will be soon." The beggars in front of the Imperial Building came to know this little clerk and thank him in advance for his alms. The elevator men and the newsies came to watch for him. Mr. Neal himself took an interest in everybody. He formed the habit of watching crowds wherever they were greatest, partly because thereby his chance of discovering the face was enhanced, and partly because crowds thrilled him. What a tremendous mass of emotions! Hopes, fears, ambitions, joys, sorrows were in these 1,000 faces swirling about him in ceaseless tide. They were all individuals. That was the wonder of it. All were individuals with personalities of their own, with their own lives to live and their own problems to think out. He would like to help them all. Mr. Neal at last formed the acquaintance of the members of the family with whom he had lodged so long. One evening, just outside his room, he met a red-cheeked boy whom he supposed to be the son of his landlord, and it came to him with a shock that he scarcely knew these people under whose roof he had lived for so many years. The boy seemed surprised and a little frightened when Mr. Neal tried to talk to him, and the clerk resolved there and then to make amends for past neglect. The very next evening he made an excuse to visit the father of the household. A fine, hearty fellow he found him, sitting in the kitchen with his stockinged feet up on a chair, smoking an old clay pipe and reading the evening paper. Mr. Neal learned he was a hard-working teamster. The man seemed pleased with his lodger's attentions and invited him to come again. And Mr. Neal did come again, and often, for he liked his landlord from the start. There were 3 children, 2 of them pictures of health, but the third thin and pale and unable to romp about because of a twisted leg. Mr. Neal became a veritable member of the household, and when he discovered from a chance remark of the father that they were saving money penny by penny to buy a brace for the crooked leg, he insisted on loaning the money to make up the balance still lacking. "Funny thing," commented the teamster one evening. "We used to think you wasn't human exactly." He laughed heartily. gotta get acquainted with a guy, ain't you?" And then his wife, a thin, washed-out little woman, embarrassed the little clerk greatly by saying gravely, "Mr. Neal, you are a good man." Her eyes were on the little cripple. In the same vein was the comment of the office force at Fields, Jones, and Houseman's on the occasion of Arnold's injury in the elevator accident, when Mr. Neal took up a collection for the injured man, heading the subscription himself. "Funny thing," exclaimed the chief clerk to a stenographer as they were leaving the office that afternoon. "Funny thing. When I first came here, James Neal was close as a clam. Never a word out of him. Paid no attention to anybody. All gloom. And now look at him, helping everybody. Best old scout in the office." As he nodded his head in emphasis, his eyeglasses trembled on his nose, but they stuck. "I've not got a better friend in the whole town than James Neal, I know it," he added, "and I guess that's true of everybody in the office." It was true that Mr. Neal and the chief clerk had become fast friends. They had come to spend their Sundays together, and even to share confidences, and so it was natural that when Mr. Neal saw the face for the third time, he should be moved to tell his friend about it. This telling of his secret was epochal in Mr. Neal's life. The two men sat on a bench in a more or less secluded part of Bronx Park. Mr. Neal looked off among the trees as he told the story of the face hesitatingly, often in difficulty for the right word, the light of the mystic in his glowing eyes. The chief clerk listened attentively, his cane across his knees, his lean face serious. His eyes bore into the very mind of his friend with their keen gaze. When Mr. Neal told of his failure to find the man with the good face in the house on 3rd Avenue, his friend shook his head definitely. "No," he said, "no, I'll tell you what it is. It is what they call a hallucination." "Oh, no," replied Mr. Neal calmly. "It is real, John. There's no doubt it's real." The chief clerk shook his head sharply again, and there was a pause. "I felt I must tell you," resumed Mr. Neal at length, "because I saw him again last night." His friend looked quickly at the little clerk, who gazed away among the trees, his eyes luminous. "I saw him in the Pennsylvania subway station, and I followed him out. There was no doubt about it. I saw his face. He went down 8th Avenue, and I saw him turn in at a door. I wasn't far behind him. The door was right next to a pawn shop. It was unlatched. I went in. I found myself in a dark hallway, but toward the other end there was light coming from a half-open door. I was excited, John, tremendously. You see, John, it was the great experience of my life. Well, no wonder I was trembling. I stepped quietly back to where the light was and looked into the room that it came from. What do you think I saw, John? There was a young mother and 2 fresh-cheeked boys. One of the boys was reading at the table, and the other one sat in a low chair at his mother's knee, and she was talking to him, telling him stories, I think. The room was poor, John, but the mother's face, it was wonderful. It reminded me of my own mother's. There's just one word to describe it, John. It was a Madonna's face. A Madonna of 8th Avenue. Mr. Neal paused and glanced at his friend. The chief clerk said nothing, but dug at the turf with his stick. "But the tall man was not there," resumed Mr. Neal. "I knocked at the door and asked about him. The woman didn't know. No man was in their rooms, she said. She was a poor widow. She wanted to know how I got in. I could see I was frightening her, so I left, and I could hear the door locked behind me." The little clerk sighed, passed his hand over his eyes, His friend rose suddenly. "Come," he said, "let's walk and talk about something else." This was but the first of many talks the two clerks had about the face. Mr. Neal's friend became more and more sympathetic toward the quest. One afternoon, Mr. Neal detained the chief clerk as he was leaving the office after work. The clerk's eyes were very serious, and his voice was low as he said, "John, I know that I am going to find him very soon. I know it." "How do you know it?" asked the chief clerk. "Something, well, psychic?" "Oh, no. It's not mysterious. It's just a certainty, John. I know I shall find him very, very soon." "Well, you know," and the chief clerk looked at Mr. Neal steadily, "you know that I should like to know him too." Mr. Neal wrung his friend's hand. They went down together in the elevator and parted. Mr. Neal hurried down into his subway station. There were not many waiting on the platforms. Far down the black tunnels in either direction, the little white lights glimmered. The echoing silence of a great cave was in the station. And then suddenly the red and green lights of a train appeared far away. And then a rumble and a roar. The doors of the train slid open, and Mr. Neal stepped in. All the way home, he kept his eyes shut. The hurtling roar, the crush of people growing greater as they approached the great business sections, the calls of the guards did not disturb Mr. Neal. He kept his eyes closed so he might see the face. It was about 1 o'clock of the next day that the accident occurred in which James Neal was the victim. He had been trying to cross the street in defiance of traffic regulations and had been struck by a heavily loaded truck and knocked down with some injury to his skull. He had been taken unconscious to St. Cecilia's Hospital. Little work was done by the clerks of Fields, Jones, and Houseman that afternoon. One of the clerks had seen the accident. Indeed, he had been talking to Mr. Neal just before the latter had rushed into the street. He had seen the little clerk suddenly raise his hand and point across the street. "I see it! There he is!" Mr. Neal had said in a voice exultant with joy. And then he had dodged into the traffic, reckless of life and limb. The chief clerk was greatly distressed. He could not work. He would sit with his lank form huddled up in his office chair, gazing fixedly over his eyeglasses at nothing in particular. About 2 o'clock, he bethought himself to look up the family with which Mr. Neal lodged in the telephone directory, and to inform them of the accident. The whole office force listened to the conversation over the telephone, and heard the chief's voice break as he told of the seriousness of the injury. Then the chief clerk shut his books sharply, clapped on his street coat and rusty straw hat, and set out for the hospital. Long before the chief clerk arrived at the hospital, a white-coated doctor, standing momentarily in a doorway of the ward in which Mr. James Neal lay, met a nurse coming out. The doctor's face was such a one as would have delighted Mr. Neal if he had been able to see it. It was a benevolent face. A profound knowledge of the problems of humanity had marked it with depth of understanding and withal a kindness and sympathy that made it worthy a second and a third glance in any company, however distinguished. "How about the skull fracture?" asked the doctor in a low voice as the nurse was passing out. "He is dead," said the nurse. "When?" asked the doctor. Just now. I just left him." "There was no chance," said the doctor. The nurse was about to pass on when the doctor detained her. "That tall man," he said, "who was with him, where has he gone?" And the nurse looked at the doctor in surprise. "There was no one with him but me," she said. "Oh, yes," said the doctor. I saw a man bending over the bed. A very tall man with a remarkable face. I wondered who he could be." The nurse turned, and with the doctor looked over toward the bed where the body of James Neal lay. "That is strange," said the nurse. "I saw him there," said the doctor, "just as you were leaving the patient. Now he's gone." "Queer. I saw no one," said the nurse, and moved away to attend to other duties. The doctor walked over to the bed where the body of the little clerk lay. "It is strange," he mused. "I surely saw him. The most beautiful face I ever saw." Then he looked down at what had been James Neal. "He was very fortunate," said the doctor in a low tone, "to die with a face like that looking into his." There was a smile on the death-white lips of the little clerk. End of The Man with a Good Face by Frank Luther Mott. Read by mystery teacher Michael Everding.